Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku became a support genius before you? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku heard the school bell and hurried to pack his bag. He had only a little time to finish his homework before his favorite show, Hero Watch, began. As he slid his pencil case into his bag, a hand swept across his desk and knocked his notebooks to the floor. He ignored the laughs, bent to gather them into a neat pile, and shoved them into his bag. He slung the bag over his shoulder and left the classroom last, as always. Izuku hurried down the halls, doing his best to avoid anyone who might stop him. He did not like to call it bullying. To him the other kids were just messing around, and sometimes they went too far. He told himself he could handle it. Leaving the school grounds and heading for his apartment, Izuku briefly thought the day might go well. That optimism vanished when he passed under a small bridge and saw Bakugo and his friends waiting on a bench. They clearly knew his route home and always managed to catch him when he least expected it. Izuku froze and started to turn away, hoping they had not noticed him, but he heard them approaching. Bakugo called out, producing a small explosion with his hand and demanding to know where Izuku thought he was going. Izuku stammered that he was going nowhere and turned back toward his old friend. Bakugo smirked and ordered his friends to grab him. Before he could react, one of the boys extended his fingers to hold Izuku's right arm while another took his left, pinning him in place. Izuku looked up just in time to see Bakugo strike out. In a blur of aggressive, showy movements, they shoved and struck him and used brief bursts of explosive energy to intimidate him. The scuffle left Izuku shaken. His uniform was torn and had scorch marks. Usually he would have slipped into the school bathroom to change, but he had been rushing and did not have the time. He continued home, worrying about what excuse he would tell his mother. He ran through possibilities in his head, from a Quirk accident to helping someone from a small fire, and dismissed each one when he realized she might check the news. By the time he reached his apartment and stepped inside after putting on his slippers, Izuku's mind was spinning with explanations. His mother was in the bathroom, so he hurried to his room and changed out of his school uniform into an old pair of jeans and a plain blue shirt with the word bottle on it. He hid the damaged uniform under his bed, planning to throw it away later when he could do so without his mother seeing. He reminded himself to bring birthday money to school so he could buy a new uniform. Izuku carried his bag into the living room where his mother was preparing dinner. He greeted her and told her he would finish his homework first. His mother, Inko, smiled warmly and agreed, saying supper would not be long and he should hurry if he wanted to eat before Hero Watch. He set to work on his English homework and then moved on to math. Once his work was done, his mother asked him to set the table, and he did so before they ate quietly together. Inko fussed affectionately with his hair to keep it out of his face. Izuku protested and shooed her hand away, trying to appear exasperated while she laughed. His mother reminded him to get ready, saying he only had a few minutes. Izuku checked his all-might watch, confirmed the time, and fetched his latest notebook labeled Hero Analysis Volume. He sat down in front of the television and opened his book. Hero Watch began with a segment about a recent battle involving a villain whose quirk could turn liquids into solids. Izuku took careful notes on the villain's abilities and weaknesses, how the villain used the quirk, and how the heroes responded and captured him. He kept writing until the episode was nearly over. In the final moments of the program, the host announced a contest for children ages 10 to 13 to design a hero costume for one of their favorite heroes. Winners from each country would get the chance to visit Island. A poster on the screen showed All Might standing beside David Shield, the scientist who designed many of All Might's costumes. The host explained that in Japan, the winners from each prefecture would be invited to the annual hero rankings where the overall winner would be chosen. The idea of meeting the heroes, and All Might in particular, thrilled Izuku. He sprang to his feet with excitement while his mother watched with amusement. Izuku ran over to his mother and hugged her, and she agreed that he could enter the contest. Later, Izuku sat in his room staring at a list of heroes he was considering for the contest. All Might topped the list, but Izuku hesitated to pick him despite the urge to design something for his greatest inspiration. David Shields was an amazing designer, and Izuku knew he would not be able to design something that would suit All Might symbol as well as he did. Other names littered the page: Fourth Kind, Edge Shot, Star Skin, 13, Ingenium. He could not choose. His mother stood in the doorway and suggested that he look through his notes to see if he could find something a hero's suit was missing that would help them. That thought made Izuku excited again. He returned to his recent notebook and began to backtrack through his notes. He searched for over an hour, looking for anything a hero was missing that could aid them in a fight. Then he found it. Lady Violet was not someone Izuku had been considering. She was still fairly new, having made her debut a little over a month ago. Her hair was a deep violet color. Her quirk let her change the temperature of whatever she touched. Her costume made her less agile. Izuku remembered watching her debut videos. Lady Violet had difficulty moving easily. The bulky back piece that held all her weapons prevented her from catching the villain as quickly as she should have. He also remembered an interview in which Lady Violet explained that she had refused other designers' proposals because she did not feel comfortable showing her body the way some other female heroes did. He imagined something purple that would let her be agile while still carrying her weapons. He considered redesigning her weapons. Instead of a large staff, she could have a compact metal rod that extended with the press of a button. Izuku's mind raced through ideas so quickly his hand did its best to keep up as he scribbled them down. Every time he wrote one idea, another came to mind. When he finally finished, he looked down at the page he had filled to the brim with notes. He reread them, grouped similar ideas, and rewrote them on the next. On the following page he listed the needs and wants for Lady Violet and for himself. The needs were simple: easy movement, a belt to hold various weapons, and mid- and long-range options. Izuku stared down at the page with a small smile. He thought this was fun. Izuku sat in his room, alternating his gaze between the computer and his notebook. No matter how long it took, he was determined to draw Lady Violet's body as accurately as possible so he would not have to use the skinny body sketch offered to contest participants. He wondered why they only provided a skinny option. The question nagged at him. He already knew the answer, and the thought bothered him, even at the young age of 11. When he finally mastered sketching Lady Violet's shape, he began exploring different options for the costume. By the end of the week, Izuku had a final copy of his hero costume design for Lady Violet, covered with notes describing materials, his reasoning, and clarifications for whoever would review it. He slid the large sheet into the white folder he planned to drop in the contest box. As he left his room, he saw his mother sitting on the couch watching her favorite drama. A man on the screen was confessing his undying love, and his mother was wiping away quiet tears. Izuku called for his mother and told her he was ready to drop the entry off and asked if she would like to come. Inko looked up, paused her show, and said she would, then went to fetch her bag. When she re-emerged, she wore a light blue sweater and asked if they should go. As they walked toward the local drop box, Izuku thought back over the design process. At first he had entered only for a chance to meet All Might and other heroes he admired, but he found he genuinely enjoyed designing. Analysis was something Izuku loved, and creating original ideas gave him a real sense of accomplishment. He had not only designed a costume for Lady Violet but had sketched support tech ideas he believed would help her. His mother had even bought him a new notebook dedicated to weapon and support item concepts for Lady Violet and other heroes. Inko told him she wished he had let her at least peek at it, noting how hard he had worked and how she would love to see the finished product. Izuku explained that he wanted the design to be completely his and did not want to risk changing it if she offered ideas. Inko joked that she could have kept any ideas to herself but admitted that when it came to him she was sure there was nothing she could think of to improve it. She pinched his cheek playfully. Izuku complained and she giggled as she pulled her hand away. When they arrived at the drop box that served the contest, 4 other children with parents were there submitting their entries. Inko wondered aloud how the judges would manage all the SBMs. The contest had drawn interest from kids between the ages of 10 and 13. Izuku's whole class was participating, including Bakugo, who insisted he was designing his own costume. Bakugo had become angry when Izuku pointed out the rules specified redesigning a pro's costume, and Izuku regretted speaking once Bakugo shot him a dangerous glare. Izuku dropped the envelope into the box and smiled at his mother. Inko suggested they go home and celebrate with a pork cutlet bowl, placing a hand on his back. The lesson at school seemed to drag for Izuku as he sat at his desk, trying to contain his excitement. His leg had been bouncing all day. Tonight the regional winners would be announced. After the announcement there would only be 47 candidates remaining and each would attend the annual hero ranking celebration. Izuku had a chance to be one of them. He watched the clock anxiously. 20 more minutes felt like an eternity. Worries flitted through his mind. What if he did not make it? What if Lady Violet disliked his design? He hoped she would not hate it. A teacher called on him and his distractedness showed in a stutter, but he gave the correct answer and could not be reprimanded further. He sighed and tried to focus for the remainder of the PRD to avoid running into anyone like Bakugo on the way home. He hurried through the gates and all but ran to his apartment building, too impatient to wait for the elevator. At home he smelled a comforting aroma from the kitchen. His mother stood by the stove and laughed as she watched him fumble with his red shoes. She told him to calm down and reminded him the announcement was not for another 2 hours, giggling when he stumbled. She suggested he still had time to finish homework, eat supper, and maybe even take a bath. Izuku acknowledged he knew and admitted he was excited and nervous. Inko gave him a fond look. She had been listening to his ideas about costume changes and support gear for various heroes and hoped that the contest had sparked enough passion in him to consider a future as a scientist in support of heroes as well as his dreams of heroism. Izuku had never said it out loud to her yet, but she still hoped it was a possibility. Inko watched as Izuku burst from his room and almost sprinted to the table to begin his homework. She laughed softly, and Izuku, seemingly ignoring the sound, started his math. When Izuku finally finished the mountain of assignments his teacher had given him, he quickly set the table before his mother could even ask. As she brought him his plate of food, she reminded him to eat slowly so he would not choke. Izuku frowned at the reminder. It had only happened once. He ate his dinner at a steady pace, keeping a conversation with his mother as she distracted him as she always did. They discussed his day at school, her day at work, Mitsuki Bakugo's new promotion, and the new All Might action figure that was due out next week. After supper, Izuku helped his mother with the dishes. He dried them while she washed, remembering when he had been too short to put them away. He was still barely able to reach, but he could do it now, and he felt a quiet pride at being exactly the same height as his mother, even if he remained the shortest boy in his class. When the moment arrived for the winners to be announced, Izuku was so close to the television that his mother reminded him she wanted to see too. He blushed and moved to sit beside her on the couch. The host of Hero Watch appeared on the screen with a wide smile and a stack of papers. He welcomed the viewers and explained that the show would announce the winners of the hero costume design contest from each prefecture. He introduced his co-host, the pro hero Present Mike. Present. Mike came on with his trademark noisy entrance and loudly greeted the audience, building excitement for the announcements. They began revealing winners from each prefecture, and then Present Mike announced Shizuoka Prefecture. He declared that the winner, chosen to design the costume of the new pro-hero Lady Violet, was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku nearly fainted when an image of his design filled the screen. His mother screamed with joy beside him. The host praised Izuku's thoughtful design for Lady Violet. Izuku sat frozen for a beat, then leapt up and hugged his mother. He realized he had won from Shizuoka and that he had made it into the top 47, and the excitement filled him. Izuku did not regret entering the contest. Designing Lady Violet's new costume had been enjoyable and had stirred something inside him. But the consequence was immediate when he returned to school. From the moment Katsuki Bakugo and his friends saw Izuku arrive, he found himself targeted. The day was full of rough, exaggerated bullying, pushing, shoving, and tripping that felt dramatized and humiliating. In class he was taunted for his appearance, his lack of a quirk, and for not having a father. The other students made sure he understood how they felt about his winning in their prefecture. At lunch, Izuku tried to hide behind a garbage bin, nearly succeeding until he sneezed. Bakugo heard the sound and used his quirk to create a sudden loud blast that revealed Izuku's hiding place. When Izuku finally made it home, it was difficult to hide that he had been roughed up, but he told his mother they had played a rough game of soccer in gym class. She accepted the explanation, and they enjoyed supper while discussing the odds of Izuku getting the new Ingenium action figure. After dinner, his mother mentioned that the contest organizers had contacted her. They had provided 2 extra tickets, one for her and one for a friend. She asked who he would like to invite. Izuku almost immediately thought of inviting Katsuki Bakugo, but a memory from earlier that day made him hesitate. He told his mother he did not know. She seemed slightly surprised but did not press him. On his way home from school the next day, Izuku received a notification adding him to a group chat called Future Support Leaders. He opened the app and saw the names of other contest winners. Messages began popping up: greetings, excited questions about tickets, and general chatter. Izuku quickly sent a friendly greeting and continued walking home, then later engaged more in the conversation from his room. The attention from others warmed Izuku. He felt a pleasant glow when people responded to his comments and acknowledged his ideas. It was a welcome change from his school experiences. One member of the group caught his interest, Dai Onishi from Ibaraki Prefecture. Izuku found himself drawn to Dai's responses and opened a direct chat, where Dai replied with a brief hello. The two bonded over their shared love for heroes, agreeing that there was no hero like All Might and that Endeavor was not exactly popular with them. They talked into the evening, pausing only for supper. Dai said he wished they had been given 3 tickets so he could bring his parents and his sister, but one of them would have to stay home. Izuku offered his extra ticket to Dai, saying he did not need it himself. Dai was thrilled and gratefully accepted. Izuku smiled at his phone, glad to help someone who appreciated it and did not berate him. He felt the comfort of having made a friend. The night of the annual hero ranking celebration arrived sooner than Izuku expected. They had not been invited to the actual ranking ceremony, but they would attend the celebration afterward, where the top 50 heroes would dine and converse. Izuku struggled with the tie that matched his dark green suit. His mother had bought the outfit knowing the event would be very formal. Izuku tried his best but could not get the same result the man in the video did. After another attempt, he gave up and set the tie on his bed. His suit looked fine without it. When he stepped out of his room, he saw his mother in a matching green dress. She smiled at him and gave him a quick hug. They left the apartment together and were met by a black car waiting to escort them to the celebration. As they drove, Izuku fought his excitement while they drew closer to the hall. When they arrived, he saw many heroes, paparazzi, and policemen. His excitement faded into nervousness as he noticed a boy his age being interviewed by a woman with a microphone. His mother, Inko, placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him that he did not have to speak to the reporters. Izuku felt somewhat better at her words. They stepped out of the car, ignoring people who tried to move microphones toward them, and made their way into the building. A tall woman in a black suit met them and escorted them to their table in the large room. Izuku was ecstatic to realize they would be seated with Dai's family and many other candidates. He and Dai immediately began talking about how All Might would be there while their mothers conversed nearby. The dinner was excellent, but Izuku was distracted by the heroes around him. From his seat he could see Endeavor, Ingenium, Present Mic, Eraserhead, Midnight, and more. He controlled himself from asking for autographs, though some of the other candidates were already doing so. When dinner ended, the host from Hero Watch took the stage and asked for everyone's attention. The room quieted as he announced that the time had come to introduce Japan's representative in the International Hero Design Contest. He praised all the entries and explained that the winner was someone who had gone beyond what was asked. A small golden trophy in the shape of All Might was brought forward, and then All Might himself appeared. Izuku's breath hitched at the sight of his favorite hero. The host then revealed that the winner and representative of Japan was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku sat frozen as Dai shook him with excitement. Encouraged by his friend, he stood and made his way to the stage. All Might handed him the trophy and praised him for an excellent job. The host mentioned a special surprise, and Izuku turned, confused, until he realized who had walked out. Lady Violet stood before him wearing the costume Izuku Midoriya had spent hours designing. She smiled at him and activated a feature from her belt, producing a metal pole exactly as he had planned. Overwhelmed, Izuku began to cry as he watched his design come to life. Lady Violet stepped forward, hugged him warmly, and wiped his tears away. She expressed her gratitude for the perfect costume and for his choice to design for her. Izuku, cheeks flushed, felt honored and called her an amazing hero. Lady Violet then asked if he planned to pursue the support field and escorted him back to his table. Izuku paused to think and then decided that he thought he would pursue it. Izuku hesitated at his school's gates on his final day of elementary school, unsure how he felt about leaving. Before middle school began, he and his mother would travel to Island to see who had won the international contest. Instead of being proud, some classmates reacted with anger. They teased him, shoved him at times, and made his school life difficult. Izuku had learned from the other 46 prefecture winners that true friends do not hurt one another, and that truth was hard for him to accept. He still wanted them to be his friends. He wanted Bakugo to be his friend, to see him as a person rather than a nickname. But his hope felt fragile as he recalled what Bakugo had done so far. Bakugo barged through the gate and told him to get out of the way. Izuku called after him, and Bakugo turned with a cold glare, demanding to know what he wanted. Izuku stammered that they were not friends and that he had realized it. Bakugo snapped that they never had been friends. Izuku then said that he could not be a hero but could be a scientist, and that he would prove it. He walked past Bakugo and into the school, determined. Izuku could not say he was happy with how his last day had gone. He had been bullied during the day, though Bakugo had not joined in as he usually did. He hoped Bakugo's anger would not blow up when middle school started. He finished packing his bag and carried it into the living room, placing it next to his mother's bag while she finished a phone call. They were going to be picked up for the trip to the airport. It would be both of their first times on a plane. Inko asked if he was ready, and Izuku nodded as he grabbed the bags. Inko told him that Mitsuki would watch the apartment while they were away. They hurried down to the black car waiting outside. On the drive to the airport, Izuku talked enthusiastically about all the things he had read about Island, and his mother listened with interest, asking questions here and there to keep him talking. She loved hearing him share his excitement. Izuku's rambling always comforted his mother for some reason, even when she could not understand all of it because he spoke so quickly. When they reached the airport, Izuku could not help but stare at all the planes through the windows. He tried to estimate which one he would board by comparing the gate number on his ticket with the closest gates. When they finally reached the small plane, Izuku ran down the hall to board it, and his mother followed him with a small smile. The plane was small but roomy, with 8 seats on either side of the aisle. Izuku chose a window seat and his mother sat beside him. They placed their carry-ons where they would not be in the way, leaving space for anyone else who might join them. No one else boarded, and the pilot announced that it was time to depart. Izuku watched as the plane lifted into the air and marveled at the views. During the flight, Izuku and his mother played games, talked, and took naps. As the plane descended toward Island, Izuku was waking from his second nap when the pilot announced over the speaker that they had arrived and wished the passengers luck in the contest and a wonderful time exploring the island. Izuku and his mother thanked the pilot and left the plane. A woman met them and escorted them through security and onto the island. Izuku was immediately in awe of all the technology and the display of quirks. Everywhere he looked there was something interesting to examine. They decided to drop their luggage at the hotel first. With only 2 days on the island, Izuku did not want to miss a thing. After leaving the hotel, Izuku picked up the map they had been given and pointed to a marking. Izuku asked his mother excitedly if they could go to the museum first because it reportedly had many cool exhibits. Inko agreed, and they made their way to the large building. Many people came and went. Some looked like tourists, others like residents. Inside the museum, a giant red car immediately caught Izuku's eye. He ran forward, leaned on the railing around the car, and breathed in awe. A short boy with black hair and tan skin commented that the car was cool. He introduced himself as Samuel Rodriguez, the Brazil representative, and extended his hand. Samuel explained that his English was not perfect, and Izuku reassured him that it was fine. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, the Japan representative, and shook Samuel's hand. Samuel invited them to tour the island together, noting that many candidates had paired up and that he would appreciate company besides his brother. Samuel gestured to a tall young adult standing behind him who appeared bored. Izuku accepted the invitation with excitement. The four of them moved through the museum and attended many demonstrations around the island before it was time for supper. They agreed to try a restaurant that served American-style food. At the table, Samuel explained that his parents could not come because of work, which was why his brother Diego accompanied him. Samuel added that he would have preferred their friend Lola to be there. When Izuku asked who Lola was, Samuel said she was his brother's fiancée and that she was much nicer than his brother. Diego responded by giving Samuel a playful flick on the back of the head. Izuku laughed at the brothers' interaction, finding their behavior odd but amusing. He had only ever had his mother after his father left when he was 5, so he had never known siblings the way they did. He watched as the brothers nearly came to blows in a slapstick, pinching and nudging manner, and thought that he might be fine being an only child after all. David Shields sat at his work desk reviewing a new design. He glanced up to find his 13-year-old daughter still in the corner reading a book. He sighed, aware that he had promised to take her out while the candidates for the hero costume contest were on Island. He had hoped that a day on the island might help her make a few new friends from around the world, but work obligations kept pulling him back. David rose and sat on the floor beside his daughter, placing a hand on her back. He told her that just because he was stuck working did not mean she had to stay inside, and suggested she take some money and get bubble tea from the shop down the street. His daughter declined without looking up, saying she was fine where she was. David encouraged her to attend one of the demonstrations, suggesting it could be a chance to meet other kids from different countries. She replied quietly that she did not think they would want to meet anyone like her. David asked if the other kids had started bothering her again. The narrator noted that Melissa was the only quirkless child at the Island Middle School. Quirkless people made up about 20% of the world's population and were especially rare among youth. Despite the efforts of David and the teachers, Melissa often found herself left out. The other children were not cruel enough to be called bullies, but they were not friends either. Melissa admitted that perhaps the visiting kids would focus on those with abilities to become heroes or scientists like her father. David insisted that she should not believe no one would want to be her friend because she was quirkless, and mentioned that a girl named Mandy Nelson had been trying to get Melissa to hang out since Mandy had arrived last month. He asked Melissa to give Mandy a chance. Melissa shrugged and returned to her book. With one last sigh, David rose from the floor. He told Melissa that he needed to meet the people organizing the seating for the next day's dinner because he could not have them seat her uncle at a different table. At the mention of Melissa's uncle, her mood immediately brightened. All Might would not arrive until tomorrow, and she was ecstatic at the prospect of seeing him again. David left her to her reading and walked down the hall to meeting room C, where the organization committee was working. When he entered, he saw 4 men and a woman gathered around a large table. Circular papers representing the ballroom tables were scattered across the surface, each being labeled with the name of a country or a pro-hero as the committee arranged the seating. David asked the group if they minded him making a request. The man in the blue suit replied that of course not and asked who he would like at his table. David asked that he and his daughter be seated with All Might, smiling kindly at the committee. The woman told him that had already been arranged. She had suspected they would want to catch up. One of the men, the shortest of the group, then added another question while staring at a piece of paper. He asked if Melissa was quirkless. David almost wanted to say it did not matter, but he paused and answered that she was. When he asked why the man had brought it up, the man explained that the candidate from Japan was also quirkless and that his associates had only seen that candidate getting along with one other candidate. He suggested that it might be best to seat the 2 quirkless candidates together, if David agreed. David was surprised to learn one of the candidates was quirkless, and he immediately asked that the Japan candidate be added to their table. He felt hopeful that his daughter might make a friend and find some encouragement in someone who understood her situation. The man smiled and placed the Japan and Brazil candidate papers next to David's table. Inko called for Izuku to slow down as they walked through the area set up for the special occasion. Izuku had been too excited to get everything he wanted before the dinner celebration. He stopped running and waited for his mother, then continued leading the way to a small souvenir stand arranged for visitors. Izuku's eyes roamed over the t-shirts, hoodies, and keychains. His mother had told him he could choose only one item to bring home. He selected a small figurine of a red car driven by a man in a lab coat and recognized it as the vehicle David Shield had driven early in his career. The driver figure was David Shield himself. Izuku was a fan of David Shield. David had designed All Might's hero costumes and support gear, including the static staff. Izuku asked his mother if he could have the figurine because it would look great beside his All Might action figure in the young age costume. Inko laughed and bought the souvenir for him. Izuku carried it carefully as if it were precious. They paused to watch a demonstration of a prototype glove that fired a net from the palm. Izuku admired the design but thought it looked bulky and limited to a single use. After the demonstration ended, they returned to the hotel. Both took turns showering and dressed in the same outfits they had worn at the hero ranking celebration. Izuku struggled with his tie and gave up after a few tries, which made his mother giggle. He pouted that ties were evil, and his mother ushered him to the door. Inko reminded him that Samuel was probably waiting in the lobby, so they hurried down to the elevator. Izuku had bonded quickly with Samuel and was eager to spend more time with him and perhaps exchange contact information. In the lobby, Izuku scanned the crowd and finally spotted Samuel and his brother in the corner, both dressed in plain black suits with bow ties. Izuku greeted Samuel and asked if he was ready to go. Samuel replied that he hoped they would be seated together, having heard the workers mention pairing candidates who had gotten along during their free time. They walked toward the large building at the center of the island and waited in a long line as people were escorted to their tables. When they reached the front, they discovered they had indeed been seated at the same table, and both boys smiled enthusiastically. At their table they were the first to arrive and noticed only 3 seats left, likely for another candidate and their parents. Izuku and Samuel talked excitedly as they watched heroes take their seats at other tables. Izuku explained the Japanese heroes and their rankings while Samuel did the same for the South American ones. Suddenly 2 seats beside them were taken. Izuku saw a blonde girl a few years older sit next to him. He offered a kind smile and felt his face flush. He then looked at the man beside her and felt his fanboy heart race. Izuku stared and stuttered, and the man smiled down at him. The man introduced himself as David Shield and said the girl was his daughter, Melissa. Izuku muttered that he felt like he was going to have a heart attack, and Samuel nodded in agreement. Shield laughed and began talking with Inko and Diego. Melissa asked their names. Izuku shook his head to recover from being starstruck, extended his hand, and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya from Japan and his friend Samuel Rodriguez from Brazil. Melissa shook both of their hands and asked if they had enjoyed Island and how different it must be from where they were from. Samuel replied enthusiastically about the island's security and its many cool features. Izuku added that he had never seen so many different quirks in 2 days. Melissa mentioned that Uncle Might had told her they were rather strict with quirk usage, and Samuel reacted with surprise when he realized she meant All Might, which made Melissa blush. Samuel then explained his quirk, Sticky Fingers, saying he could make his fingers sticky on command so they would adhere to any surface, and he demonstrated by sticking his fingers to a fork. Izuku, embarrassed, admitted that he did not have a quirk. Melissa brightened and said she did not either. All 3 shared excited surprise at meeting others without quirks, and Samuel joked that he now knew 2 quirkless people. They exchanged contacts and added each other to their phones. Izuku smiled at having 2 international friends, one also quirkless and the daughter of All Might's costume designer. As dinner time approached, Melissa looked around excitedly. When Samuel asked who she was looking for, she said she was waiting on the 3rd person of their party but did not reveal that guest. A few minutes later, whispers spread through the ballroom as All Might arrived. All Might moved directly to their table and sat between David Shield and his mother, apologizing for being late and joking that he could not find his tie. Izuku's vision blurred and he fell from his seat to the floor. When he opened his eyes, All Might was waving his hand rapidly in front of him. Izuku sat up while his mother rubbed his back, pointed toward All Might, and gushed that it was him. All Might laughed, said he was surprised by Izuku's shock, reminded Izuku that he had given him his trophy, and helped him to his feet. Izuku tried to explain that he had been able to calm himself the last time he met All Might and that he had expected a different reaction if he won, But this time he had already been stunned to be sitting at the same table as David Shield, leaving him flustered. Samuel interrupted, noting that Izuku had said he was close to a heart attack when Mr. Shield sat down. The group took their seats as the food arrived. Most of them focused on the meal while Inko and Shield continued a conversation about the challenges of raising a child alone. Both Melissa and Izuku blushed as their parents shared embarrassing stories about them. Melissa protested when her father began another story, then told Izuku and Samuel that although her father was brilliant in science, he was comically bad with slang and once used the word slay incorrectly to describe one of his designs. The table laughed at his bewildered expression and mock betrayal. Soon a man stood on the stage and announced the winner of the contest, a girl from Denmark who had designed a costume for a well-known Danish pro hero. The room applauded as she received her trophy and thanked her supporters. Izuku guessed she must have had a heads-up because she was prepared with a short speech. He was not upset about losing. He had not expected to win and remained thrilled to be sitting with All Might and David Shield. The screen behind the stage displayed the overall rankings, and Izuku was astonished to find himself in 9th place, placing him in the top 10. Samuel shook Izuku's arm in excitement, and Melissa looked at him in awe. Izuku told Samuel to stop and reminded him that Samuel had made the top 20. Samuel, still excited, continued to celebrate Izuku's top 10 result. All Might praised Izuku's excellent job. All Might expressed hope that Izuku would follow his talent in the future and said he was excited to see what Izuku would become in the coming years. Izuku looked at his hero in awe and thanked him profusely for the encouragement. David Shield asked if Izuku planned on pursuing the support field. Izuku stammered that he intended to, but admitted he had mostly been good at coming up with ideas and did not yet know much about putting them into practice. Shield recommended extra study in physics and chemistry during middle school so Izuku would be better prepared to apply his ideas in a support course in high school. Izuku took the advice to heart and immediately began planning how he would do it. He wondered if he could take a few classes online because the middle school he was going to was not known for its academics. When the night finally ended, Izuku felt both satisfied and disappointed. He had the chance to ask All Might and David Shield many questions and had been amazed by their answers. He had even watched his mother get along well with his favorite hero. He was sad the evening had to end and wished he could have had more time to ask even more questions. When he and his mother reached their hotel room, Izuku was exhausted and almost fell onto the bed, but he changed into his All Might pajamas before collapsing into a deep sleep during which he dreamed his favorite hero had taken him on as a sidekick. The next morning Izuku woke with regret that it was time to leave the island. He silently helped his mother pack their suitcases and did a quick check around the room to make sure he had not forgotten anything. While they were checking out of the hotel he looked around, hoping to say goodbye to Samuel one last time. He had already said goodbye to his two new friends the night before, but he still hoped to see one of them again before leaving. His mother finished checking out and they made their way to Gate F for their flight. They were not the only passengers on the plane. 3 pro heroes were also heading back to Japan. Best Jeanist congratulated Izuku on making the top 10 and told him he had made Japan proud. Izuku gathered the courage to ask Best Jeanist, 13, and Mr. Brave for their autographs, and the heroes were happy to sign his notebook. 13 noticed his notebook titled Hero Analysis for the Future and asked if he planned to be a hero and if she could read some of his analyses. Izuku blushed and admitted that he had decided to aim for the support field instead of the hero path. 13 praised his analyses and said they would be very useful for discussing support item needs with clients. Izuku thanked her and lowered his head at the attention from one of his favorite heroes. Back home, Izuku used his mother's computer in the rarely used home office to search for online science courses he could take during the next 3 years of middle school. He reminded himself that UA support students had to present a physical prototype for one of their support item ideas, so if he wanted to get into UA, he needed materials and building experience now. He found 3 beginner courses and called his mother into the room. He told her that he could work on the courses while other kids were in Quirk control class and promised he would keep up with his regular classes. His mother agreed to sign him up, but insisted he maintain his grades. They completed the online forms together, and his mother hugged him and expressed how proud she was and how sure she was that he would do amazing things. After she left the room, Izuku watched videos about materials commonly used in support items and hero costumes and took notes in a new notebook labeled Support Research Volume. He recorded the names of materials, their characteristics, and why they were commonly used. By the end of the break, he had filled his Hero Analysis Volume 10 notebook and had nearly half of his first support research notebook completed. On the day he left, Izuku stood at the door of his apartment putting on his red sneakers with his research notebook under his arm. His mother had saved enough to buy him a second-hand laptop, which he carried in a bag over his shoulder, his yellow backpack on his back. He called a quick goodbye to his mother and heard her reply from the kitchen wishing him good luck. He made his way to his new school wondering how he would be treated. He had not seen any of his old classmates, including Bakugo, since the last day of elementary school, and he silently hoped none of them would be angry at him for making the top 10 in the contest. Izuku had stayed in contact with Samuel and Melissa since his trip to Island, and he was pleased with how close the three had become despite the difficulties of different time zones. Samuel had recently shared his dream of entering the business industry, and Melissa had said that she wanted to follow in her father's footsteps. Izuku smiled thinking of his friends. Putting aside his fear of his classmates, he walked to his classroom and sat at the very back. Even if he had no friends at school, he had two outside who believed in him. The first half of the day was much the same as always. He was tripped, yelled at, and mocked by his peers. The only difference was that Bakugo was not the one to start the teasing this time. One of Bakugo's friends seemed to be taking the lead, which Izuku found odd but ignored as Quirk control class and his free PRD for the online course approached. When the school board learned Izuku had applied for 3 beginner courses, they contacted his mother and recommended a single general science course so he would have one teacher and still learn everything he wanted. When the time came, Izuku pulled out his laptop to begin work and a classmate demanded to know why Izuku was allowed to use his laptop, the question echoing around the room. The rest of the class joined in, upset that he had escaped the boring lesson. Izuku tried to explain that he was taking a general science course and that he was not fooling around, but Bakugo shouted angrily that Izuku thought he was smarter than everyone else. Izuku insisted that was not true, and this was the first time Bakugo had been so furious with him that day. Their teacher then intervened and explained that Midoriya could not participate in the in-person lesson because he was quirkless and therefore his mother had arranged for him to take an online class. The teacher's emphasis on Izuku being quirkless made him lower his head. Izuku quickly noticed that the teachers favored students with powerful quirks. That morning they had discussed different quirks in the class and praised them for their strength and uniqueness. The teacher had heaped particular praise on Bakugo, boosting his confidence even more when he shared his awe of Bakugo's quirk. During his online lesson, Izuku kept his head down and focused. He took notes on common safety signs in a science lab. The teacher began the course with basic safety and planned to move on to biology. After finishing the lesson and finalizing his notes, Izuku realized he still had half an hour before his classmates finished their quirk control practice. He messaged his online teacher with a few questions about the material, and the teacher responded immediately, seeming genuinely pleased to discuss the upcoming lessons. Izuku became excited as they exchanged messages. When his in-person class ended, he sent a quick thank you and closed his laptop. The rest of the school day was bland in comparison, mostly review of the previous year's material. On the walk home, a route slightly longer than his elementary one, he thought about the conversation with his general science teacher and decided to ask about the teacher's hobbies besides teaching when they next spoke. At home, he immediately logged on to speak with Melissa and Samuel, who wanted to know how his first day had gone. The 3 friends argued passionately about what made a hero: heart, strength, or brains. In the end, they agreed that a successful hero needed all 3, and Izuku went to sleep with a smile. Izuku's relationships with his classmates had not changed much since elementary school. The daily beatings had become weekly and usually started because he had made a mistake offering unwanted help or stumbling after being shoved would result in Bakugo and his friends teaching him a harsh lesson. Izuku learned to restrain himself and offer help only when asked. He also became better at adjusting his weight when pushed so he could avoid impact more often. His relationship with his homeroom teacher had worsened compared to elementary school. This teacher was more vocal about his dislike of Izuku and deducted marks for the smallest errors on homework. Izuku did his best to ignore it and kept the problems to himself because he did not want his mother to worry. By contrast, his relationship with his general science teacher had grown strong. Izuku discovered that the teacher worked part-time as a support engineer in addition to teaching. He asked about the teacher's past projects and who he had worked for, and a bond formed as the teacher revealed he worked at a company in Shizuoka Prefecture. Mr. Murata asked if Izuku had enrolled in the course to get ahead. Izuku replied that he wanted to learn the basics before exploring his own ideas. Seeing his enthusiasm, Mr. Murata offered Izuku an internship at his company, explaining that his boss was looking for middle school students to help with simple tasks around the labs and run errands, and that there might be opportunities to assist with real work. Izuku was surprised and asked if Mr. Murata would really do that for him. Mr. Murata said that Izuku was his brightest student and showed genuine passion, and that he would contact Izuku's parents with the details. Izuku was thrilled when his mother approved the internship, saying she preferred he build experience in a safe environment with adult supervision rather than experiment alone at home. It took a week to complete the paperwork, and Izuku soon began his internship at Masuda and Company. He would work there after school on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, at the same time his teacher would be present to supervise. Mr. Murata would be there to guide him. Murata had even offered to give Izuku extra lessons if they had time for them at work. Today was Izuku's first shift, and he was walking from school toward the company when someone called after him. Bakugo shouted from behind him, demanding where he was going, and Izuku turned to find only Bakugo standing there. His friends were nowhere in sight. Izuku stammered that he was going nowhere and tried to continue on his way. Bakugo barked that Izuku should not walk away and reached out to grab his wrist, pulling him to a halt. Bakugo insisted that this was not the way to his house and ordered him to stop messing around and tell him where he was going. Izuku blurted that he had gotten an internship and that he started work that day. He had not planned on telling anyone because he did not want unwanted attention from his peers. Bakugo released his wrist and stalked away angrily, leaving Izuku on the sidewalk. Izuku continued on his way, trying to push down his worry about what might happen at school the next day. When he arrived at the company building, a kind woman at the front desk greeted him and guided him on a tour of the first 2 floors he had clearance for. Izuku wandered the halls with the woman, awed as she showed him different labs, introduced him to workers in their offices, and eventually led him to the break room where Mr. Murata would soon meet him. A tall man in a lab coat remarked that Midoriya was shorter than he had imagined. Izuku recognized the man as his teacher from his profile picture and smiled at meeting him in person. Izuku approached Mr. Murata, offered his hand, and expressed that it was a pleasure to meet him, addressing him as his teacher. Mr. Murata shook his hand, motioned for him to follow, and told him he would show the list of cleaning tasks for Lab C. He added that if Izuku finished before 5 he might be able to help with his latest project. Izuku found that he did not really mind the tedious job of cleaning the lab. There was specific equipment he was not permitted to touch, but the tools he was responsible for were straightforward. He swept and mopped the floors and carefully returned each item to its proper place. Mr. Murata had emphasized that scientists and engineers were serious about keeping their labs organized so everything could be found quickly. Izuku was not fast enough that day to join Mr. Murata's work, but he did not mind. Many of the other workers stopped in to check on him, and some showed him how their equipment functioned. His favorite part came when he helped test a new tracking device. The technicians attached the device to Izuku's shirt and told him to go anywhere on the 2nd floor. Izuku hid beneath the desk of the 2nd floor supervisor, who chuckled at his excitement. The device worked, and the team located him quickly. When his shift ended, Izuku rushed home, eager to tell his mother about the day. His mother listened attentively as she finished supper and said it had been worth the wait to eat with her son. They were not used to eating so late, but she was happy to share the meal. Izuku quickly finished his homework and talked to Melissa. 1 year later, Izuku was happy to begin learning the more advanced aspects of physics and chemistry, not just the basics from his previous online course. Mr. Murata had already set him up with extra lessons, so he was well ahead. He had also learned many practical skills at his internship. Whenever someone needed an extra hand, Izuku was the one they chose. He was always willing to pause from cleaning to learn something new, usually by holding parts or offering his opinion on a prototype's appearance. After his first day back at school, Izuku entered the building and found Mr. Murata waiting in the lobby. Mr. Murata told him there was great news and asked him to follow. Izuku went up the stairs into the office, took the seat in front of the desk, and waited excitedly. Mr. Murata explained that they were adjusting his schedule. He would continue cleaning on Mondays and Tuesdays, but instead of Thursdays he would come in on Saturdays. Mr. Murata said that on Saturdays they would begin teaching him many skills needed in the support field, including sewing and welding. Mr. Murata added that he had permission from the director and only needed Izuku's mother to sign a few permission forms. Izuku stammered that he did not know what to say and thanked Mr. Murata, calling him sensei. Mr. Murata smiled. Izuku finished his rounds cleaning the empty labs before heading home. He had spent the day helping anyone who needed it. When he arrived home, he showed his mother the permission forms. Inko reacted with near-equal excitement and told him he had grown so much and would grow even more. Izuku blushed at his mother's praise and admitted he still felt short. He allowed himself a small smile, feeling one step closer to UA and to the future. He was also building stamina, and he did not know whether to thank the teacher or not. He had not planned to enjoy the results of his solitude, but he could not deny that gaining muscle felt good. Currently, Izuku spent his lunch PRD at school as he normally did, alone in the corner of the schoolyard. The bullying from the beginning of last year had dwindled into his peers simply ignoring him. He had grown used to it and even found he preferred not being pushed around as much, though he still felt lonely. He still had Samuel and Melissa to talk to, but it was not the same as having friends to hang out with. He ate the lunch his mother had prepared and wrote an idea in his notebook when a figure cast a shadow over the page. Izuku looked up in horror to see Bakugo standing there looking down at him. Izuku stammered a hesitant greeting to his former friend. Bakugo made a short sound of annoyance, then sat down next to him. Bakugo ordered Izuku to be quiet and said he wanted nothing but peace and silence as he leaned against the fence with his eyes closed. Izuku stared in shock, swallowed, and returned to his work, doing his best to stay quiet and ignore the intimidating presence beside him. Out of the blue, Bakugo mentioned that his mother wanted him to invite someone to join them for a mountain climbing trip that weekend. He explained that the others had been getting on his nerves and invited Izuku to come, instructing him to be at his house by 8 on Saturday. Bakugo was about to leave when Izuku stopped him. Izuku apologized and explained that he had an internship on Saturday, where he was learning how to weld. Bakugo grunted and said they would go on Sunday instead, telling Izuku not to be late, then left. Izuku noted that Bakugo was still blunt and pushy as before, but he no longer seemed intent on being cruel. Izuku called after him, asking if this meant they could be friends again. Bakugo gave an annoyed look and replied that it was whatever, then turned away. Izuku took that as not a definite no and smiled as he watched Bakugo leave, feeling that this might be a small step toward reconnecting. He quickly messaged his mother with the news. She shared his excitement but voiced concern about the dangers of mountain climbing. It had been years since Izuku had climbed. The last time, Bakugo had shoved him in a scuffle that nearly sent him over the edge before Mitsuki rounded the corner. The memory made Izuku wince, but he smiled, hopeful that this time would be different. He knew mountain climbing was important to Bakugo, so the invitation felt meaningful. Realizing the bell was about to ring, Izuku hurried to class and found Bakugo already seated at his desk. He took a seat at the back and set up his math work. The rest of the school day dragged on. Science covered material Izuku already knew, and his math class was review for the physics courses he took. He sighed as the teacher discussed niches and habitats. After school, Izuku walked home and was surprised when Bakugo matched his pace. They walked in silence until the intersection where they usually parted. Bakugo said a quiet later to Izuku, and Izuku responded cheerfully with his own goodbye. Back at his apartment, Izuku found a big red camping bag and a pair of red hiking shoes waiting in the hallway. His mother explained that Mitsuki had dropped them off and that she was excited Izuku would be joining them on Sunday. Izuku smiled and inspected the gear. It looked slightly used, probably things Bakugo had outgrown, but it would work perfectly. Izuku's welding lesson went better than he expected. Though he had been nervous at first because of the sparks, his instructor reassured him that the protective gear would keep him safe if worn correctly. They reviewed motions and techniques in the office, and at the end of the day his instructor allowed him to try a circular motion for welding. Izuku did reasonably well and managed to join 2 pieces of metal successfully. That evening he told his mother about the day's lesson while she prepared supper. She listened with a smile, surprised that Izuku had already begun practicing. Worried about safety, she asked if he had everything packed for the trip. Izuku said he just needed to pack extra clothing, and she nudged him to finish so she could get dinner ready. He laughed, packed an extra pair of jeans and picked an intentionally silly shirt that he knew would make Mitsuki react. He ate supper with his mother and listened to her rules for the trip, understanding that her worry came from care. He reassured her that he would be with Aunt Mitsuki the whole time. The next morning Izuku ate quickly, eager for the climb. He shouldered the red camping bag, put on the hiking shoes, and raced down the building's main staircase. When he arrived at the Bakugo house with time to spare, he rang the bell and was embraced by Mitsuki as soon as she opened the door. Izuku squirmed a bit as she hugged him tightly and peppered his cheeks with affectionate kisses. She finally let him go and took his bag off his shoulders, saying she would put it in the van and telling him to go inside and help his uncle Masaru pack the lunches. Izuku complied and ran into the kitchen to greet his uncle. He began helping pack the lunches into a cooler when Bakugo came shooting down the stairs, yelling for everyone to hurry and get going. Izuku heard his aunt from outside telling Bakugo he was the last one ready and to stop yelling, and the two of them argued until Izuku and Masaru joined them in the van. Izuku hopped into the back next to Bakugo. The drive to the mountain climbing site was mostly quiet until Bakugo and Mitsuki began arguing over which music to play. Masaru turned in the driver's seat and smiled at Izuku through the rearview mirror. Izuku smiled back, accustomed to Bakugo's yelling from school, and enjoyed the rest of the trip. When they arrived, Bakugo and Masaru began getting the bags out of the trunk while Mitsuki went over the basics with Izuku. The group took a moderate trail and made their way through the trees toward the mountain. Izuku did better than he had expected, though his legs had to compensate for the lack of muscle in his arms. Bakugo yelled at him to gain some arm strength after Izuku lost his grip. Izuku replied that it was easier said than done since he was only allowed to run during gym class. Bakugo told him to get some dumbbells. Izuku protested that he did not have the money to buy them, and Bakugo huffed and continued climbing, offering help when needed. Izuku followed Bakugo's instructions and thanked him when they reached the top. Bakugo dismissed the thanks in his usual sharp tone, so Izuku thanked him again and raised his hands in surrender when Bakugo gave him a cold glare. Mitsuki called the group to lunch from the blanket. Izuku took his phone and walked up to Bakugo, who looked at him with a puzzled expression. Izuku wrapped an arm around Bakugo's shoulders, pulled him close, and aimed the phone high to take a photo of the two of them in front of the landscape. The result showed Izuku with a bright smile and Bakugo with a small smirk. As Izuku looked at the photo, Bakugo grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled him forward. Bakugo warned Izuku not to show the picture to anyone outside their families or there would be consequences, then let him go and joined his parents on the blanket. Izuku followed with a smile. Izuku whispered that he would not show it to anyone. The following week went smoothly. Bakugo joined Izuku during lunch every other day and they often walked home together on days when Izuku did not have his internship. On Friday, as Izuku was about to continue home, Bakugo grabbed the back of his shirt and pulled him toward Bakugo's house. Izuku flailed a little until Bakugo released him, then followed down the street. They arrived quickly and Izuku called a hello to his aunt and uncle before following Bakugo to his room. Bakugo pulled a bin from under his bed and handed it to Izuku. When Izuku tried to lift it, he nearly dropped it from the weight. Bakugo warned him to be careful and explained that they were his old dumbbells, too light for him now, and that Izuku could have them. Izuku stammered with surprise and gratitude. Bakugo reiterated that the bin was his and told him to grab the other side. Together they carried the heavy bin back to Izuku's apartment. When they entered the apartment, Inko greeted Bakugo warmly and was happy to see the two old friends together again. Bakugo helped Izuku put the bin in his room. Inko asked him to tell his parents that they should have dinner together sometime, and Bakugo nodded before giving his aunt a quick kiss on the cheek and leaving. The two families ended up having dinner together at the Midoriya residence on Sunday and agreed to take turns hosting once a month. By the end of Izuku's second year of middle school, he had improved in many areas. His knowledge of the sciences exceeded that of a typical middle schooler. He and Bakugo had begun training together, Izuku for enjoyment and Bakugo to become a better hero, so Izuku had grown noticeably fitter. He had mastered basic sewing, welding, woodwork, and computer programming. His relationship with Bakugo had strengthened, and he remained in contact with his international friends. Overall, the year was a success, and Izuku was excited to begin creating prototypes of his ideas so he could apply to his dream school, UA. 2 months into his final year of middle school, Izuku had plenty of ideas for support items but could not decide which one to build first. He had a design for a grappling hook that could emit an electric jolt to deter interruptions while a hero moved, a device that could send out sound waves and detect heat through thick debris, and many other concepts that could help heroes locate victims or find villains in empty buildings. The possibilities seemed endless. No matter how much he tried, he could not choose. When Bakugo sat down next to him during lunch, Izuku quickly handed him his Support Research Volume 5 and asked him to pick one. Bakugo suggested making more than one and said whichever worked best by the end of the year should be sent in with the application. He expressed amazement at how Izuku could be both painfully naive and brilliantly inventive at the same time. Izuku's face lit up at the idea and praised Bakugo for the suggestion. Bakugo responded with a self-satisfied sound. Izuku smiled at his friend and began deciding which designs to build first, the rescue device, then the grappling hook, and finally the anti-gravity shoes. The 3 designs were the most thoroughly planned out, and Izuku felt confident in all 3. Izuku thanked Bakugo once more as lunch ended. Bakugo dismissed him with a curt insult as they made their way to class. The rest of the school day dragged as Izuku squirmed in his seat. Mr. Murata had arranged for Izuku to use company equipment and supplies to build his prototypes. The CEO liked what he had seen in Izuku and agreed to the request on the condition that Izuku would be supervised. When the final bell rang and Izuku's freedom was announced, he raced to the company building. Mr. Murata stood at the front desk and looked pleased to see him. Mr. Murata asked whether Izuku had decided which device he would make. Izuku nodded and explained that he hoped to complete all 3 by the end of the year, starting with the rescue sensor. Mr. Murata asked if Izuku already had a list of equipment and materials. Izuku held up his notebook in response. Mr. Murata said they should get started. Izuku spent most of the evening programming a microchip so the device could recognize structural abnormalities, people, and dangerous devices. By the end of the night, the microchip was ready for testing, and Mr. Murata promised to run the first trials before Izuku returned the next day. While packing his bag, Izuku looked up at his old teacher and thanked him for everything. Mr. Murata smiled, told Izuku he did not need to thank him, and said he was glad to help the next generation. He also predicted that Izuku would become a popular costume designer. Izuku smiled at the encouragement. While he enjoyed designing support items, his passion leaned toward hero costume design. Izuku finished packing and went home, excited to see what his mother had made for supper. It took Izuku a little over a month to finish the final prototype of his rescue device, which he named Signal Catcher. He had been unsure about the name, but he needed one. The final product had taken a long time to complete, and the complications taught him how frustrating it was when things did not work as planned. Mr. Murata had laughed at Izuku on several occasions when the device failed to detect the heat signatures he set up. Mr. Murata thought Izuku's frustrated expressions were endearing, which only embarrassed him more. Eventually, after fixing the remaining bugs, Izuku was ready to move on to his next prototype. The grappling hook would be easier to build since he could base it on a standard design and add components to make it conduct electricity. Izuku needed a way to ensure only the wire would carry a shock so the hero holding it would be safe. A little research led him to a material commonly used by heroes with electric quirks that could replace the metal body. The material was widely used, so obtaining it was not difficult. By the end of the next month he had finished the grappling hook prototype and felt much more satisfied with it than with the signal catcher. It had far fewer bugs to resolve. The third design proved the most difficult. Izuku had to dive deep into the science behind anti-gravity systems before he could begin building his shoes. His concept focused on allowing the wearer to build up energy through walking or running and then focus that energy in the shoes to propel themselves into the air, almost as if defying gravity. Safety concerns were paramount. He needed to prevent rapid, uncontrolled descents. Izuku designed a remote to control when the stored energy would be released and added small turbojets to the soles for controlled landings. Once the safety systems were in place, he finalized the shoes' appearance, modeling them after his red hiking shoes but a bit bulkier, more like sneakers. Mr. Murata allowed him to test them because he had made the prototype in Izuku's shoe size, which Izuku claimed had not been intentional. Testing the shoes was exhilarating. The first trial revealed the need for a way to limit energy release per jump when Izuku launched so high he hit his head on the ceiling. His mother was upset that he had injured his head. Izuku added a control mechanism to regulate jump strength without difficulty. With 4 months left until the UA written entrance exam, Izuku studied intensely. Since his 3 prototypes were complete, he could focus more on academics and visited the company only every other Saturday so they could take on another intern who needed the experience. At that moment Izuku lay sprawled on Bakugo's bed, both of them studying for the UA entrance exam. They had agreed to help each other. Izuku would cover science, the one subject Bakugo struggled with, and Bakugo would help with Japanese literature. Bakugo called from the floor and stammered that he needed Izuku's help with something. Izuku asked if it was another chemical equation as he sat up. Bakugo said no and explained that it concerned a support item he might need, admitting he did not know exactly how it should work and that it was up to Izuku to figure it out. Izuku agreed to help. Izuku asked what Bakugo needed. Bakugo looked slightly hesitant. It was no secret he hated admitting he needed help, so Izuku did not push and waited until he was ready. Bakugo explained that his quirk was limited by the amount of sweat on his hands and that he needed a way to conserve extra sweat so he could release it all at once. He asked Izuku to figure out a way to make that happen. Izuku wrote down the request. Izuku suggested that Bakugo could wear devices on both wrists with heaters and reservoirs to collect sweat, but they would have to be sealed off from his hands so he would not accidentally trigger them. He proposed adding design features so the stored energy would fire outward and be aimable with his hands. Bakugo complained that Izuku was mumbling and told him to make the devices look like grenades because it suited his quirk. Izuku considered the idea and proposed a pin that, once pulled, would release the stored sweat and ignite it, though he noted this would limit Bakugo to using the devices only a couple of times per battle. Bakugo said that was acceptable for now, since it was only until his quirk got stronger, and he asked Izuku to finish them before the entrance exam so he could test them and decide whether to include them in his costume request. Izuku promised they would be ready and asked to be the first to see Bakugo's hero costume design. Bakugo dismissed the request and told him to get out of the room. Izuku packed his things, said goodbye to Bakugo's parents, and left. At school, Izuku's teacher was discussing differences between American and British English, but Izuku was too excited to pay attention. After school he would bring Bakugo to his internship so Bakugo could try out the grenadier bracers that Izuku had built. He felt proud of the support items and of the name. When the bell rang, Izuku packed quickly and found Bakugo waiting impatiently. The two left and headed to Masuda and company. As they entered the building, Bakugo warned Izuku that the devices better not destroy his hands. Izuku urged Bakugo to have faith in him, retrieved the gauntlets from a drawer, and handed them over. He instructed Bakugo to try them on and begin storing sweat, noting they had to wait for supervision before attempting a blast. Bakugo put the gauntlets on and switched on the heaters rather than do exercises to produce sweat. Mr. Murata arrived not long after. He asked if they were ready for a blast and then led them to a corner of the lab where a large weighted tarp had been prepared to absorb the impact. Izuku explained that Bakugo would not need to aim with his hands or ignite the devices manually. Once the pin was pulled, the devices would ignite by themselves. He also explained he had not yet found a way to let Bakugo control exactly how much each bracer used. Bakugo interrupted to say he planned to use all of it or none of it and did not intend to hold back. Bakugo pulled a pin on the right bracer. A bright flash and concussive blast shot out and sent them skidding back a short distance. The display was loud and spectacular but left them unharmed. Bakugo smiled and did the same with the left bracer. He told Izuku that he liked them. Izuku said he was glad Bakugo liked the bracers and revealed they were the items he intended to submit with his UA application. He asked Bakugo to hand them back so he could reset them and prepare to send them in the next day. Bakugo hesitated but returned the gauntlets and watched Izuku work. After Izuku used a specific tool to reset the devices, he placed them in a large duffel bag and explained that he was bringing home everything he had built since it was his last day at the internship. Bakugo nodded. Izuku reviewed the upcoming entrance exam schedule with Bakugo. The hero course exams would begin Monday and continue through Wednesday. Business course would be Thursday, support Friday, and general Saturday. Bakugo would take the hero exam on Monday, so he had 4 days left to do final studying. He asked Izuku for a strap for the duffel bag and said he needed to get back to studying. Izuku handed him a strap and the two headed to Izuku's apartment. At the apartment, Izuku called out to his mother and asked if Bakugo could join them for supper. Inko replied from the kitchen that they were having homemade sushi. The boys dropped off the duffel bag in Izuku's room and Bakugo went straight to Izuku's desk to check out a new All Might figure. He wondered aloud whether the figure had been released recently. Izuku explained that he already had that model but that it had been a farewell gift from the scientists and engineers at Masuda and Company, so he did not mind owning a second. Bakugo made a dismissive noise, pulled out his science notes, and told Izuku he had 2 hours to explain his material. A few days later, while Bakugo was taking his entrance exam and 4 days before Izuku was scheduled to take his, Izuku realized a flaw in his plan. He had no way to demonstrate the grenadier bracers without Bakugo being present. There was the option of him taking a jar of Bakugo's sweat with him, but there were many problems with that idea. One was that it was absolutely disgusting, and another was how he would ever convince Bakugo to give him his sweat. Izuku's mind worked frantically as he tried to think of a solution. Eventually his mother noticed him pacing and, seeing his panic, told him to call the school and see if he could bring Katsuki in for his demonstration. Izuku found the school's number online and called. Hound Dog answered, identifying himself as Yue's line. Izuku froze at the sound of the hero's voice, then apologized, admitting he had not expected a hero to answer. Hound Dog explained that only heroes worked at UA and asked how he could help. Izuku explained that he was taking the support entrance exam and had a potential issue with his prototype demonstration. The item he had built was designed specifically for his friend, and he could not demonstrate it without that friend's quirk. Hound Dog expressed surprise that an applicant had a support item made for a specific person and asked for Izuku's name. When Izuku gave it, Hound Dog agreed to let his friend come along on Friday and asked that the friend wait in a classroom while Izuku completed the written portion. Hound Dog also suggested holding the demonstration outside for safety and said he would join in. He noted he would inform Principal Nizu and Power Loader and ended the call, which eased Izuku's nerves. A few hours later, after waiting until Bakugo would likely be home, Izuku messaged him asking how Bakugo's exam had gone. Bakugo replied bluntly that the practical exam had been easy and that he had expected more from UA. Izuku then asked Bakugo to come to UA for the prototype demonstration, explaining that Hound Dog had approved and that Bakugo could wait in a classroom while Izuku took the written test. Bakugo responded with typical bravado and agreed to come on the condition that he be allowed to blow things up. Izuku reminded him of the basic plan, and Bakugo said he had to go because the old woman was calling him. Izuku asked him to say hello to Aunt Mitsuki. The next day Izuku walked through the UA gates, following Bakugo to the main office. He had been told by Hound Dog to arrive 30 minutes before the written exam so Bakugo would not have to sit through it. Izuku tried to memorize everything as they proceeded. In the office they found Hound Dog and a group of pro-heroes waiting with mugs of coffee or tea. Principal Nizu, a small animal-like figure who greeted them, introduced himself and asked if Izuku was ready to demonstrate his prototype. Izuku stammered that he was ready. Principal Nizu explained that a few extra teachers had shown interest and that they would observe the demonstration at Ground Beta, a large training area with buildings laid out like a city. Izuku followed the principal, feeling both nervous and determined as several pro-heroes fell into step, including Hound Dog, Power Loader, Midnight, Present Mike, 13, and Cementos. 13 waved when she noticed Izuku looking at her, and the presence of the teachers made the moment feel important. In the middle of an intersection, Principal Nizu told Izuku to set up and then introduce the prototype, requesting that he explain what it was intended to help with and how it functioned. Izuku set his case on the ground and handed Bakugo the gauntlets. Bakugo put them on and activated the heater to begin, allowing the gauntlets to absorb his sweat. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya from Aldra Junior High and explained that the prototype was a support item he had built for his friend Katsuki Bakugo, whose quirk is explosion. He described how Bakugo's sweat contains an explosive compound he can ignite, and how the grenadier bracers would store that sweat. The gauntlets contained a heater so Bakugo could warm his hands and continue to store sweat even when not physically active. When the storage tanks filled, pulling a pin on the gauntlet would release a powerful blast. Izuku noticed interest on the teachers' faces and felt relieved to have their attention. Principal Nizu asked to see the device in action. Izuku warned Bakugo to avoid excessive damage, and the principal assured them that any damage could be repaired, which only sharpened Bakugo's determination. Bakugo aimed his right arm at a nearby vacant car and pulled the pin. A bright explosion propelled the car into the side of a nearby building, leaving a large hole in the wall and sending debris scattering in dramatic, non-graphic bursts. The car lay ruined and burned as smoke and flames danced where it had been. Izuku turned to read the teachers' reactions and felt proud to see three distinct emotions across their faces. Principal Nizu and Midnight showed excitement, Power Loader and Hound Dog looked awestruck, and Cementos and Present Mike appeared afraid. He could not quite read 13th's expression. Principal Nizu commented that the demonstration had been truly extraordinary. Bakugo passed the gauntlets back to Izuku, who began to reset his right gauntlet. Principal Nizu then announced that they should move to the site of the written exam and thanked Bakugo for helping with the demonstration. Bakugo left the school and Izuku made his way to the giant lecture hall where the written exam would be held. He had not expected to arrive after anyone else. Many people his age were already seated in their assigned places. Izuku quickly climbed the stairs to his row and sat beside a boy with dirty blonde hair. He intended to introduce himself but decided to leave it alone after the boy gave him a cold glare. Izuku waited in silence until Present Mike took the stage. Present Mike excitedly introduced the exam as it was handed out and explained the rules. Cheating would void an application, and everyone had only the allotted time to complete the test. At first, Izuku was too panicked to focus on anything besides getting as much information down as he could. He kept writing until he finally checked the time and realized he had plenty. He slowed down, took time to think about the questions, and began with the subjects he felt most confident in. The science portion was straightforward and he moved through it quickly. The math section had a few difficult problems, but he worked through them. Thanks to help from Melissa and Samuel, he managed the foreign language sections without too much trouble. Japanese literature proved a bit tougher, but imagining Bakugo yelling in the background helped him push through. By the end of the exam, Izuku had reviewed most of the questions he had rushed through and added a little more to them. He felt satisfied with his performance and tried not to dwell on it. He knew it would be at least a week or two before he heard back. In the meantime, he still had one more week of middle school to finish. Izuku rushed home, eager to tell his mother how the day had gone. When he entered the apartment, he noticed 3 extra pairs of shoes by the door. He ran into his Aunt Mitsuki's arms and greeted her excitedly. Mitsuki asked how it had gone and joked that Katsuki would not spill the details, smiling at Izuku and shooting a warning glare in Bakugo's direction. Izuku told them that he thought it had gone well, that the teachers seemed impressed by the gauntlets and by Bakugo's quirk, and that the written exam had been easier than he had expected. He added that the science portion had been so simple he had finished it quickly. Mitsuki laughed and ushered Izuku to the couch, asking him to repeat it at a slower pace. Izuku restated everything at a normal speed while his mother Inko and Uncle Masaru listened from the kitchen and Bakugo sprawled in an armchair. Masaru said it was a good thing they had come over to celebrate, and Izuku protested that they could not celebrate yet since they did not know if he would get in. Bakugo made a dismissive noise and asserted that he had definitely been accepted. Mitsuki threw the nearest pillow at her son, and Bakugo glared before returning another in kind. As the two began a loud pillow-throwing argument, Izuku moved to the kitchen island to watch his mother and uncle cook. He would have helped more if there had not been a risk of him causing a fire, He preferred to do safe prep like cutting vegetables and leave the rest to the others. When Bakugo and Mitsuki finally stopped yelling, supper was ready. The 5 of them gathered around the table and enjoyed a home-cooked meal. The conversation jumped from work to All Might to school, each person chiming in. Izuku smiled as he looked around the table, feeling that these people believed in him and were his support team. His happiness was interrupted briefly by another round of shouting between Bakugo and Mitsuki, which made Inko and Masaru shake their heads. Izuku laughed at the familiar scene. Izuku's time at Aldra Middle School finally came to an end. He did not feel much attachment to the school itself, given how the teachers had treated him, so he would not miss it. He left the school gates with Bakugo and they headed for home. Bakugo had received his admission letter from UA the day before, and Izuku had been far more excited than Bakugo himself. Izuku nearly cried tears of joy for his friend, and Bakugo told him to calm down, reminding him that Bakugo had been the one who got in. Izuku broke the silence between them by calling Bakugo's nickname. Bakugo, sounding annoyed, asked what was wrong. Izuku asked hesitantly whether he would still be friends with Bakugo if he did not get into UA. Bakugo replied that their families still hosted annual dinners and that, even if they both got in, they would not be hanging out as much because Bakugo would have to focus on the hero course and Izuku would have his own responsibilities. Izuku asked whether that meant they would not be as close even if both were accepted. Bakugo reassured him that they would still be friends, but explained that they would not be spending time together at school. When Izuku feared it might be because he was quirkless, Bakugo was surprised and denied it, insisting that he would be busy training and that Izuku would make friends in the support course. Izuku accepted Bakugo's answer, dropped the subject, and they parted ways. Izuku continued on toward home. When he arrived, Izuku changed his shoes quickly and entered the apartment to find his mother on the couch staring at the coffee table. Inko turned to him and told him a letter had come from UA for him. Izuku froze and then moved slowly to the coffee table, sitting beside his mother and staring at the white envelope. The two sat silently, both a little afraid. Inko urged him to open it, and Izuku hesitated before picking up the envelope and bringing it to his chest. He met his mother's encouraging look and opened it, letting the contents fall onto the table. A small circular device lay there, and when Izuku reached for it, a screen extended and displayed Power Loader. Power Loader introduced itself and praised Izuku for his performance on the written entrance exam, noting that he had the second best overall mark among support course applicants and had exceeded expectations across the board. As Izuku watched, a second screen lit up and footage of his prototype demonstration played. Inko gasped at the scene showing Bakugo using his explosion quirk to blow up the car, then exchanged a worried glare with her son. Power Loader continued, explaining that the faculty and Principal Nizu had been impressed by Izuku's grenadier bracers. It described how the bracers directed the force of the blast and had remained intact, and how customization for the user's needs was a strength for support engineers. The device reported Izuku's scores, a written exam score of 187 out of 200 and a perfect 10 out of 10 on his support gear. Power Loader then announced that Izuku Midoriya had been accepted into the support course at UA and said it looked forward to teaching him in the spring. When the device powered down, Izuku and Inko stared at the empty space and then burst into tears. Inko embraced her son and told him how proud she was, while Izuku sat frozen with tears of joy. Izuku thought to himself that he had made it into UA. After a celebratory dinner with his mother, Izuku rushed to his room to share the news with his friends. Bakugo's response was terse and indifferent, while Melissa and Samuel reacted with much more enthusiasm. Melissa congratulated him and expressed that she had always believed he could do it. Samuel asked how he had achieved such a high written score. Izuku, using his online handle, credited his friends for helping him with English and Spanish. Samuel insisted Izuku had studied hard, and Melissa added that their uncle, All Might, would also be at UA as a teacher. Izuku was stunned at the idea of being in the same building as All Might all day. Samuel teased that it wasn't like Izuku had dinner with All Might or anything, and Izuku protested, smiling at his phone. Izuku wondered why All Might had decided to teach. He reasoned that heroes could not work forever and that many retired heroes taught to stay occupied. Some split their time between teaching and hero work. The thought made him frown, but he accepted it as likely. That night Izuku's brain would not shut off. He imagined what life at his dream school would be like, dreamed of making friends and speaking with his favorite heroes, and finally dozed off in the early morning. Izuku and Bakugo did not travel to school together. Bakugo had made that decision, and Izuku accepted it. Freed from daily gym laps, Izuku developed a habit of waking early for morning runs through his neighborhood. During these runs he searched for inspiration for his next prototype, eager to build again after his internship had ended. After a run he showered and dressed in the new uniform the school had sent, struggling with the red tie despite watching several how-to videos. He eventually managed something that looked like a tie, even if it was small and bulky. At breakfast, Inko reminded him firmly to follow his teacher's instructions and especially warned him not to make weapons like those he had built for Bakugo without her permission. Izuku resolved not to tell her about his plans. He did not want to worry her and he planned to work under Power Loader's supervision at school. He finished breakfast quickly and left the apartment carrying his large duffel bag of prototypes. He reached the train station and boarded without difficulty. Since he was early, the car was not crowded. He set his bag in front of him and watched the scenery pass as the train moved from city to city. When he finally arrived at Mizudafu, the stations were crowded with people heading to work and school. Izuku jumped off the train and followed his mental map to UA High School. Reporters had lined the entry gate and were stopping students to interview them. A microphone was shoved into his face, and a reporter fired off question after question about All Might possibly teaching at the school and whether he was in the hero course. Izuku could not answer before the next question came. The reporter finally looked at him expectantly. Izuku told the reporter that he had heard All Might was coming to teach at UA, but that he was in the support course and doubted All Might would be teaching him, then hurried past, his bag growing heavier with every step. Inside the gates, the buzz of excitement remained. Izuku made his way toward the hall for first-year students, passing older students chatting with friends. Near the building entrance, he noticed a girl with pink hair struggling with a duffel bag even larger than his own. He walked up and lifted the other end. The girl let out a surprised yelp as the weight shifted and almost toppled backward. Izuku apologized and explained that he had seen she might need help. The girl looked up with green-yellow eyes and a bright smile and explained that her babies were quite heavy. When Izuku asked what she meant by babies, she clarified cheerfully that she meant her inventions and warned him not to drop them, saying it with such happiness that it came across as an earnest order rather than a threat. He asked if she was in the support course as well, and she confirmed that she was. They walked into the first year's hall together. He realized he had failed to introduce himself, so he awkwardly said his name was Izuku Midoriya. The girl introduced herself exuberantly as Mei Hatsum and told him to call her Mei-chan. Izuku flushed at the nickname and nodded. Izuku found his storage unit at the back of the classroom and gently put his bag inside, deciding to leave the gadgets in it for now. He checked the chalkboard for the seating chart and discovered he was assigned next to Mei on the left side of the front row. He sat down and smiled as Mei arrived. She said she was from Kyoto Prefecture. Izuku said he was from Shizuoka Prefecture and felt his cheeks warm when she leaned in to ask about his own prototypes. They spent the next hour before class talking excitedly about their current prototypes and became fast friends before other students filled the room. Mr. Higuri, the hero known as Power Loader, sat at the front desk and watched them with interest, particularly when they discussed one of their projects. He stood and announced that he was their homeroom teacher as well as their engineering teacher, explained that this classroom would cover common high school subjects, and told them about a lab down the hall where they would build prototypes. Izuku listened eagerly as Mr. Higuri continued, explaining that he would teach homeroom and engineering while other pro heroes would teach different subjects: Midnight for modern hero art history, Present Mike for English, Cementos for modern literature, and Ectoplasm for math. The chance to learn from so many pro heroes made Izuku more excited. The morning passed quickly with introductions to teachers and classmates, but many students seemed hesitant to approach Izuku and Mei. Izuku suspected the hesitation came from him and Mei being the only students with more than one prototype already built. Others might assume they had found a way to cheat the system. Mei explained that her uncle was a support engineer and that she had interned with him, which seemed to provoke glances from some classmates when they mentioned their internship experiences between classes. When lunch came, Izuku headed quickly to the cafeteria. Izuku was excited to see Lunch Rush preparing food in front of a group of students. He joined the line and waited patiently behind a tall boy with dark blue hair and a girl slightly shorter than him with shoulder-length brown hair. The girl with brown hair said that she thought Mr. Aizawa was a bit odd but that he must be good since he taught at UA. Izuku recognized Mr. Aizawa as Eraserhead and realized that Bakugo was in that class too, meaning they were all in the hero course. He forced himself to stay composed. He was in a school taught by heroes and reminded himself not to gush over classmates simply because they wanted to be heroes someday. He picked up a tray of food and paid at the end of the line. Scanning the cafeteria, Izuku saw many students from his class sitting at one table. When he tried to join them, one of their classmates hesitated and apologized that the seat was being saved. Izuku smiled and said that it was fine. Nothing new here, he thought. He considered returning to the classroom where Mei was, polishing her equipment, at least for company. As he left the cafeteria, he noticed Bakugo at a large table surrounded by classmates. One red-headed student had the nerve to put an arm around Bakugo, which provoked a loud reaction from him. Izuku snorted softly and left the cafeteria, relieved that Bakugo had plenty of people around him. Back in the classroom, Izuku found Mei at the back carefully polishing a pair of goggles. He sat on the floor nearby and began to eat while watching her work. Mei looked up and remarked that she had thought he would eat in the cafeteria with the rest of the class. Izuku explained that he had tried but had felt unwelcome. Mei made a small sound of displeasure and returned to her polishing. Mei said she thought it was ridiculous that others were judging them because they had done internships before coming to UA, insisting that learning as much as possible was part of the business. Izuku suggested the rest of the class simply had fewer opportunities. He offered some of his lunch to Mei, who accepted, and they ate in companionable silence. Mei then said that Izuku's name sounded familiar and asked why. Izuku admitted that he had been Japan's representative for a hero costume design contest 4 years earlier and blushed as he explained, asking Mei not to tell the rest of the class because it might give them more reasons to dislike him. Mei suddenly remembered and excitedly asked about his visit to Island, whether it had lived up to its reputation, and how many tests he had gotten to observe there. If it had not been for Izuku's growing familiarity with Mei's exuberant manner, her last question might have been unnerving. Izuku answered her questions about the island and the two finished his lunch quickly. They returned the tray to the cafeteria together. On their return they passed a small crowd where Bakugo was berating one of their classmates, his shirt splattered with pink juice and his classmate looking frightened. Several students held Bakugo back from escalating the situation. Izuku ignored the group and returned his tray to Lunch Rush, confident that Bakugo would not take things so far as to risk suspension or expulsion. Izuku and Hatsum walked back to class and took their seats while discussing what they might do in the next PRD. In the teacher's lounge, Mr. Higuri announced that he had a predicament as he entered the room. Midnight spun in her chair and asked if a star student was causing trouble. Mr. Higuri explained that it involved 2 students, one quiet and polite, the other loud and bold. Both had completed internships and already knew the safety procedures normally taught on the first day of engineering, and he did not want them to be bored. Midnight volunteered to take the loud one, noting that her third-year engineering class had been dull last year and that the outspoken student might liven things up. Mr. Higuri thanked her and said he would send Hatsum to Midnight. That left Midoriya, which caught Toshinori's attention. Toshinori asked about Izuku Midoriya, and the other teachers confirmed that many of them remembered him from a few years back. Toshinori said he knew Izuku and recalled that he had made an impression on Dave. 13 added that Izuku had been extraordinary for someone so young and that he had shared a plane ride back to Japan with him, noting that Izuku had kept a notebook full of Quirk and hero analyses. Nizu popped up from behind the couch and asked if someone had mentioned analyses, then said that he would love to hear the ideas and analyses Izuku had to share. The teachers watched the principal's excited reaction at the prospect of a promising apprentice. It had been many years since Nizu had taken such an interest in a student. In Class 1H, Power Loader was not surprised to find Hatsum and Midoriya already at their desks while many of the other students were probably still in the cafeteria. He had noticed how the rest of the class treated them differently because of their head start, But he was glad they had each other, even if it might mean double trouble later. Power Loader took his seat and told them that the engineering lesson for the PRD would cover safety procedures the others would have already learned during internships. He said he had found places for the two of them elsewhere for the PRD. Hatsum would join Midnight in Class 3C, and arrangements would be made for Midoriya as well. Power Loader announced that Midoriya would be spending time with Principal Nizu. Izuku reacted with obvious surprise. Many students flushed at the news. Mei looked disappointed at the prospect of missing lab time, and Izuku noticed her pout. Power Loader reassured Hatsum that later in the year students who exceeded expectations could spend extra time in the lab, and he was sure the two of them would be among them. Izuku brightened at the thought of all the inventions and ideas he wanted to explore. Izuku walked quietly to Principal Nizu's office, peeking into classrooms along the way to see which pro-heroes were teaching. The sight of so many of his idols filled him with excitement. When he reached Nizu's door, he paused and took a deep breath. He felt nervous. This was the principal of UA, one of the most intelligent beings in the world, and Izuku was quirkless. The door opened and Principal Nizu greeted him warmly, inviting him inside. Nizu led Izuku to a blue couch and poured tea for them both. Izuku enthusiastically described how amazing UA was but stopped himself before launching into a long list of things he wanted to see on the school grounds. Nizu mentioned that 13 had told him about Izuku's hero analysis notebooks and that he was intrigued. Izuku blushed and downplayed it as a hobby he had since childhood. Nizu observed that analysis was an uncommon hobby for children and asked how many notebooks Izuku had. Izuku explained that he had 13 notebooks on hero and quirk analysis and had just started his 6th notebook for support ideas. Nizu asked to see them. Izuku handed over the 2 most recent notebooks, and Nizu read through their contents with keen interest. As they reviewed the notebooks, Nizu asked detailed questions about Izuku's thought processes and sources of inspiration. The conversation moved quickly, with both of them speaking at a rapid, excited pace. Their discussion was interrupted when Izuku's phone buzzed. Bakugo was calling. Nizu glanced at the phone and noted that Bakugo was likely in heroics with all might, then encouraged Izuku to answer. Izuku took the call. Bakugo demanded that Izuku come down to Gym Beta immediately because a classmate had tampered with his training grenades and he needed Izuku to reset them before his drill. Bakugo ended the call abruptly. Izuku told Nizu that Bakugo needed him to reset support items, and Nizu agreed on one condition. He wanted to continue reading Izuku's analyses while they walked to Gym Beta, and he asked if he could ride in Izuku's backpack. Izuku was stunned but complied. Nizu climbed into the yellow backpack and remarked on the apparent room and on Izuku's athletic build, asking if he worked out. Izuku shook his head and carefully hoisted the bag onto his shoulders. He walked cautiously, mindful of his tendency to be clumsy and determined not to drop the principal. They did not take long to reach Gym Beta. Bakugo was waiting by the gate and made his urgency clear about preparing for training. Izuku set his backpack on the ground with Nizu still inside, reading. Bakugo looked shocked and confused to see the principal in Izuku's backpack. Izuku got to work quickly resetting the gauntlets. As he finished, a red-haired classmate approached and began to introduce himself, but Bakugo brusquely cut him off, took the gauntlets from Izuku, and physically pulled Izuku away. Izuku noted, with quiet resignation, that Bakugo did not want them to be seen as friends at school. Izuku picked up his bag and carried the principal back to the private office. Principal Nizu climbed out of the backpack and remarked that he had learned quite a bit about Izuku from his analysis, then asked how far Izuku had progressed in his science and math courses. Izuku explained that he had begun beginner science in his first year of middle school and, by the end of his internship and final year there, his teacher had told him he was likely at the level of a third-year high school student. He mumbled the last part and rubbed the back of his head. Nizu found the preparation remarkable and noted it was not uncommon for support students to be advanced. He complimented Izuku and suggested meeting once a week to continue their conversations. Izuku accepted the offer with a bright smile, and Nizu took a seat behind his desk. Izuku left the office and hurried toward the lab wing, catching up with his class as they returned. A classmate whispered angrily, wondering why Izuku and Hatsum had skipped class and accusing them of getting special treatment. Izuku stammered that teacher Higuri had decided they could miss the lab safety review since they were already familiar with it, but his explanation faltered. He gave up and took his seat just as Present Mike entered to begin the English lesson. Izuku discovered he was ahead in English as well, but he deliberately refrained from answering questions. He did not want everyone to know another area where he excelled. He thought briefly that it was not his fault he had two friends who did not know Japanese. The day flew by, and when the bell rang, Izuku felt a little sad that it was over. The hallway was crowded with first-year students, so he waited until it thinned before heading for the exit. A voice behind him mocked the old rule about the bell dismissing the class, and another student scolded Mineta for interrupting the lesson. Izuku turned to see Class 1A leaving with Bakugo at the head of the group, practically running. Bakugo caught up to Izuku, grabbed his arm, and began dragging him toward the exit. A red-headed student called out, asking if Bakugo was coming to the cafe and recognizing Izuku from the gate, eager to meet him. Bakugo snapped at the interruption, and when the redhead reached them, Bakugo barked for them to move aside. The redhead ignored the command and extended a hand to shake Izuku's. The red-headed student introduced himself as Aijiro Kirishima, and Izuku returned his smile as they shook hands. Izuku then introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya of Class 1H. A tall girl with dark hair in a ponytail noted that 1H was one of the support classes. Izuku nodded, slightly embarrassed by the attention. Bakugo growled that they did not have time for socializing and insisted they would be late. A blonde student used Bakugo's childhood nickname, and Bakugo turned with a ferocious glare, warning them never to use it again with unmistakable intensity. The group fell silent for a moment. Kirishima suggested they were heading to a cafe down the street and asked if Izuku wanted to join, but Bakugo interrupted, saying he already had a family dinner to celebrate the first day of school and tried again to pull Izuku along. Izuku planted his feet and resisted. When Bakugo's hold released, he bowed politely, thanked them for the invitation, and explained that he and Bakugo had a dinner arrangement. The others called their goodbyes as they dispersed. On the train, Izuku commented that Bakugo's classmates seemed nice. Bakugo dismissed the idea, grumbling that they were all annoying extras, to which Izuku laughed and observed that everyone seemed like an extra to Bakugo. Bakugo bristled and exploded in anger, insisting he would deal with anyone who challenged him. Izuku quickly intervened, telling Bakugo not to start a fight and explaining that he only meant his own class was more competitive and that he and Mei were a little ahead academically, which made the others hesitant. Bakugo relaxed somewhat and declared that being ahead simply meant Izuku was better than them. He believed anyone who wanted to be the best should have known what they were up against. Izuku protested that it was not about being the best. For him it was about helping heroes so they could save people. Their conversation shifted to teachers and the thrill of meeting their favorite heroes in person. Bakugo spoke in awe about All Might complimenting his quirk and noting his potential. Izuku smiled at the excited look on his friend's face. The day had not been perfect, but Izuku felt content he had a friend, and he had Bakugo. Izuku wondered if he might even become friends with some of Class 1A as he and Bakugo walked toward Bakugo's house. Izuku asked if Bakugo would be upset if he got along with their classmates. Bakugo looked at him as if he were an idiot and told him he did not care. They were friends, and that meant they were going to meet other people. Bakugo warned Izuku to be careful about what he said about him. Izuku asked why Bakugo had said he did not want them to be friends at school. And Bakugo explained that he had meant Izuku should make friends in his own class. Bakugo argued that if they had always walked to school and eaten lunch together, Izuku would never have met the other students. They arrived at the house and Izuku smiled. That evening he talked to his mother, aunt, and uncle about school. He told them about Mei, Power Loader, Principal Nizu, Bakugo's classmate Kirishima, and more. They were all shocked but proud to hear that the principal had taken a liking to him. The hardest part of the night was trying to finish his homework while Bakugo and Mitsuki argued over who was weirder. Izuku thought neither of them were particularly strange, but the two loved to bicker about who embarrassed whom and who had worse anger issues. When Izuku finally finished his work, he laughed as Mitsuki held a paper over Bakugo's face that teased him about collecting dolls. The next morning Bakugo sent a blunt message telling Izuku to hurry up. Izuku smiled at his phone, put on his shoes and hurried downstairs. Bakugo waited at the door, scowling at everyone who passed. The two walked to the train station together. On the train, Izuku pulled out his notebook and asked Bakugo about his classmates' quirks. Bakugo responded with a sigh and then described Kirishima's hardening quirk, explaining that his skin could harden like rock and that Kirishima must be strong since he did not seem afraid of getting hit by blasts. Izuku's pencil moved quickly across the page as he scribbled notes and began to wonder aloud about limits and mechanics, how long Kirishima could maintain the form, whether his weight changed, and how his internal organs were affected. Bakugo rolled his eyes and told Izuku to save the speculation for later and to listen if he wanted to hear about the other students. Bakugo went on to describe a round-faced girl whose quirk could erase gravity on anything she touched, including herself, but who became physically ill if she used it too much. Bakugo dismissed that weakness. Izuku, however, became excited at the possibilities. He asked whether she could use the quirk to fly and whether a support item could help her control direction. Izuku proposed altering the design of anti-gravity shoes to give her directional control with small, appropriately powered jets. Bakugo leaned over to look at Izuku's drawing when Izuku asked what the girl's hero costume looked like. Bakugo hesitated and admitted he had not paid much attention to the extras details, but when Izuku wrote down astronaut-like as a quick note, Bakugo snapped that Izuku should pay more attention and to send a picture of her current shoes if he could. They arrived at their station and made their way to UA, both disappointed to see the press lined at the gates again. Bakugo shoved through the crowd with a sharp impatience, and Izuku followed, apologizing to anyone they bumped. Once through the gate, Izuku told Bakugo he could have been kinder to some of the students. Bakugo dismissed them as attention seekers and insisted the press only wanted information on All Might. When Bakugo dismissed the seniors on hand as weak, Izuku dropped the argument. The pair separated near their classrooms. Izuku entered his room to find Mei and other students already seated. He greeted Mei and sat down, pulling out his support notebook to continue his design for the round-faced student. Mei leaned over and excitedly admired the sketches. Izuku explained that recent neurotechnology could read brain signals to control robots, and he thought a lightweight headpiece based on that tech could work for directional control. Mei asked if the scientists lived on Island, and Izuku confirmed they did, saying with some confidence that he could duplicate the design with help from Mr. Hagari. At that moment, Bakugo sent a picture of the round-faced student in her hero costume. Izuku looked at the photo and finally understood what Bakugo had meant when he called the costume astronaut-like. Her boots were rather large, similar to the kind an astronaut would wear, and her helmet looked like it was inspired by one from a sci-fi movie. Izuku redrew the shoes as boots that looked identical to the girl in the photo. He also sketched her helmet and the headpiece that would read her brain signals. He finally stopped when the bell rang and he had to put his notebook away. Every time there was a break or he finished his work early, Izuku pulled his notebook back out and continued finalizing the design. He wondered whether it was right to build it without the girl's permission, but when he asked Mr. Higari, the teacher explained that a support scientist often used a prototype when making a proposal. Mr. Higari told Izuku that this could be good practice and asked when he thought he could have it ready if he worked on it for the class. Izuku explained that testing the headpiece and connecting it to the jets would be the most difficult parts and estimated that, if he could work on it during lunchtime as well, he could probably have it ready in a week. Power Loader seemed pleased by that answer. Mr. Higari invited him to meet in the lab during lunch to get started and mentioned there was a microwave there or that he could quickly pick something up from the cafeteria. Izuku asked whether Mei could come too, and Mr. Higari agreed, assuming she would have her own project to work on. Mei did have many projects. Her notebook dwarfed Izuku's with a flood of support ideas. It was so full that some of the entries were hard to follow. She eventually chose to work on electromagnetic soles, an idea inspired by shoes that could assist someone's footwork. Mr. Higari enjoyed watching the two students run around the lab searching for specific tools and materials. He answered their questions, offered pointers, and stopped them from accidentally causing a dangerous mishap. When the bell rang to signal the end of lunch, he told them to leave their work where it was because they would return to it as soon as the rest of the class arrived. On the way back to class, Mei asked Izuku the name of the girl he was making the gear for. Izuku admitted that he did not know her name, only her quirk and what she looked like. He explained that she was in a friend's class and that his friend had told him about her quirk. Mei found it amusing that he knew the properties of the quirk but not the girl's name and laughed, trying to hide it. Izuku protested that it was not funny and flushed red as a few classmates noticed. Mr. Higuri then called the class to the lab for their first. He clarified that he would answer questions but would not pick or design the items for them, and the class followed him. Izuku watched Mei work and was amazed by her focus and enthusiasm. A shorter brown-haired classmate watched them and admitted he was stuck on where to start. Izuku explained that redesigning existing items, like grappling hooks or basic tools, could help. One could look up a blueprint of the original and edit it to fit a new idea. The classmate, Takahashi, said that suggestion helped. Izuku continued to help Takahashi when asked, and the two got along, though Izuku could tell Takahashi was shy around the rest of their peers. At the end of the day, Izuku waited for the hallway to clear before leaving the classroom. Bakugo met him at the gate and they walked to the train station together. Izuku told Bakugo that he had started working on the boots and headpiece during engineering. Bakugo brushed off the headpiece detail and commented that he was not surprised Izuku had started the project since he had not shown up at the cafeteria at lunch. Izuku apologized for not texting, and Bakugo waved it off, insisting he had not been waiting. Izuku smiled. He told Bakugo how Mr. Higuri had allowed him and Mei to use the lab during lunch and how impressive the facilities were. He also praised Mei's ideas, admitting they put him to shame. Bakugo made a face that mixed disbelief and disgust and asked incredulously whether someone could be worse than Izuku at something. Izuku playfully smacked Bakugo's arm and protested. Bakugo said he did not want to find out for himself anytime soon and then offered to share the quirks of their other classmates. Izuku agreed. That night, Bakugo stayed at Izuku's apartment and spent the evening explaining the quirks of their classmates while listening to Izuku's excited thoughts about potential uses and specializations for support gear. When Izuku asked whether Bakugo could take more photos of the class gear, Bakugo exclaimed that he was not taking any more photos. Izuku considered sneaking into one of Bakugo's classes to get a look for himself and realized he needed the girl's actual name instead of referring to her as Round Face. He turned to Bakugo and asked for the real name, but Bakugo insisted he did not know it. Izuku accused him of lying, saying that Bakugo gave people nicknames but also knew their real names. Bakugo sighed in exasperation and finally agreed reluctantly. Bakugo answered begrudgingly that it was Uraraka. Izuku thanked him and explained that once he finished Uraraka's boots he might bring them to one of Bakugo's classes for her to test, if she wanted, and said he hoped she would not be upset. Bakugo commented that she would not be upset and warned that the others might start asking Izuku to make gear for them as well. Izuku brightened at the idea, and Bakugo sighed that he had to leave before their teacher got angry, telling Izuku he would see him tomorrow. Izuku called goodbye using Bakugo's nickname and then plopped back down on his bed. He reread notes on the quirks of Class 1A and devoted a page to each student, adding small observations he had gathered. Izuku kept his promise and, within a week, produced a working prototype of the director jets. He added fingerless gloves with small jets after asking Mei to test the setup. She had struggled to balance when move came only from the feet. Izuku noted adjustments might be needed to the size of the boots, gloves, and helmet and had used Mei's measurements because she seemed close to Uraraka's height. He made the gloves fingerless so they would not interfere with Uraraka's quirk, though he wished he had been able to consult with the user directly. Carrying the case with his new creation, Izuku brought it to the classroom and set it on Mr. Higuri's desk. Mr. Higuri looked excited and opened the case for a final inspection, complimenting Izuku on his work. Mr. Higuri then announced that they were ready to watch their first pitch later that day, and the class murmured with interest while Izuku blushed. Izuku was surprised to learn that both classes would be in attendance. He had assumed only Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Higuri would be present. Mr. Higuri explained that it was important for support students to present ideas to a larger group and that all of them would eventually need to present their own prototypes. He told Izuku that he had until after lunch to organize his thoughts. Izuku had already spent much of his time at home writing and revising a proper pitch and had even prepared a slideshow with pictures and references, though he did not expect to need it for an informal presentation. He accepted Mr. Higuri's encouragement and returned to his seat. Mei expressed excitement about the attention their prototypes would get, and Izuku smiled. He told Mei that she would be up the next day, which made her even more enthusiastic. She cared most about the attention on her inventions. Their conversation was cut short when Mr. Higuri began the morning lesson. The morning passed quickly, and Izuku's nerves grew as the presentation drew closer. Mr. Higuri and Mei helped him set up a demonstration space in ground beta where both classes could fit and where the outdoors would be suitable for testing. When Mr. Aizawa arrived, Izuku nervously tapped the hero's elbow and asked whether Uraraka would be okay with the plan, worried about causing embarrassment. Aizawa replied that Uraraka did not even know she was the one being pitched to, which did little to calm Izuku. Aizawa explained that keeping both the presenter and the intended recipient unknown would prevent students from trying to discover the pitch ahead of time. Most had only learned there would be presentations that morning. Mr. Higuri added that it was valuable for a hero to hear directly from the support engineer or scientist responsible for a tool, and that he believed Uraraka would be honored to receive such a pitch. Mr. Higuri and Mr. Aizawa returned to gather both classes while allowing Izuku and Mei to finish preparing. Class 1H arrived first and offered encouragement. Over the week the students had become more comfortable with Izuku and Mei, especially after receiving help with their own prototype designs. When Class 1A arrived, the students sized each other up, and both teachers instructed everyone to take a seat. Izuku noticed Uraraka seated near the back beside a tall student with glasses, Ida. Taking a deep breath because neither teacher would prompt her, Izuku called for Uraraka to come sit at the front. Her immediate blush showed she had not expected to be the recipient, and several classmates including Ida, Kirishima, and Mina encouraged her. Mr. Aizawa reminded the students to pay attention and be respectful toward Izuku, noting he would assign follow-up work for Class 1A as Mr. Higuri had for 1H. He spoke in his usual monotone, which made Izuku nervous. Aizawa then gave Izuku a small nod and took his seat beside Uraraka and Mr. Higuri. Mr. Higuri observed as Izuku Midoriya introduced himself to Uraraka and asked permission to present a support gear idea that he believed would help her in hero training. Uraraka accepted, clearly embarrassed, and Izuku smiled with a small blush as he opened the case and displayed his first slide. Izuku explained that his support prototype was called Director Jets. He described a pair of space boots with 4 small jets, 2 on the bottom of each sole, fingerless gloves with a jet on each palm, and a helmet similar to Uraraka's but fitted with a headpiece across the forehead. He outlined how Uraraka's quirk allowed her to remove gravity from objects she touched, including herself, but that she could not control the direction she floated. He said the director jets would let her control direction in the air by using the jets and that the strength of the jets could be altered by a small button on the left glove. Izuku added that the jets were controlled by the wearer's thoughts. Kaminari and Shiro reacted with surprise until Aizawa gave them a stern look and quieted the group. Izuku went on to explain that a team of scientists on Ai Island had designed a headpiece that could receive brain signals and translate them into commands for connected devices. He described a demonstration video in which the headpiece guided a toy car in a circle and pointed out that, with Uraraka, the headpiece would instead control which jets were activated and for how long. He reminded himself to focus on convincing Uraraka. He cautioned that the system would take practice, and he had added an earlier design to allow the boots to absorb kinetic energy from walking and use it to power the jets. He also noted that overuse without sufficient stored energy would cause the jets to stop, so he included a warning signal, a red light beside the left glove button to give advance notice. Izuku summarized that the director jets would increase Uraraka's mobility and range in combat and other situations, making it easier to put distance between herself and a villain or to reach civilians more quickly. With her permission, he said he would like her to try the gear outside in a safe environment. Uraraka smiled brightly and accepted. Aizawa led the students outside while Mr. Higuri helped Izuku pack and carry the gear. Izuku set the case down and brought the boots out first, hoping they would fit. Uraraka tried them on and reported that they fit perfectly and were more comfortable than her current boots, which made Izuku smile and blush. With the gear on, Izuku led Uraraka to the safety mats and turned the headpiece on. He instructed her that controlling the jets required thinking which jet to activate and that adjusting the pressure in midair would use her forefinger. He advised starting small and then asked her to float and direct herself toward him. Uraraka activated her quirk and rose, then engaged the jets in her boots to move toward Izuku, but she kept them on too long and bumped into him. Izuku caught her, and they swayed a little without falling. Both of them blushed as he gently released her wrists and reassured her that it was all right. He advised her to use shorter bursts next time, just enough push to reach him. On the next attempt, Uraraka propelled herself forward with better control and Izuku caught her wrists again, smiling and encouraging her to try using her feet to go up and her hands to come down. She followed his guidance with good results and expressed that it was fun. A small beep and a blinking light on her left glove indicated the energy warning, and Izuku pointed it out. Uraraka returned to the ground with a smile. Mr. Higuri concluded the demonstration and left the decision about whether to add the director jets to Uraraka's costume up to her. Uraraka immediately said she would like to and asked Izuku if he could help train her in using the gear. Izuku enthusiastically agreed to help. Aizawa called for the class to return and expected them to be seated and ready to learn upon his return, and the students made their way back to the classroom, murmuring excitedly. Izuku and Ida helped Uraraka out of the gear before the two Class 1A students left to join their class. Class 1H helped put everything back the way it had been. Everyone carried something back to the school, and Izuku was happy to shoulder the heavier items, knowing he was one of the more athletic students there. Mei told Izuku energetically that he had done well as they walked back. Izuku smiled and thanked Mei, pleased by the enthusiastic response to his participation. He knew it would not always be that way, but he would savor it when it happened. Just as they were taking their seats, an alarm went off and Izuku covered his ears. The loud siren continued to ring as Mr. Higuri told the class to remain calm. Izuku pointed toward the window where Takahashi was leaning, and when he joined his classmates at the window they saw a large group of press on the grounds. Izuku suggested that must be why the alarms were ringing. Mr. Higuri told the class he would go help other teachers get the press to leave and then left the classroom. Izuku stared toward the front gate and wondered how the press had managed to break it down. Izuku was amazed by Mei's pitch about her electromagnetic souls. He recognized that she had a talent for selling. She had been convincing and had answered every question thrown at her. He was not sure how well he would have done if Uraraka had been like the representative from Lunch Rush, constantly asking for explanations and keeping Mei on her toes. Izuku complimented Mei that she was a natural and that she had spoken with confidence, admitting he wished he had that talent. Mei told him that he had other talents as they rounded a corner. When they turned at hearing Aizawa call their names, Aizawa stood in the doorway to the staff room holding a stack of papers. He said he was glad to have caught them and handed each a sheet. Izuku and Mei looked down to see permission forms to leave school grounds, and Izuku looked up, puzzled, to ask where they were going. Aizawa explained that they were coming with Class 1A for a training day at the USJ and that the school wanted them to play civilians in some scenarios and help Uraraka train with her new gear. Izuku reacted with excitement at the prospect. Aizawa confirmed the plan, and Izuku noticed that the form had been changed from a half-day to a full day. Izuku asked if they would be there all day. Aizawa explained that there had been a last-minute schedule change, instructed them to return the signed forms the next morning, and told them they would leave first thing on a school bus before dismissing them. Izuku looked at Mei and saw she shared his excitement. The two quickly picked up food from Lunch Rush and made their way back to class. Izuku took a moment to wave to the students of Class 1A before leaving. He felt a little guilty that he had not yet eaten lunch with them, but he had been busy working on the director jets and still had a math project to finish. Mei asked if they would be allowed to bring some of their inventions the next day. Izuku considered it and said it would not hurt to ask. He noted that he had gadgets useful for rescue scenarios but suspected the USJ would have its own equipment. Their teacher entered carrying his lunch tray and agreed. He added that he would get them permission to bring 2 items each if those items had been fully tested and posed no issues. Mei beamed at the chance to pick which items to bring and went to the back of the class to sort through her completed works. Izuku shook his head and brought out his math project. He then asked Mr. Higuri how the press had broken the gate. The question had bothered him since the incident the previous day. Press members were not always the most careful, but they would not be so reckless as to use a quirk without permission in a public space, especially at a hero school. The fact that the incident had targeted UA was worrying. There were people, villains in particular, who might want to cause trouble. If a villain had helped the press break the gate, what did they want? The look on Mr. Higuori's face made Izuku fear his suspicion might be correct. Mr. Higuori told Izuku that he could not share details of an ongoing investigation. Izuku apologized and asked if there was reason for students to be concerned. He had spent over an hour convincing his mother that everything was fine and needed to know whether that had been a lie. Mr. Higuori reassured him that Principal Nizu would not allow something like that to happen again and that Nizu was determined to see any project through. Izuku smiled at that. He had only seen Principal Nizu once before but already recognized the principal's resolve. Izuku thanked Mr. Higuori. Mei returned to her seat murmuring about bringing her wire arrow and jetpack, and Izuku decided he would bring his anti-gravity shoes and signal catcher. He heard his teacher chuckle and felt a thrill of excitement. Over the week he and Mei had grown closer, and he found himself more at ease when she was nearby. Izuku told the class they should get to work on the project and turned his attention to the assignment, thinking how disappointed Ectoplasm would be if they did not complete it. Izuku realized that Bakugo and the rest of Class 1A did not know about the USJ trip. When he arrived at Bakugo's house and asked if Bakugo was excited for the day, Bakugo responded incredulously that there was no reason to be excited. Izuku reminded himself that he had to deal with the extras, just as he always did. He kept quiet, remembering that Mr. Aizawa preferred to withhold details from the class until the last possible moment. He shrugged, smiled, and walked to the train station with Mei. At school, Izuku quickly changed his sneakers for his anti-gravity shoes and placed the signal catcher in his pocket. Mei arrived shortly after and retrieved her own items. She insisted on wearing her jetpack despite Izuku offering to carry it for her. 13 entered the room, and Izuku brightened upon seeing him. 13 explained that Eraserhead wanted to speak with Class 1A before they left, and that he would be taking Izuku and Mei to the USD. Izuku and Mei exchanged excited looks and followed the rescue hero to a black van. On the way, Izuku asked 13 if he could ask questions during the ride. 13 welcomed the request and asked if the questions were for Izuku's notebook. Izuku froze as he reached for the notebook, and 13 let out a small laugh. Izuku blushed, then began asking questions. 13 answered each one without hesitation. By the end of the trip, Izuku had filled 2 pages in his notebook. Izuku thanked 13, and 13 commented on how much Izuku had progressed over the years. 13 asked whether Izuku still wanted to focus on hero costumes or on support gear. Izuku faltered as the dome's landscapes distracted him, then apologized and explained that he loved designing things for specific people, especially costumes and personalized gear. He said that design was his main focus, though he hoped to help heroes in some way. He admitted that, deep down, he still wished he could have been a hero, but accepted that support work was the closest he could get aside from police work. 13 instructed them that behind the flood zone was an equipment room, and asked if Izuku and Mei could retrieve life jackets and other water rescue supplies. They agreed and made their way down. The storage room was easy to find, and they quickly located the water rescue section. Izuku struck a playful T-pose and asked Mei to start putting life jackets on him to see how many would fit. Mei laughed and began piling life jackets and life buoys on him until he wobbled out and dropped the pile at the flood zone entrance. Mei followed carrying supplies, and together they carried everything until the water rescue section was cleared. They stood before a large pile of equipment and decided they should organize it before Aizawa saw the mess, both shivering at the thought of the stern underground hero. Once everything was in order, they watched 13 and Aizawa lead Class 1A down toward the training zones. Kaminari and Kirishima waved energetically when they spotted Izuku, who returned a small wave. Bakugo, however, glared and approached immediately. Bakugo accused Izuku of knowing and not telling him. Izuku blushed, nodded, and whispered that he had thought Bakugo already knew, urging him to be quiet and listen. Bakugo grunted but turned to pay attention as 13 laid out how everyone would take turns being rescuer and civilian. 13 then asked Izuku to divide the students into groups based on his analysis of their quirks and abilities. Izuku assessed the strongest for the flood zone as Azui, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Shoji, and Bakugo, and the weakest as Kirishima, whose quirk could make him sink when activated Kaminari, Hagakure, Koda, and Jiro. Izuku organized the teams accordingly. Team 1 would be Azui, Kaminari, Uraraka, and Sato. Team 2 would be Todoroki, Hagakure, Ojiro, and Shiro. Team 3 would be Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, Ishido, and Tokoyami. Team 4 would be Bakugo, Ida, Koda, and Mineta, and Team 5 would be Shoji, Jiro, and Aoyama. 13 and Aizawa raised no concerns and began setting the exercise up. Izuku found himself thoroughly enjoying the simulated rescues. He especially enjoyed watching the civilians in the water put on dramatic, exaggerated performances. His favorite moment was when Ida splashed wildly as Sato tried to pull him back onto the ship. Izuku helped 13 and Aizawa direct the rescue teams and invented playful obstacles for the students to react to. When Izuku called for an overprotective mom scenario, Mei immediately flipped into character and treated one of the civilians as if it were her baby. The two students who seemed to struggle most were Bakugo and Mineta. Bakugo had trouble containing his temper and often ended up barking orders instead of coordinating rescues, a problem Izuku noted would need work. Mineta became distracted by attention and tried to perform like a self-appointed prince of the exercise. He lost his balance, tripped, and fell off the boat. His team had to rescue him, which provided some light comic relief. Izuku felt a bit irritated when Mineta attempted to get too close to Ishido and Yaoyorozu, but Dark Shadow intervened and created a barrier that prevented any awkward situations. Aizawa approached Izuku and Hatsum and requested that they start returning the equipment to the storage room, noting that after this group finished they would be moving to the ruin zone. Izuku agreed, and he and Mei began carrying equipment back and forth. Izuku mentioned that the ruins zone would be a good opportunity to show 13 and Aizawa his signal catcher. Mei asked whether it was battery-powered or recharged like a phone, and Izuku answered her questions as they worked. They continued organizing and preparing, readying themselves for the next phase of the training. Kirishima remarked that the device was really neat as the group made their way to the central plaza for lunch. Izuku sat on the edge of the fountain with Mei and explained that Mr. Aizawa had said they could do some training after lunch with the director jets, if anyone wanted to. He smiled at Uraraka when she took the seat beside him, and his face flushed slightly. Uraraka returned the smile and said she would love to join, noting that the boots should have plenty of stored energy by now. Izuku nodded and opened the bento his mother had packed, eating quietly while listening to the others' conversations. Most talked about the morning's training, but Kaminari and Ida had gotten into a heated discussion over whether anyone should drink from the fountain. Kaminari insisted loudly that it was water and therefore fine to drink. Ida countered that not all water was safe for drinking. When Kaminari asked what was wrong with ocean water, most of the students reacted with shock or disgust. Yaoyorozu expressed disbelief at the idea of drinking directly from the ocean. Kaminari argued it might taste funny or give a stomachache but insisted it was not that bad, and Izuku listened as Yaoyorozu and Ida explained the dangers of salt water and untreated water. Bakugo approached and asked if Aunt Inko had sent any macaroons. Izuku handed one over, which Bakugo acknowledged before retreating to a spot away from the group. Uraraka queried the origin of Izuku's nickname. Izuku explained that Kaken had given it to him when they were children. Uraraka commented that the nickname sounded encouraging and asked if she could call him Deku. Izuku agreed, his face reddening. Izuku then walked toward the teachers across the fountain. 13 called him over, and Izuku offered to start bringing out any needed equipment. 13 informed him that they would be going to the conflagration zone next. Izuku smiled and headed toward the storage room, with Mei rushing to catch up and asking what they were fetching. Izuku replied that they were getting rescue equipment for the conflagration zone and noted that Azui would be at a disadvantage. They moved through the storage area, and Izuku found the conflagration section. He faltered at the shelves, where the stock was sparse. There should have been 25 fire-resistant suits, but only one remained. He checked the logbook and found the checkout page blank, then decided they needed to inform 13 and Aizawa. Mei held up a modified welding piece attached to a water tank backpack and wondered if a teacher had altered it. Izuku suggested the modification might reduce water pressure to prevent accidental harm during training. As he reached to examine the metal more closely, shouting erupted outside the storage room door. The sound did not resemble excited cheers. It carried the sharp edge of panic and taunting laughter. Izuku moved cautiously to the door. Beyond it, dark shapes moved through the downpour zone to the left, figures clustered in the flood zone around a shipwreck to the right, and in the central plaza Aizawa was engaged with a large group of villains. The scene looked chaotic, with quick motions and strategic maneuvers rather than any graphic violence. Izuku and Mei exchanged a sharp breath. He closed the door and fumbled for his phone, but there was no signal. Mei had the same result. With the usual exits cut off by the fighting, Izuku scanned the room and grabbed a length of old pipe from a nearby pile. He explained that their best chance was to move slowly toward the stairs. If anyone spotted them, he would try to draw attention so Mei could use her jetpack to get help. Mei protested that Izuku should not be fighting villains, but Izuku argued that neither of them had a quirk suited to combat and that his sparring experience offered at least some preparation. They had no time to waste. Izuku positioned himself so Mei would be behind him, and they headed out into the dome toward the center, keeping low and moving cautiously toward the stairwell. As they moved around the downpour zone, Izuku kept his eyes on the fight in the center. Aizawas holding his own against the thugs, but Izuku knew the teacher's quirk had a serious limitation that would wear him down. Two villains were watching from the sidelines. One looked almost inhuman, its head unnervingly exposed. The other wore many hands across his body like a grotesque cloak. They drew within earshot as Aizawa finished the last thug. The hand-covered villain slowly applauded and told Aizawa he had done well, then demanded to know where All Might was, explaining their intelligence had said he would be here. Fear tightened around Izuku at the mention of his hero. Izuku whispered to Mei and asked her to keep moving toward the door. Mei asked what he planned to do. Izuku said he would stay and keep watch on Aizawa because the teacher was alone and needed someone watching his back. Mei's voice held concern, and Izuku felt guilty, but she pressed on when she realized she would not get a straight answer. Izuku turned back in time to see the larger beast lunge at Aizawa. He flinched with every blow the teacher took. His inner voice scolded him for standing by. The beast slammed Aizawa into the ground, driving his head down with brutal force. The hand-covered villain mocked that Aizawa would die there and that his students would be next. Before he could think his words, Izuku stepped toward the center and taunted the hand villain, asking how weak someone had to be to boast about killing children. Aizawa's head turned in shock, eyes full of pain and worry. The hand villain snapped that Eraserhead was weak compared to his Nomu and laughed cruelly. Izuku forced a laugh and met the villain's gaze, trying to keep his composure. He told them the plan would accomplish nothing. Taking down Aizawa would not make the public care, it would not change hero society, it would be pointless. The villain seethed at being dismissed, shouting that he was not weak and that his plan mattered. Izuku mocked the villain's costume to goad him, then regretted it when their eyes met. At that moment, a new presence cut through the chaos. Shigaraki arrived in a swirl of purple mist and announced that 2 students had escaped and heroes would be coming. He argued they should leave, but the hand-covered villains stubbornly insisted they would not depart until All Might was dead. Izuku glanced at his teacher, who seemed to be getting worse by the second, pinned beneath the Nomu. Shigaraki ordered the Nomu to kill, and before the command finished, Izuku flung a pipe from behind his back at the villain's head. The pipe vanished into Shigaraki's misty warp and passed through as if into another space. Izuku kept his voice steady as he told them they had already failed. Even if they killed Aizawa, it would not achieve their goal. The hand-covered villain cried out in frustration and lunged. Izuku dodged the flurry of strikes, activating the special shoes to give himself small bursts of extra speed. He wondered what the villain's quirk was. Noticing the fighter's repeated attempts to grab him, it suggested a touch-based ability. Rolling to evade an attack, Izuku scooped up a rock and threw it. The villain caught it and the rock crumbled to dust in his hand. Another attack struck Izuku before he could react. A searing pain shot through his shoulder and he stumbled away, clutching the injured limb. The villain's expression was a hateful, triumphant sneer. Tired of being purely defensive, Izuku rushed forward and delivered a surprise kick that sent the villain sprawling a few feet. He watched as All Might launched the Nomu through the roof in a powerful counterattack. The hand-covered villain screamed in fury. Shigaraki urged retreat, but his ally refused. Shigaraki attacked Izuku again, grabbing his arm. Izuku swallowed back a shout and focused on breaking free. When the villain finally released him, Izuku looked down to find his arm streaked with red where it had been badly injured. The hand-covered villain blamed Izuku for what had happened and shouted that it was his fault. Izuku stared back, shaken by the pain and the accusation. Izuku insisted that he was not the one with a faulty plan, and he immediately regretted saying that as the villain lunged at him. A sharp report rang out, and the villain staggered back. More shots followed, the villain collapsed, and a swirl of purple mist enveloped him before he vanished. Looking past where the villain had been, Izuku watched All Might shrink into a thin, sickly man. He stared in shock until the pain in his shoulder and arm intensified as his adrenaline faded. The pain became so severe that his vision blurred, and he felt nauseous. A paramedic called out for Midoriya, and when Izuku tried to turn he felt worse. A hand was placed on his good shoulder to steady him. He had not realized he was rocking. Someone shouted for a stretcher to be brought over quickly, and the noise made Izuku flinch. His vision blurred further and his eyes closed as he fell to the side. He felt arms wrap around him and managed to open his eyes to see Cementos holding him. Cementos urged Midoriya to stay awake and repeated that he needed to remain conscious despite the pain. Izuku fought the sleepiness but eventually slipped under. Tashinori, still trying to catch his breath on the ground, asked if Izuku was okay. Cementos reported that Izuku was unconscious and noted that his arm and shoulder had been affected by the villain's quirk, saying he could not imagine how painful that would be. When Tashinori asked about other injuries, Cementos described a few scrapes and bruises. The medical team arrived, and Tashinori pushed himself up as they lifted Izuku into the ambulance that blocked the entrance. Tashinori asked to join the ride and then climbed in. As the ambulance drove away, Tashinori stared at the small, quirkless kid who never failed to amaze him. Uraraka stood outside the USJ with her classmates and Hatsum, worry consuming her as heroes and paramedics entered and Deku did not emerge. Her mind raced with worst-case scenarios the longer it took. The rest of the students also waited anxiously by the door until Bakugo finally stormed toward the entrance. Midnight warned him to stop and that he could not go in, and Bakugo barked a rude retort as he attempted to push past her. Midnight told him to let the heroes and paramedics do their job and stay with his classmates. When he ignored her, she used her quirk to put him to sleep and then turned to the group to remind them that the adults needed to handle the situation. Tears brimmed in Uraraka's eyes as she absorbed Midnight's words and understood that paramedics meant he was hurt. An ambulance backed up to the doors and after a few minutes drove off. Cementos emerged from the building, scanned the area, spotted their group, and approached them. He addressed the students, informing them that Midoriya had been taken by ambulance to the nearest hospital and that All Might was accompanying him. The students immediately bombarded him with questions about Izuku's condition and the seriousness of his injuries until Cementos raised his voice to demand quiet. He assured them that Izuku was going to be okay and explained that the police would need to ask each of them questions. He told them not to be nervous, that the police only wanted to know what had happened, and that after speaking with the police each student would be checked by a paramedic before their parents could take them home. Nobody would be allowed to leave alone. When Izuku woke, he found himself in a hospital room. His mother sat nearby reading a book, tears silently tracking down her face. Izuku reached for her hand with his good arm. Inko looked up in shock and smiled at the sight of her son awake. She told him that he had scared her and moved his hair aside. Izuku asked about the others. All Might and Eraserhead. His worry focused on his teachers. Inko explained that Eraserhead and 13 were both in rooms down the hall, that Izuku was the only student with serious injuries, and that All Might had been treated by Recovery Girl before going home. She relayed what the doctors had said. Part of a nerve in his shoulder had been slightly damaged. Recovery Girl had healed him, but the nerve would need time to recover and he would have to wear a sling for at least a week. Izuku managed a small smile and commented that being ambidextrous would help. Inko smiled back and stood to tell his doctor that he was awake. She mentioned that a detective was waiting to speak with him and asked if she could send the detective in. Izuku nodded. A nurse came to take his vitals, and when she was satisfied she left with his mother to sign discharge forms. After a quick change into the clothes his mother had brought, there was a knock at the door. A tall man in a beige trench coat entered and introduced himself as Detective Tsukachi, saying he needed to ask a few questions before Izuku left. Izuku agreed to answer. The detective closed the door and sat with Izuku at the small table in the corner of the room. The detective asked whether Izuku had been present when the villains arrived, and Izuku explained that he and Hatsum had been in the storage room searching for the conflagration zone rescue equipment when they heard yelling. Izuku said they had been about to leave and tell 13 that some items were missing. The detective asked what was missing, and Izuku reported that 24 fire suits were definitely gone, though he was not sure if anything else had been taken. He watched the detective scribble notes and then confirmed that he had sent Hatsum to get help and stayed behind to watch over Eraserhead because his teacher had been alone and he wanted to make sure he would be okay. When the detective asked what Izuku could tell him about Tamura Shigaraki after their fight, Izuku described Shigaraki's quirk as activated by a 5-point touch and said it caused things he contacted to fall apart. Izuku added that Shigaraki seemed childish and single-minded in his plans, that he harbored a deep hatred for All Might, and that the hands on his costume were important to him. Izuku also mentioned his suspicion that Shigaraki had allowed the press into UA. The detective listened and then asked about the Nomu. Izuku said he was not certain, but he believed the Nomu either had multiple quirks or a synthesized quirk. He noted that Mr. Aizawa had been unable to erase all of the Nomu's abilities, and he had seen panic in his teacher's eyes. Izuku reported that Shigaraki had talked about the Nomu like an object or a weapon, and Izuku suspected an accomplice who could manipulate quirks, someone who could transfer or merge quirks, or perhaps use unknown technology to produce similar effects. The detective's expression grew more serious, and he asked whether Izuku had seen anything he might not have been supposed to see. Izuku's attention flickered to a memory of All Might's heroic form changing the outward strength and larger-than-life shape folding away until only a much smaller, exhausted man remained. Faint wisps of smoke had trailed as his power ebbed. Izuku hesitated at the thought of telling the detective, worried it would upset All Might if his secret had been noticed by a 15-year-old student. He told the detective that he believed he had already shared everything he had seen involving the villains. When the detective asked more specifically if Izuku had seen anything after the villains left, Izuku admitted that pain in his shoulder had blurred his vision, so he had not seen much. That partial truth was enough, and the detective, whose name Izuku now knew was Tsukachi, thanked him, called him brave, and told him he had been helpful to the investigation. Tsukachi advised Izuku to take his time recovering. Izuku left the interview and, remembering what he had said about his teacher, hurried down the hall until he found Aizawa's room. Aizawa lay heavily bandaged, most of his face obscured. Nurses had covered him thoroughly. Izuku wondered how his teacher would eat or drink. Aizawa mumbled that he just wanted to sleep and no more tests, and initially seemed irritated to see Izuku. Izuku told Aizawa that he would be allowed to go home because his mother was signing the discharge papers. Aizawa relaxed slightly and said he would try to convince the staff, with Nizu's help, to let him leave the following day. Izuku reminded him not to rush recovery in the way his mother always warned him, and Aizawa replied that life did not stop for anyone. Taking a deep breath, Izuku rushed into a heartfelt confession. He owned up to having lied in the moment to try to protect Aizawa from the villain and insisted that Aizawa was not weak. Izuku told Aizawa that he was an amazing hero who had inspired him. He described how watching a video of a hero subdue criminals without showing any obvious power had made him believe he could still help people, even if he started without a quirk. Izuku explained that he had come to understand that Aizawa did have a quirk and that he admired Aizawa's quiet dedication. Izuku had even written pages about him despite Aizawa's dislike of publicity. Izuku said that Aizawa did not save people for money or fame but out of a sincere desire to help, and that this was what a true hero should be. He told Aizawa that this was why he was strong. He fought with everything he had without hesitation, accepted his weaknesses, and still acted to help those in need even when others seemed better equipped by power alone. Izuku stood there, letting his breath finally catch up to him. His tears stopped and the heaviness in his chest began to lift. He had said what needed to be said and it felt good. Izuku thanked Aizawa and told him he would let him rest, then left the room. He found his mother and went home to spend the day resting, doing homework, and messaging friends from abroad. What Izuku did not know was that he had left his teacher with small tears escaping his eyes. Aizawa was tough because he had to be, but those words had eased fears and worries he had long carried. He had worried he would never be a hero who could inspire others, yet here was a boy who said he did just that. He had often heard that others would do a better job than him with stronger quirks, but the boy insisted otherwise. Aizawa managed a small, grateful smile and told Midoriya he was something special. When the news of the UA attack spread online, Izuku's friends flooded his messages with shock and concern. Some reacted with disbelief that UA had been attacked, while others worried about All Might and reprimanded Izuku for putting himself in danger. Izuku explained that he had not wanted to watch his teacher die. Friends traded anxious banter about whether he had gotten any scars. Izuku reported one on his shoulder and one on his arm. One friend thought it sounded cool and another scolded them for encouraging him. Izuku reassured his friend Mel that he was fine, that heroes had arrived, and that it would not happen twice if Principal Nizu had any say in it. Mel admitted she hoped he was right. Izuku smiled at his phone. He was also messaging Mei and Bakugo. Mei came across both worried and angry, and Izuku understood her reaction. He had pressed her hard to help and had brushed aside her concerns. He lay in bed, the question of how to make up for it lingering in the air as he drifted off to sleep. Detective Tsukachi sat at his desk reading the report he had taken from Midoriya Izuku. The boy had been smart and observant, giving an honest account of the attack and thoughtful theories on the Nomu and Tamura Shigaraki. The only moment that made Tsukachi uneasy was when Midoriya dodged the final question. His answer about whether he had seen anything he was not supposed to see had been specific to the villains, and when asked if he had seen anything after the villains left he had given only a partial truth. Tsukachi sighed and leaned back, recognizing that he could not directly ask if the boy had seen Toshinori's secret form without risking trouble. Toshinori was very protective of that secret, and the last thing Tsukachi wanted was to be on the receiving end of his scolding. He wondered whether, if the boy did know, it might somehow be useful for Toshinori to learn. He glanced at the clock, packed his things, and resolved to make it UA's problem. If Midoriya knew, it would be the school's responsibility to ensure the information stayed confidential. That morning, Izuku had been persuading his mother that he would be safe. He promised it was only a train ride to Kyoto Prefecture and that Mei would meet him at the station. His mother agreed on the condition that he tell her exactly when he arrived and when he left. He hugged her from behind and told her she was the best. She laughed and reminded him that of course she was. He packed his notebooks and hurried to the station. On the train, he messaged his friends to say he was on his way and to let them know when he got close. He enjoyed watching people and observing quirks. He noticed a young girl struggling to keep her body from briefly transforming into water. Every few minutes she would become distracted and her arms would start to shift before she pulled herself together. Her sweater sleeves were soaked and Izuku felt sorry for her. Realizing his stop was one away, he messaged Mei, then looked up to find the girl watching him because of his Hawk's shirt. He asked if she liked Hawks, and she shyly nodded, saying she thought his wings were cool and that he liked chicken. Izuku talked about how much he enjoyed home-fried chicken and exchanged a few friendly words with the girl and her mother. He offered a few simple pointers on controlling a quirk before his stop arrived, then bade them a good day and stepped off. Mei was waiting not far from the gate. She greeted him with an unexpectedly strong hug that left him surprised, then collected him and began guiding him through the streets toward her house. She was excited and eager to show him her latest support gadgets. Suddenly she turned and delivered a firm slap to his good arm. Izuku yelped and covered the arm in its sling, asking why she had done that. Mei accused him of scaring her and scolded him for it. Izuku frowned, remembering the very loud phone call from his friend the night before about how foolish he had been. Izuku apologized to Mei, stammering that he did not mean to make her upset and that he had only wanted to help. Mei sighed when she saw his pleading expression. She started to say she would punish him, then trailed off, still thinking. She then declared triumphantly that she would tell Katsuki that Izuku had called her his best friend. Izuku protested, laughing nervously at the thought of how furious Katsuki would be and how he would not be allowed to leave his side at school for a week. They both laughed as they walked toward Mei's house. Mei explained that her parents were at work and offered tea before they went to her room. Her room matched Izuku's expectations and surprised him at the same time. The room was dominated by pink. The walls, the bed, the chair at her white desk, and the walls were almost completely covered with sketches and plans for support gadgets. Tools and materials were spread everywhere, and Izuku felt like he had stepped into support heaven. Izuku admired the collection of tools and thanked Mei. She explained that most had come from her uncle and were second-hand but still in good condition. Mei left briefly and returned with a black office chair for him. Izuku pulled out his notebooks while Mei opened a drawer and produced a matching notebook of her own. Izuku suggested they decide whether to design a support gadget or a piece of support gear. Mei, looking around and smiling, agreed that they should make a piece of support gear this time. Izuku asked if she had seen Ida's costume. Mei said she liked the knightly aesthetic. Izuku proposed adding toothed edges to both Ida's arms and shins to help with cutting and climbing, and Mei immediately suggested making them retractable so speed heroes would not have to carry a weapon or rely solely on their quirks. Mei began sketching enthusiastically while Izuku wrote notes. When his notebook slipped off his lap, Mei giggled and offered to handle the note-taking, making Izuku blush. They discussed materials, noting that Ida's shins must get hot when his engines ran and that they would need something with a high melting point. Mei suggested asking Mr. Higuri at school for advice on suitable materials. After finishing the drawing, they moved on to other classmates' costumes. Izuku admitted he came up with ideas faster when thinking about specific people rather than abstract concepts, and Mei complimented him on what would make him a great costume designer in the future. Izuku blushed at the praise. When the conversation turned to Ojiro, Izuku proposed a belt that functioned like Eraserhead's capturing tool but less flexible and more like a staff when activated. The two continued brainstorming, enjoying the exchange with someone who truly understood their passion instead of the polite nods they usually received from adults. Izuku stayed for supper and felt warmth watching Mei seem embarrassed when her mother brought out an old photo album. They gathered on the couch and Izuku found himself looking at a picture of Mei in a colorful superhero-themed onesie, which made her blush. Izuku decided it was time to leave before Mei's mother grew too worried. Mei offered to walk him to the station and helped her parents tidy up quickly. As they walked in silence, Mei surprised him by admitting she did not think she could ever be a hero. She confessed how scared she had been during the villain attack and that she did not think she could have willingly jumped into a battle like Izuku had. Izuku listened, thinking back to the attack himself. Izuku admitted that he, too, was relieved the ordeal would not happen again. He reflected that he had always wanted to be someone who saved others but had been told he could not, and that those who told him were partly right. If the heroes, and All Might in particular, had not arrived, Aizawa and probably he would have been killed. Mei reassured him that she thought he had been among the bravest at the USJ. Izuku thanked her and, seeing the station ahead, said he wanted to do more to help with actual cases in the future beyond designing support gear, though he still believed he could never fight in battle himself. Mei suggested he speak with Nizu and ask if he could take on more responsibilities. They said their goodbyes at the station door. Izuku boarded the train and stared out the window, turning the question over in his mind. What could he do and how could he help? Later, in a tense encounter, Shigaraki seized Aizawa and restrained him in a sudden, aggressive move, pushing him up against a wall and taunting him for having failed. Shigaraki called him weak and useless while Aizawa protested vehemently that he was not defeated. Izuku tried to shout that he was not, but no sound came out. Shigaraki sneered and called him quirkless, questioning whether he could stand up to someone like him. Izuku watched in horror as Eraserhead was overwhelmed by the villain's power and vanished in a wash of shadow and light, and in his place Bakugo appeared, seized by that same oppressive force. Izuku lunged toward him but an invisible hold kept him pinned. Shigaraki moved like a closing vice toward Bakugo and taunted Izuku, insisting that he had done nothing to help and that all he could do now was watch his friend fall. Izuku panted and looked around the room, heart racing, until the door to his bedroom slammed open and his mother hurried in, worry written across her face. Only then did Izuku realize it had been a dream. Izuku's mother, Inko, asked if he was okay and checked him over. She noticed he was drenched in sweat and that his blankets were in disarray. Izuku stammered and could not find the words at first. When Inko asked if the dream had been about the USJ, Izuku nodded slowly as he tried to steady his breathing. Inko wrapped him in a quick, comforting hug, and Izuku clung to her, the memory of his friend in danger still fresh in his mind. Izuku told his mother that it had only been a dream and that he was okay. Inko reminded him that he had been having nightmares every night since the USJ and said she would call the school, but Izuku insisted he could still go. Inko suggested he speak with the school's counselor and admitted she might not be the best person to comfort him without breaking down herself, which made Izuku relax and agree. She prepared his favorite breakfast and arranged his appointment with Hound Dog for just after lunch. Inko urged him to be honest with the counselor and to trust him, and Izuku promised he would. He left the apartment reassuring himself that Kaken was alive, Eraserhead was alive, and everyone was safe. Everything was not fine. The media presence at school felt worse than before. Pushing past the gate was difficult. Someone even elbowed his injured arm as he went through the crowd. When Izuku finally reached the school grounds, he thought he might be safe. He was wrong. Homeroom was full, and the classmates had gathered early around May. The moment he entered the room, every eye turned to him. Classmates rushed to ask if he was all right, whether he had really come to blows with the leader of the villains, why his arm was in a sling, and whether he had a new scar. Voices asked how he could have faced villains without a quirk and what he had been thinking. Takahashi raised his voice above the others, saying that Izuku was probably still shaken and asking everyone to give him space and let him share only what he was comfortable saying. Izuku returned a grateful smile as the group backed away. Izuku thanked them for their concern and admitted he had not expected all this attention. He said the experience had been unpleasant and that May could vouch for him. He explained that he had spent a day in the hospital and that the nerve in his right arm was still recovering. Abiko asked how the injury had happened. Izuku explained that a villain had a power that caused things to break down on contact and that the villain had grabbed his shoulder and his arm. The news drew audible gasps. May added that Recovery Girl had treated him and had said the nerve would just take more time to heal. At that moment their teacher, Power Loader, appeared in the doorway and said it was nice to see students early and eager to learn. He instructed everyone to take their seats and told Midoriya and Hatsum to let him or their classmates know if they needed anything. May and Izuku nodded and took their seats. After class, Izuku, May, Takahashi, and Abiko stuck together as they moved through the halls. Takahashi asked if Izuku would be in engineering later, and Izuku explained he would be there only briefly because his mother wanted him to speak to an adult. Abiko suggested that Hatsum make an appointment with the counselor if she felt the need, encouraging her not to keep her feelings bottled up. The conversation was interrupted by a crowd forming around the doorway. A blonde student at the center of the commotion made a cutting remark about Class 1A basking in attention, implying they had invited the attack. The remark drew gasps, and Bakugo immediately stepped forward to confront the blonde, but the other student continued to provoke. Izuku stood his ground and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya of Class 1H, one of the students who had been attacked at the USJ. Other students from Class 1H moved up behind him. Izuku said he had watched firsthand as villains raided the USJ and had seen one of his teachers badly overwhelmed by a synthesized creature with multiple powers. Izuku explained that he, a quirkless kid with no hero training, had faced a villain and nearly had his arm disintegrated before heroes arrived. The blonde's face registered shock. A red-haired girl, likely his classmate, came up beside the blonde and struck him on the arm. Izuku told them he did not understand why anyone would call being attacked a blessing and said most of those who were actually there considered it a curse. He added that the blonde had sounded as if he wished he'd been there and suggested sending the villains the blonde's way next time to see how he liked it. The blonde mumbled an apology before being pulled away. Izuku's classmates praised him for standing up for himself and representing Class 1A. He smiled and walked toward the cafeteria with May, Takahashi, and Abiko following. Once they were away from the crowd, May put a hand on his shoulder and asked if he was okay. Izuku shook his head and asked rhetorically who would ask to be attacked by real-life villains. Takahashi said Izuku had looked really cool and then, having placed a hand on the other shoulder by mistake, apologized and worried if he had hurt him. Izuku chuckled and reassured him that the arm was mostly healed and the sling was only to prevent overuse. Later, while searching the hallways for Hound Dog's office, Izuku turned a corner and saw All Might in his small form leaving the teacher's lounge. He told himself to breathe and not let All Might know he recognized him. Izuku called out hesitantly. All Might, surprised, jumped and turned. Izuku shyly asked where Hound Dog's office was and said he had an appointment. All Might directed him to the last door on the left at the end of the hall. Izuku thanked him and, before leaving, introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya of Class 1H and thanked Mr. Yagi again. Toshinori Yagi watched Izuku walk away and then went to Principal Nizu's office. Nizu asked if All Might had run into Midoriya and whether Midoriya had recognized him. All Might admitted he was unsure, saying Midoriya had acted like he did not know him. All Might reflected that, if any student were to be trusted with such knowledge, it would be Midoriya. He was a smart boy who might design something to help. Nizu teased that perhaps All Might should retire as Recovery Girl had recommended. All Might replied that he would not retire until there was nothing else he could do. They often had this conversation, but as the symbol of peace All Might felt he could not step away with the rise of the League of Villains. Nizu returned to the subject of Midoriya and suggested All Might attend a private session the next day so Midoriya might finally be honest about what he knew. Nizu noted that All Might had gotten along well with Midoriya and his mother at the island contest and suggested he get to know them better. All Might stated he had no room for romance in his life, and Nizu asked teasingly who had mentioned romance. Hound Dog's office was simple and cozy, with a small desk, a computer, and a modest bookshelf. Hound Dog sat in an armchair while Izuku took a seat on the couch across from him. Hound Dog told him to get comfortable and look around. Izuku examined the bookshelf and found books about mental health and life balance for heroes. On a corkboard Hound Dog kept photos with previous students, and Izuku recognized a few faces. When the session began, Hound Dog explained that everything discussed would remain confidential unless it concerned Izuku's health and safety. Izuku, having quickly looked up common counselor rules that morning, relayed that the counselor should only speak to others if Izuku appeared to be in danger of harming himself or others, and that the people to be informed would be doctors, the police, and Principal Nizu, and that the counselor could only speak to his mother with his permission. Hound Dog confirmed Izuku's summary with a chuckle. Hound Dog asked about the nightmares Izuku's mother had mentioned. Izuku lowered his head and said the nightmares were mostly about Tamura Shigaraki harming Eraserhead or one of his friends. He explained that the first night Eraserhead had been taken, the second night both Eraserhead and Mei had been taken, and the previous night Eraserhead and Katsuki had been taken before he woke up. Hound Dog wrote this down and asked whether they had all been harmed in the same way. Izuku answered that in the dreams the villain reached for their necks and used his quirk to incapacitate them. Hound Dog expressed sympathy and asked how Izuku had been coping since the USJ incident and whether he had spoken to his mother or his friends. Izuku was surprised at how calming Hound Dog's deep, steady voice was and began to describe his coping strategies. Izuku liked the feeling of safety it brought. Izuku admitted that he had not liked talking about it because whenever he did it made whoever he was talking to sad or worried. He hated making his mother anxious or frightened for him, but that had always been a given with his quirklessness. Hound Dog offered that if there was anything Izuku wanted to talk about, he could do so whenever he was ready. Izuku interrupted to say that there was something. Hound Dog seemed surprised that Izuku was willing to talk about the USJ so soon. Izuku was surprised too, but there were things he worried he could not keep bottled up. His mother had always told him that when he could not get through something alone, he should ask someone he trusted. Izuku trusted Hound Dog. He was a hero, a teacher, and a certified counselor. Izuku felt he could rely on him. Hound Dog assured him that there was no proper way to talk, just to say whatever felt right. He gave Izuku his full attention, and Izuku appreciated it. It reminded him of Mr. Murata when he shared his ideas. Izuku confessed that he felt guilty. Hound Dog nodded, encouraging him to elaborate. Izuku explained that he had pressured Mei to do something she was not comfortable doing and that he had put her in danger. Mei had wanted them to stay hidden in the storage room, but Izuku had made her feel obligated to leave. Hound Dog acknowledged that it had been a tough scenario, one no one wished to be in. Izuku added that he had also made Mei continue on by herself when she had wanted to stay together. Hound Dog confirmed that this was when Izuku had seen Eraserhead, and Izuku nodded. Hound Dog asked whether Hatsum might be angry with him. Izuku hesitated while thinking through his and Mei's conversations. Izuku recalled that Mei had said she was really worried about him when they separated. Hound Dog observed that worry and anger were quite different feelings and wrote something down. He pointed to a poster on his wall and read the saying aloud, "A mind troubled does not see the course. A clear mind sees through mist." Hound Dog explained that he understood why Izuku felt guilty and why he worried that Mei might be upset. He recommended that Izuku speak to her, apologize, and cooperate. Izuku nodded at the quote and resolved that he was definitely going to speak to Mei. He thought that if he apologized, his guilt might not consume him as much. Hound Dog reassured him that he was there to help and asked if there was anything else he wanted to discuss, noting that Izuku seemed like he had more to say. Izuku shifted on the couch and admitted that he also felt bad about what he had said about Eraserhead. He had been trying to convince Shigaraki that killing Eraserhead would do nothing by making Eraserhead sound like a worthless hero. Izuku had apologized to Eraserhead in the hospital, but he still felt that it did not make up for what he had said. Hound Dog hummed and asked whether Eraserhead had said anything when Izuku visited him in the hospital. Izuku lowered his head guiltily and admitted that he had not let Eraserhead speak. He had wanted to get his own feelings across and had not given Eraserhead the chance to express himself. Hound Dog suggested that there was another conversation to be had. He explained that a large part of Izuku's guilt came from not knowing how others felt, and that this could be fixed by asking. He offered to sit in on those conversations if Izuku wanted, or Izuku could do it on his own. Izuku decided he wanted to try on his own. He thought the conversation with Mei should come easily, and he already had an idea for how to start with Mr. Aizawa. Izuku asked if he could ask Hound Dog something, and Hound Dog encouraged him to go ahead. Izuku confessed that his dreams had mostly revolved around him being unable to help others and asked whether there was a way, other than the support field, that he could help heroes. He did not expect a definite answer, but he believed that asking more people increased the chances of finding a solution. Hound Dog stood and retrieved a book from his cabinet, explaining that there were actually many options. The book listed occupations at hero organizations, many of them behind the scenes. It included support scientists and engineers as well as detectives and administrative staff. Those roles were not hero positions, but they helped heroes do their jobs. Izuku stared at the book with a smile and asked if he could borrow it. Hound Dog said he would not have handed it to him if he did not want him to read it, and told Izuku to take it home and bring it back at their next appointment. He scheduled their next meeting for 2 days later and assigned Izuku the homework of having at least one of those conversations. Izuku agreed, tucked the book into his bag, thanked Hound Dog, and made his way to engineering. Izuku reflected on the poster's saying and began to understand it more. He realized he had been so focused on what had happened and his anxious thoughts that he had missed much of what had been happening around him. He had always been prone to getting lost in his thoughts. With Hound Dog's outside perspective, it was easier to see where his thoughts had drifted from reality. Mei had not been angry with him. She had been worried at most. They had spent an entire day together planning a future project, and if she had been angry, she would not have wanted to spend that time with him. Izuku slapped his palm to his forehead, trying to erase his foolishness. A shocked gasp made him realize he was not the only one in the hall. Midnight crossed her arms, put her hands on her hips, and asked who had earned a smack to the head. Izuku mumbled that he had made a stupid assumption and blushed. Midnight laughed at Izuku's response and told him that everyone makes stupid assumptions, but at least Izuku acknowledged it. Midnight smiled and continued down the hall. Izuku smiled as well and went on to the lab. Izuku found himself liking the teachers here more than those in middle school as he joined his class. Everyone seemed to be working hard, and many acknowledged him as he passed. He took a seat next to Mei, who immediately handed over her notebook filled with their previous ideas. Mei giggled and explained that Mr. Higuri had announced the class could do group projects next and that, since they had finished their first project, they could start now. She added that the UA Sports Festival would be in 2 weeks and that most of them thought that was why people had been checking on Class 1A to scope the competition. Izuku reacted excitedly that they would get to participate, noting he had always wanted a chance to compete. Mei matched his enthusiasm, saying she could not wait to show off their creations to everyone. Mr. Higuri laughed from behind them and said he had no doubt they would get the chance. He looked over their shoulder at the notebook and asked what they were planning to make. Izuku brought up a page and explained that most of the designs were specifically for members of Class 1A, except for the goggles. He described that the goggles mimicked Mei's quirk but added the ability to sense approaching objects and alert the wearer, including an estimate of their speed. He added that sensors around the headband would allow detection of incoming objects from behind. Mr. Higuri approved and encouraged them to get right on it. The two students began jotting down the materials they would need. Later, near the gates of Yue, Uraraka and Ida approached Izuku and Mei. Uraraka walked beside him and said that they should be the ones to say thank you. Ida, speaking as the representative of Class 1A, expressed that they had all been very worried about Izuku's condition after the attack and that they were deeply appreciative for his bravery and for helping their teacher. Izuku blushed and tried to downplay it, insisting they had all done what they could and that he wished he had done better. Mei scolded him gently and insisted he had done everything right and there had been nothing more he could have done. Uraraka and Ida looked between them, puzzled, but did not press the point. Mei brightened and suggested getting sweets, mentioning a bakery down the street from the station that specialized in American treats. Uraraka excitedly asked to join and checked her wallet, and Ida agreed to come along. Mei and Ida began a detailed discussion about what to expect and the differences between high-end sweet shops and the average shops on the street, while Uraraka and Izuku trailed behind in silence, both a little nervous about starting a conversation. Uraraka broke the silence by saying she was really glad Izuku was okay, explaining that the teachers had not told them anything about his injuries and they had to wait until Bakugo told them the next day. Izuku apologized for Bakugo's secrecy and for the worry they had endured. He said he thought things had seemed worse than they were. Uraraka replied that they had not exaggerated things, he had been in pretty bad condition. Izuku laughed and remarked that almost losing the feeling in his arm was indeed serious. They arrived at the brightly decorated bakery and were greeted by the warm scent of baked goods. They joined Mei and Ida at the glass display, where an assortment of donuts, cakes, and cookies gleamed. A cookie with All Might's logo caught Izuku's eye. He asked the young girl behind the counter for one for himself and a Miruko cupcake for his mother. He waited patiently while the others chose their treats. They talked about the upcoming sports festival, and Mei thoroughly enjoyed explaining to Ida and Uraraka how she planned to demonstrate their gadgets. At the station they exchanged numbers and then separated, and Izuku smiled as Uraraka immediately created a group for the four of them. The next morning, Izuku's alarm woke him. He sat up, swatted at the alarm, and realized he had only woken once during the night from a bad dream, a huge improvement he attributed to his conversation with Hound Dog. Feeling more energized, he decided to go for a run. He put on blue shorts and a black t-shirt that said bottle and headed out. His mother noticed him preparing and asked if he was going for a run. Izuku explained he had gotten more sleep and wanted to use some of that extra energy. His mother promised to have an extra big breakfast ready when he returned. He left the apartment while it was still dark but warm, running past the old playground, his elementary and middle schools, and then down to the shoreline. As the sun climbed above the water, he stopped to take in the view. When he saw people opening their shops down the street, he turned back and quickly returned home to find his mother finishing breakfast preparations. She told him to go take a shower. Izuku grumbled that it would be there when he returned and hurried to the bathroom. After showering and changing into his uniform, he sat at the table, thanked his mother for the food, and began to eat. Inko scolded Izuku to slow down. He stopped chewing, swallowed, and apologized, explaining that it tasted really good. His mother blushed at the compliment and swatted at him playfully. She reminded him that he did not have to eat so quickly as she cleared her empty plate and headed to her bedroom to change into her work clothes. Izuku finished his breakfast, helped his mother clean up, then rushed back to his bedroom and checked the time. He realized he had 30 minutes to find what he needed. He dug through his old notebooks and after searching 4 of them, he found the one he had been looking for and put it in his school bag. With 10 minutes to spare, he decided to leave earlier than planned. Izuku called out that he was leaving. His mother called back that he should have a good day at school and reminded him to invite Hatsum over that weekend. She had insisted on meeting Mei after Izuku spent a day with her. Izuku felt equal parts excited and nervous at the thought of the two of them meeting. The trip to UA felt shorter than usual, the busyness of his thoughts making time pass quickly. He was relieved that the press had not yet arrived. School would not start for another hour. He made his way to the library and greeted the visiting pro-hero Idiom, remembering how she had helped him and Mei find material on thermodynamics and statistical mechanics the day before and had even taken time to explain some of it to them. Idiom asked if he needed another book for his project and offered the photocopier in the corner when he said he wanted to make copies. Izuku used the machine, printed his pages, and added more notes on spare sheets with a fresh perspective. His pen moved quickly as new ideas filled his head. He noticed Idiom watching him curiously but kept working until he was satisfied, then thanked her and left. Aizawa, making his way to homeroom, was sure of one thing. He had not had enough coffee that morning. When he opened the classroom door, the room went quiet as he walked to his podium, preparing to give his morning directions before taking a nap. He announced that later that day there would be a basic combat exercise assisted by other teachers and instructed everyone to finish whatever homework they had been given in other classes. He added that he planned to take a nap and warned that anyone who woke him would be expelled. The students immediately set to work, except for Ida and Yaoyorozu, who likely already had their homework finished. As Aizawa began to zip up his sleeping bag, something on his podium caught his eye. A stack of papers that had not been there when he dropped off his things earlier. He picked them up and glanced at the first page, then froze. The analysis listed the hero name Eraserhead, age unknown, gender male, and described the quirk as one that could erase the quirks of anyone in his sight. The handwriting on the first pages was messy, the kind of messiness an 8-year-old might produce, and Aizawa suspected that was exactly who had written it. The next portion explained that the writer had realized Aizawa did have a quirk and thought it was amazing. The writer claimed to have written 3 pages about it and admitted it had been hard because Aizawa did not like publicity, but the writer had done it anyway. Aizawa almost smiled at that, then realized some of his students were glancing his way. He sat down against the wall to stay out of view and continued reading Midoriya's analysis. The later pages were written in a clearer, more recent hand and contained more accurate information. Aizawa hid a small smile behind his scarf when he finished. He was not sure whether this was Midoriya trying to prove a point about Aizawa being a good hero or whether there was another motive, but either way it pleased him. When the bell rang, Aizawa directed the students to change into their gym clothes and meet in one of the gyms. He placed Midoriya's analysis in his desk and made a mental note to find time to speak with the student that day, resolving, perhaps, to postpone his afternoon nap. Mei called from down the hall, wishing him luck at his meeting with Nizu. As Izuku approached Class 1A, the classroom door slammed open and Aizawa called him in for a talk. Izuku's mind raced with worry. Had he done something wrong, offended Aizawa, or gotten in for sneaking into the classroom? He reminded himself that he had wanted to speak with Aizawa. After all, that was the whole point of giving him the analysis. Aizawa instructed Izuku to take a seat in the front row and sat at his desk. He picked up the stack of papers, waved them, and praised the work as really good, noting that Izuku had a talent for quirk analysis and that it was no wonder Nizu liked him. Izuku stared, unsure of what to say, and nodded frantically with a bright blush on his face. Aizawa asked why Izuku had left it for him to find. Izuku stammered and lowered his head, staring at the desk as he tried to figure out how to begin. He thought about how easily conversations came with Mei and admitted that he had wanted to talk but did not know how else to get Aizawa's attention. He had already told Aizawa about his analysis and had left it in case the teacher wanted to read it. Aizawa's expression stayed difficult to read, which only made the pressure in Izuku's chest grow. Aizawa then asked what Izuku had wanted to talk about. Izuku said that he had expected to feel better after their conversation in the hospital but had not. He explained that, during his appointment with Hound Dog the previous day, he realized that he had never actually let Aizawa speak. The words trailed off before he could finish. Aizawa softened and told Izuku it was okay. He admitted that while he had been upset about Izuku putting himself in danger, he had to acknowledge that Izuku had handled it cleverly. Aizawa said he would have been angrier if Izuku had jumped in like it was a fight, but Izuku had distracted the villains in the only way he could think of, and there was nothing wrong with that. Izuku stared at Aizawa, fighting back tears. He gripped the edges of his sleeves and tried to breathe deeply, though his breath trembled and a single tear ran down his cheek. Aizawa remarked that he could see why Izuku hadn't let him talk earlier. He had been frustrated at the time, but afterward he understood that Izuku had probably felt desperate. Aizawa thanked him for helping relieve some of his stress with what he had said and advised Izuku not to feel guilty about the events of that day. He pointed out that if not for Izuku's quick thinking, things could have been much worse. Relief washed over Izuku. Aizawa went on to explain that feelings like these were common for heroes after a major incident, and even All Might had moments when he thought he could have done better. While the past could not be changed, it could be learned from, and Hound Dog would help him do that. Aizawa reminded Izuku that he had been brave, smart, and had made Yue proud. Izuku thanked him and then asked about Aizawa's eye. Aizawa chuckled and lifted the bandage, saying Recovery Girl expected the eye to heal and it should not affect his quirk. Izuku let go of his uniform and exhaled, allowing a few more tears to fall unnoticed. He nodded when Aizawa responded that the recovery would be fine. Aizawa asked if Izuku had a meeting with Nizu, and after Izuku nodded and wiped his cheeks, Aizawa admonished him to get to it, calling the principal an impatient mammal. Izuku bowed and hurried down the hallway. The phrase "you made you proud" replayed in Izuku's head as he walked, tears still falling silently. Having finally heard what Aizawa wanted to say, he felt much lighter. He wiped his face and began thinking about what to ask Hound Dog next. At the principal's office, Izuku tried to look composed despite his earlier crying. He froze in the doorway when he saw All Might in his small form sitting across from Nizu. Nizu greeted him cheerfully and said that he had invited Mr. Yagi to join their lesson that day. Izuku attempted a smile but felt his nerves show. He stood rooted to the spot for a moment before picking his feet up and walking forward. His hands began to shake, so he gripped the edges of his uniform, inwardly worried that he was going to stretch his sleeves if he kept doing that. He sat beside Mr. Yagi and found it difficult to hide his anxiety. Both Nizu and Toshinori noticed and exchanged a look that only made him more nervous. Nizu asked why he had invited Mr. Yagi to join them. Nizu then asked if Izuku had seen anything he was not supposed to. Izuku looked up guiltily and nodded, unable to lie to them. Nizu asked him to say it out loud. Izuku admitted that he had seen All Might at the USJ and that he knew Toshinori Yagi was All Might. All Might sighed beside him, and Izuku lowered his head to look at his lap. All Might assured him that he was not in trouble and explained that he had not expected his small form to remain hidden forever. He only hoped Izuku would keep the secret. Izuku nodded quickly and promised that he had not told anyone and did not plan to. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, and though Izuku relaxed on the outside, he was elated and overwhelmed inside by the contact. Nizu thanked Izuku for keeping the secret, acknowledging how heavy it must be to carry. Izuku wanted to ask many questions about All Might's small form but kept them to himself, aware that the more he knew, the more secrets he would bear. Nizu expressed that he was very happy Izuku was all right. Principal Nizu told Midoriya that he had given them quite the scare when he passed out. Izuku replied that his mother could be frightening when she scolded him for forgetting to pick up his towel after a shower, and even more so when she scolded while crying. All Might laughed beside him and Izuku returned a small smile. All Might then remarked that he could not imagine Inko being scary, which made Izuku's smile turn devious. Izuku offered to demonstrate and suggested to Nizu that he call his mother and claim that All Might had helped him cheat on a test so she would come down. He said he would hide in the closet so All Might could take most of the heat. Nizu, clearly amused, picked up his phone and said he was on it. All Might panicked and insisted that was unnecessary and that he believed them, reaching to take the phone back. Izuku and Nizu chuckled, and All Might observed that having the two of them together might be a bad idea. Nizu dismissed the warning and said that Midoriya and he made a fine team. With Nizu's mentoring and Midoriya's natural intelligence they could accomplish great things. Izuku smiled at his principal. Looking over at All Might, Izuku noticed a look of pure horror on the number 1 hero's face and could not help but laugh at seeing All Might afraid of something so small. Nizu then asked about Izuku's meeting with Hound Dog and whether it had been helpful. Izuku answered that it had gone very well and that Hound Dog had helped him realize some things he had not considered. He remembered the book in his bag and told them he had something to ask. All Might offered to leave, but Izuku said he would like All Might's opinion as well and explained that although he wanted to be a support engineer, he also wanted another way to help heroes. He added that Hound Dog had given him a book of hero agency occupations. Izuku produced the book and handed it to All Might, who thumbed through it and then passed it to Nizu. Nizu said he and All Might would be happy to help and asked Izuku to describe what he had in mind. Izuku replied that he wanted a role that would involve him in cases without requiring him to be in the field directly. He wanted to apply his knowledge of quirk analysis and still have time to work on hero costume designs. All Might suggested detective work as one possibility but noted that being a detective was a full-time job that typically required rising through police ranks. Nizu added that private investigators did not necessarily need that path, but they usually handled civilian cases rather than working with villains and heroes. Izuku explained that he was looking for something that would let him work directly with heroes from the start. Nizu eagerly turned the book toward them and pointed out an occupation that seemed to suit Izuku: quirk and battle analyst. The book described the job as analyzing the quirks of new or emerging villains and producing detailed reports for heroes. The salary depended on the agency and the position was rare. All Might observed that the role fit Izuku's talent for analyzing quirks but warned that, because it was uncommon, Izuku might have to begin working independently before an agency would take him on. Izuku chuckled and admitted he had not even looked through the book before asking for help, feeling a little embarrassed. Nizu noted that the educational requirements listed could be taught at their school and asked All Might, somewhat excitedly, if he would speak to Gran Torino about teaching an introductory investigations course for Midoriya. All Might stuttered and reacted with visible horror at the idea of talking to Gran Torino. Izuku wondered to himself whether All Might was secretly timid or whether Gran Torino was truly that intimidating. Nizu spun in his chair and said that if the other candidate turned them down they could always ask Detective Tsukachi, though it would take longer because Tsukachi would need to obtain a minor teaching license. He seemed to be enjoying All Might's nervous reaction. Nizu added that he had been preparing a proper lesson plan to enhance Izuku's analysis and that he would finish it by tomorrow. He explained that he would be changing Izuku's schedule and intended to gather several teachers to provide university-level math and science instruction. He spoke quickly, and Izuku noticed that All Might was having trouble keeping up. Nizu clarified that Izuku would remain in homeroom, English, engineering, and art classes, but would spend the rest of his time on a personalized timetable. He looked at Izuku excitedly and said that this arrangement was optional and that Izuku could always wait until graduation to enter university. Izuku immediately responded that he wanted to take the classes now, since it would be a good challenge. Nizu smiled even brighter, and Izuku thought that All Might appeared frightened. Izuku thought to himself that Nizu did look a little too excited. Nizu proclaimed that everything would be ready in a few days and told Izuku to get going to class. Izuku acknowledged him, grabbed his book, and put it in his bag. All Might stood to leave, but Nizu indicated he wanted to speak further with him. Izuku noticed All Might tense and wondered if the other teachers were intimidated by Nizu. He waved goodbye and left the office. Izuku hurried to his modern hero art history class with Midnight, one of his favorites because he got to draw a variety of hero costumes even when they were not his own designs. The rest of the day went by quickly, including his trip home. Izuku stepped off the train and walked through his neighborhood slightly behind Bakugo, offering a quiet goodbye in front of Bakugo's house and receiving a grunt in return. When Izuku opened the door to his apartment, his mother was waiting. Inko rose from the couch and greeted him warmly, expressing relief that he was finally home. Izuku asked what was wrong and Inko explained that the school had called about his new timetable and career plan and that she wanted to talk to him about it. She guided him to the couch, and Izuku felt immediate relief at her calm tone. Inko observed that a quirk analyst sounded perfect for him and smiled. Izuku returned her smile and reflected that he had realized after the USJ incident that he still wanted to help save people. He mentioned that Hound Dog had given him a book listing possible jobs at a hero agency and that Quirk and Battle Analyst was one of them. Inko noted that Izuku also planned to be a support engineer and teased that he would be busy, but expressed confidence that he would manage. She playfully told him to marry someone nice and give her at least one grandchild someday. Izuku blushed and stammered that Mei Hatsum was just a friend, and Inko laughed, delighted. Inko then asked about the new courses. Izuku explained that Nizu would teach analysis, and that either Gran Torino or Detective Tsukachi would teach an Introduction to Investigations course. He did not yet know who would teach the other subjects, as Nizu intended to ask for volunteers. Inko expressed excitement and gently brushed some of Izuku's curls behind his ear, telling him how proud she was. Izuku leaned into his mother's hand and whispered that he knew. Inko stood and invited him to help make supper, mentioning that Katsuki was a great cook and that it was time Izuku caught up. Izuku laughed and followed her to the kitchen, and Inko laughed at his remark that Katsuki could be intimidating even in the kitchen. The two began cooking, with Izuku following his mother's instructions closely. Inko taught him how to cut vegetables safely so he would not hurt himself. They made curry together, and Izuku felt proud even though his mother had done most of the work. After they finished, he helped with the dishes and then completed his homework at the kitchen table. From the living room couch, Inko remarked that Izuku did not watch Hero Watch as much anymore. Izuku explained that he had been more focused on school but still visited hero forums and kept up with developments. Inko giggled and recalled how he had once cried when he missed the first 5 minutes of a program and never forgot to record it again. Izuku protested that he had been 6, and Inko continued to giggle. Izuku packed his school things back into his bag and warned his mother not to be overenthusiastic when Mei came over that weekend. Inko promised she would be worse, and Izuku smiled. They settled on the couch and watched an old hero movie that had been made before Quirks manifested. Izuku took a notebook and wrote about the fantasy powers the characters displayed and how those powers were portrayed, finding it entertaining as someone who had grown up surrounded by quirks. Inko told him not to stay up too late as she stood up. A young woman yawned loudly before walking toward her room. Izuku said that he would not go to bed yet and would just finish the movie as he scribbled down the new information the heroes had gathered about the villain. A family member wished everyone good night, and Izuku replied good night. Nizu greeted the teachers enthusiastically that morning. Aizawa sighed and lowered his head onto the table, already feeling a headache from the surprise meeting. Yamada placed a hand on Aizawa's shoulder in pity, and Aizawa mouthed to him that he might as well be put out of his misery. Nizu expressed his gratitude that everyone had come in early and requested a progress report on the new security system. Cementos read from the papers and explained that the school systems had been replaced with the requested setup and that a few professionals had been hired to attempt controlled break-ins to test the system, with the arrangement that either Nizu or Cementos would be warned beforehand. Nizu responded with a loud, pleased exclamation that made Aizawa flinch, and then called on Hound Dog for an update about the students who had been attacked. Hound Dog reported that the students had all made progress in their own ways and that those who had seen him were working toward a more peaceful state of mind. Aizawa let out a small, private sigh of relief. He had urged his students to make appointments with Hound Dog and was glad that nearly half his class had taken that advice, even though he did not know which students had gone. Nizu's voice rose again as he announced the main reason for the meeting. One student required a unique course plan, and he was looking for volunteers to help. The group of teachers immediately shook their heads in refusal. Aizawa considered standing up and leaving. He already had enough on his plate and did not want to give up his only spare PRD to teach a single student. Ectoplasm spoke seriously on behalf of the group, stating that they all had full timetables and second jobs as professional heroes and could not realistically find the time. Nizu, still cheerful, insisted that Midoriya was a wonderful, hard-working student who deserved them working just as hard for him. Aizawa sat up at the mention of Midoriya. He had expected this request to concern an upperclassman, not a first year. Midoriya's quick thinking during the USJ attack had shown how sharp he was, so Aizawa wondered why he needed a new timetable and whether Nizu, who was already giving private lessons, could handle it. Midnight asked why Midoriya would need a new course plan, and Nizu calmly explained that after the attack on the USJ, Midoriya had reconsidered his future. Nizu said that Midoriya wanted to help heroes in ways beyond building suits and support gear and had researched the ideal role for himself. Nizu reported that, in addition to becoming a support engineer, Midoriya wanted to be a Quirk and battle analyst, and that Midoriya had asked to avoid university if possible. Nizu continued that Midoriya had already completed third-year science and math courses, making attendance in first-year versions unnecessary. Nizu said he had the qualifications to teach analysis himself but needed assistance teaching science and math. He proposed that wherever possible, the teacher's present take on specific subjects across the 3 years, with 13 and Vlad King handling physics and some chemistry, and Idiom assisting as she could. Vlad King accepted responsibility for teaching biology and some chemistry, noting that biology had helped him understand his own quirk. Nizu instructed the teachers to focus on biology and some chemistry for the current year, with 13 taking physics and further chemistry the next year, and the third year to be decided later. He mentioned that whoever among the available teachers agreed first would determine the specific fields to emphasize. That left Ectoplasm and Snipe to decide which of them would teach Midoriya mathematics. Ectoplasm showed a pained expression and began to say that the student was bright and that it would be rewarding to teach such a dedicated pupil. Snipe cut in to declare that he wanted the opportunity, prompting Aizawa to roll his eyes at Snipe's eagerness. Aizawa began to protest that he was about to speak, but Snipe stubbornly insisted that he had already claimed the student. Nizu sighed from beside Aizawa, and the two teachers bickered like brothers in a way Aizawa only found familiar because he and Yamada did the same. Yamada loudly suggested they settle it with rock paper scissors, best 2 out of 3, to decide who would teach Midoriya. Aizawa rolled his eyes at the idea, but the others took it seriously and began to play. Snipe won the first round, Ectoplasm won the second, and Ectoplasm won the final round. Ectoplasm cheered a little too loudly for Aizawa's liking. The teachers returned to their seats and focused on the decision. Nizu announced that he would make the final adjustments and keep everyone informed, closing the meeting. Aizawa hesitated and raised the question of self-defense for Midoriya. Nizu turned and looked at Aizawa with a bright expression and asked what he had in mind. Aizawa raised concerns that Midoriya, with his intelligence and access to classified information, would be a target for villain organizations. Nizu agreed that it was a good point and nominated Aizawa to be in charge of teaching Midoriya self-defense. Aizawa stammered his refusal, insisting he had not volunteered, but Nizu explained that Aizawa was the most logical choice. Midoriya was quirkless and Aizawa fought in a nearly quirkless style, with the best combat skills among the teachers. Aizawa wanted to argue but found he could not. He sighed and nodded, then attempted to set limits. He could only manage twice a week. Nizu smiled and continued down the hall, accepting the compromise with good humor. Aizawa dragged a hand across his bandaged face, thinking that at least it was a student he respected. It was chillier than Izuku expected during his morning run. He slowed at the pier to watch the sunrise, which had nearly risen above the water. He took a photo on his phone, wondering if he would try drawing a landscape later since he had mostly drawn people before. Putting his phone away, Izuku headed back home, eyes searching for inspiration. A man was opening a small cafe across the street, setting up umbrellas on the tables when a gust of wind sent one of the umbrellas flying. That sight sparked an idea in Izuku, and he picked up his pace toward his apartment. He burst in, called out that he was home, and hurried to change into slippers. His sudden entrance startled his mother, who gave him a mock glare. Izuku apologized and explained excitedly that he had an idea after seeing the umbrella blown away. His mother laughed, amused that something so ordinary could inspire him, and encouraged him to continue as she pulled a dish from the oven. Izuku described his concept of an escape chute for heroes, something hidden in a costume to create space between a hero and a close combat villain or to act as a safety device if a hero began to fall. He rambled about making it removable so it could be used on civilians or allies in danger. His mother listened with a smile as they ate breakfast, and Izuku explained how he planned to integrate some of his other designs. Time for school and work approached quickly. Izuku shoved his notebooks into his bag and tucked his red tie into his pocket, deciding he would put it on at school. He ran to the station and made the train just in time. He sat near the door but stood to offer his seat to an elderly woman who had boarded after him. She thanked him and complimented his UA uniform, mentioning that her grandson had once wanted to attend the school and that admission was difficult. She assumed he must be gifted. Izuku modestly downplayed it and mentioned that he was in the support course and had previous internship experience with a support company, which had given him a head start. The woman was even more impressed and talked about her grandson, who was now in university and hoped to work for the Hero Commission. Izuku shared his own plans for the future, and the woman expressed confidence that he would succeed. He smiled, thanked her, and said goodbye as the train arrived at his station. The woman waved and he returned it as he made his way off the train. The station was packed and Izuku fought his way through the crowd. He was suddenly glad he now had experience pushing through large groups as he exited the station easily. He began to walk quickly toward UA and saw other students also running late. He thought at least he was not the only one. Izuku made it into the classroom just before the bell rang. He let out a long sigh of relief and sat down in his seat next to Mei. When Mei noticed his expression, she giggled. Izuku returned the sound with a poor attempt at a glare. Mr. Higuri stood up from his desk and explained that for the remainder of the term until the sports festival, their only classes would be engineering and homerooms so students could build as many gadgets as possible for the festival. Izuku's face broke into an excited grin and Mei's brightened even more. Mei leaned toward Izuku and quietly told him that they would be able to finish the goggles by that afternoon, keeping her hand over her mouth so the teacher would not notice. Izuku knew the teacher could still tell she was talking, but others around the classroom were doing the same. Mr. Higuri dismissed the class to head to the lab. Izuku waited while Mei repacked her items and the two followed their classmates. At the classroom door, Izuku noticed Nizu standing to the side. When they made eye contact, the principal motioned him forward. Izuku approached nervously, hoping Nizu had not seen him running to class. Nizu excitedly told Izuku that he had gathered enough teachers for a new timetable and that the changes would begin after the sports festival to give staff time to plan and the students time to prepare. Izuku responded with excitement that it sounded amazing. Mei, standing beside him, glanced sad and asked about the new timetable. Nizu explained that Izuku had adjusted his long-term goals and would be taking a few extra courses, but reassured them both that Izuku would still be in about half of Mei's classes and wished them a good day before walking away. Mei smacked Izuku's arm and scolded him for not telling her. Izuku protested that he had planned to tell her that morning but had been late. Mr. Higuri's voice called from behind them that they were going to be late, and he expressed that, although he was sorry to hear Izuku would be taking extra courses, he was glad he would still see them in the lab and that he would borrow them occasionally for repairs and projects. Mr. Higuri added that after the sports festival, if they kept their grades up, both of them could spend more time in the lab helping with repairs on Hero Corps students' gear and working on their own projects. Mei squealed in excitement. The group made their way to the workbench to finish the last adjustments on the goggles. Izuku and Mei worked well together, often anticipating what the other needed before it was asked. Their classmates had remarked on how eerie it was to watch them, but the two shrugged it off. By the end of the day they had completed and tested the goggles. Izuku was impressed at how well they fit his head, since he had provided the measurements Mei used to design them. The testing was more chaotic than he enjoyed. Abiko and Mei were enthusiastic about throwing things at Izuku from all directions. He had to explain that the goggles did not improve his coordination and that he could not catch 3 items at once, especially when they came from different directions. As they left toward the front gate, Abiko commented that the test had been fun. Mei added that they should throw things at Izuku more often, teasing him, which made Takahashi laugh as Izuku gave the 2 girls a pained look. Izuku grumbled that they were never doing that again, while Abiko pouted and insisted Izuku was her favorite test subject and that throwing items was important for testing prototypes. Takahashi laughed until he doubled over. Mei mock-threatened Takahashi, who immediately sobered and begged not to be next, pleading not to be subjected to one of Mei's projects because they tended to explode more than Fujiki's had that morning. The group laughed at the memory of their classmates' dramatic mishap. Mei argued that explosions were part of the excitement of invention, and Abiko deadpanned that life would be dull without the constant possibility of dramatic accidents, sending the group into another fit of giggles. Later, at home, Izuku finished tying his last shoe while his mother checked that he had everything. Inko asked about chargers and spare clothes, and Izuku, standing up, answered that he had everything he needed and asked her to stop reminding him of past embarrassments. He reminded her that the story about going to school with nothing but a figurine had happened when he was 5. Inko laughed and pulled him into a hug, murmuring that she wanted him to be safe and did not want him to come home injured. Izuku hugged her back and told her he could not promise he would never get hurt but that he would be careful. Inko squeezed him even harder before releasing him. She smiled proudly and told him she could not believe her baby was going to be on TV and that Mitsuki, Masaru, and she would be cheering for him and Katsuki the whole time. Izuku smiled and offered one last goodbye before leaving the apartment. He arrived at the arena for the first year's sports festival earlier than he had expected. The outside was busy with pro heroes in both civilian clothing and costume, walking around and chatting. Izuku scanned the crowd, trying to name as many as he could before deciding to head inside. When Mr. Higuri spotted him, he took him to the side and said he was glad Izuku had come early and told him to follow. Izuku followed nervously. Mr. Higuri led him to a private room where Nizu and Midnight were already waiting. Izuku asked worriedly whether he was in trouble. Nizu reassured him that he was not and explained they had a favor to ask. Ms. Hata, the support student scheduled to give a short speech with the top students, was sick, and since Izuku had scored second highest among support students, they wondered if he could replace her. Izuku froze and stammered that he would have to talk in front of all those heroes. Midnight tried to sound reassuring and said it did not have to be much, just a simple encouragement and he would be done. He mumbled that he was not good with public speaking and gripped the edges of his sleeves. Mr. Higuri apologized for asking and offered to provide something in return if that would convince him. Izuku brightened and asked if he could get a signed poster from all of the UA staff. Midnight smiled at the idea and Nizu agreed happily to arrange it, then told him to head to his class prep room to prepare. Izuku followed the principal's orders, excitement and fear mingling. He passed Recovery Girl's makeshift nurse's office and waved politely as he went. As he walked past the business course prep rooms, he noticed students making bets and overheard their speculative chatter about who would win. He smiled and rolled his eyes at their focus on wagering rather than the contest itself. He entered the 1H prep room and was tackled by Mei in a hug. She called out his name and urged him to pick out his support gear because she wanted to see how he looked. Izuku laughed and told her to get off, and she pulled him toward the items they had laid out. He chose equipment focused on combat, coordination, speed, and agility, leaving behind the signal catcher. Mei had already donned her gear and felt heavier than usual from the hug. Takahashi and Abiko approached and remarked that Izuku and Mei were very decked out. Izuku noticed how much they stood out compared to their classmates. Their experience had led them to bring more than enough gadgets, while most of the class had opted not to clear prototypes for use. Abiko bluntly observed that she could not tell whether they looked stupid or just weird, and Izuku laughed at the honesty as he checked himself in the mirror. He wore silver augmentation goggles, a utility belt holding his tools including an electric hook and a static pole, protective gloves designed to guard against electrocution from those devices, and anti-gravity shoes that were already charging. A call announced that it was time. Izuku left with his classmates and they waited in the long hallway next to classes 1F and 1G. When their course was announced and the large door opened, they walked out into the field. Izuku tried to plan a simple, encouraging line for his speech. He heard the crowd before he saw it. The bright sun made it hard to look up. When he finally took in the giant audience, he was surprised by the turnout and guessed the USJ attack had raised attention on Class 1A. He worried about topics and order and whether he would be first or last. He saw Midnight behind the stage where the first years were gathering. She beckoned him to follow. He left Mei's side and walked behind the stage, where he found Bakugo and 2 others waiting. Bakugo addressed him by his nickname in confusion. Izuku replied nervously that he assumed Bakugo was doing a speech too and asked what Bakugo planned to say. Bakugo answered that he intended to win. Izuku snorted, Bakugo returned a rough glare, and Izuku listened as Midnight began to speak. He told himself he had this. When Bakugo declared again that he was going to win, the crowd responded with boos and anger, and other students joined in the outburst. Izuku stared at his friend in shock. Bakugo wore a proud smirk that Izuku tried to slap away as the general education representative stood on the stage. Izuku whispered that he could not believe Bakugo had actually done that. Bakugo smirked and reminded Izuku that he had promised he would. The general education student announced that UA was more than cocky people and that hero course students should remember that getting in did not guarantee staying, then stepped down as a mix of boos and cheers ran through the crowd. Izuku watched the business course representative stand and noted that she declared her course did not plan on winning. She added that the winner would likely be a hero course student with the most talent and a respectful attitude, glancing in Bakugo's direction as she said it. Izuku kept Bakugo from reacting. Midnight gestured toward Izuku and indicated that it was his turn to speak. Izuku walked onto the stage and looked down at the gathered teenagers. He began by saying that UA had been around since heroes first came into the field and had a long history of nurturing the best heroes, business majors, and support engineers the world had ever seen. He referenced the recent attack on the school as proof that their generation would not be an exception. The crowd roared in agreement, and Izuku blushed before continuing that this year, from the general education course to the hero course, they planned to show the world what they had to offer. He forced himself not to be sick with nerves and urged his fellow students to start the festival with a bang and to go beyond. The crowd responded with the school chant, and Izuku grinned as he left the stage to find the other three looking at him with respect. Kirishima praised him for getting the crowd on his side, and Bakugo scoffed that it was easy after following him. Izuku spotted Mei and joined her and the rest of Class 1A while Kirishima pulled Bakugo toward the 1A group. Midnight explained that the first event would be an obstacle course, and the students were sent to the large doors at the side of the arena. Izuku observed that not all of them could get through the gate at once, so he moved toward the rear of the crowd. He noticed that many business course students looked bored. Present Mike counted down and called for the start. Izuku launched himself into the air, using his boots for a boost, and reached the wall within the gate. He pushed off and cleared the first few obstacles, choosing routes that avoided the pushing and shoving below. Ice spread across the ground as Todoroki skated ahead, and Izuku slipped and landed on his back when he touched the frozen surface, frowning at Todoroki for the mishap. He got back up and followed the group. A giant robot arrived and Todoroki halted its feet before moving on. Izuku hesitated when the robot toppled in front of him. He did not wait for Kirishima and another student with a steel quirk to emerge from under it, instead running around and dodging attacks from smaller robots. He thought these were like the robots Bakugo had mentioned from the entrance exam and felt the challenge was intense. Another giant robot appeared and Bakugo took it down before it reached Izuku. Seeing a third robot, Izuku decided to act. He reached into his utility belt and took out the electric hook. He aimed for the robot's shoulder, fired the hook, and secured it. He hit the retracting and shock functions to destabilize the machine, rode the shoulder as it pitched backward, and landed in a controlled roll as it fell with a clang. The crowd cheered loudly. Izuku planned to check the video footage later to see how things looked. He followed the direction Todoroki had taken. The ground ahead was leveled for running, and Izuku relied on his endurance training. He glanced back and saw most of classes 1A and 1B catching up. Mei was near Uraraka, and Izuku smiled toward them before focusing on the course. Todoroki and Bakugo launched themselves into the air as if avoiding something on the ground, and Izuku prepared to jump too. From a distance the large gaps in the terrain became clear, and he aimed for a farther but reachable landing. Mei shouted in excitement behind him, but Izuku kept moving, jumping from platform to platform. He began to feel his boots losing stored energy and scanned for a less taxing route. Spotting a rope, Izuku kicked himself for not noticing sooner and planned a final jump to reach it. When he arrived on the other side, he glanced back to see everyone starting to catch up. He ran the remaining distance to the last obstacle and read a caution sign warning of mines. Izuku thought he should have brought the signal catcher and followed the footprints laid out by Todoroki to guide his path. He was able to walk slightly faster than the two ahead of him but kept his distance, knowing he did not need to beat them, just stay where he was. Bakugo cursed and deliberately detonated one of the mines to propel himself forward. Todoroki muttered in his usual monotone as he followed the blonde and used a sheet of ice to speed along. Izuku began to run, carefully stepping in Todoroki's footsteps and sliding across the ice. As his pace began to slow, Izuku pulled out his static pole and used it like a paddle to maintain momentum. A girl with vine-like hair passed him just as they reached the finish line. The crowd roared, and Izuku glanced at the scoreboard to see Todoroki had edged out Bakugo for first place. The vine-haired girl, Shiozaki, showed a hint of annoyance. Izuku spoke to Shiozaki, calling her by name and complimenting her performance. She looked surprised to be acknowledged, then nodded and replied in a calm, soothing manner that she had not expected a support student to take the festival so seriously. Izuku admitted that he had watched the festival since childhood and, though winning did not affect him as it did others, he wanted to do his best. Shiozaki returned his smile. Mei rushed up and greeted Izuku with an enthusiastic hug, congratulating him on placing fourth and remarking on the attention his performance had attracted. Izuku asked whether Mei had made it through as well. She confirmed with an excited grin. Izuku noted on the board that all of Class 1A had advanced. Only Mei, Izuku, and one other non-hero course student had made it through. Izuku read another name on the list, Hitoshi Shinszo. Shinszo turned and glared at Izuku, then quickly walked away before Izuku could respond. Mei muttered that Shinszo seemed prickly as Midnight returned to the stage to explain the next round. Midnight announced that the second round of the UA Sports Festival for first years would be a cavalry battle featuring the top 42 from the qualifier. She emphasized that those at the top of the rankings stood to lose more. Izuku felt a flush of worry. Midnight added that certain top-ranked competitors carried much higher point values. Todoroki, who had placed first, was worth 10 million points. Izuku watched the other competitors turn toward Todoroki and felt relieved not to be the immediate target. Midnight laid out the rules and then gave everyone 15 minutes to form teams. Izuku checked his points and decided he did not need to band with others who only had moderate scores. He could focus on strategy. He watched Mei look at Todoroki with obvious admiration. She hesitated, torn between staying and approaching him. Izuku encouraged her to go ask to join his team. Mei ran over and eagerly requested to be on Todoroki's team. Izuku noticed Shiozaki standing with a student whose quirk involved steel and another student from Class 1B wearing a blue and white headband. He tapped Shiozaki on the shoulder and nervously asked to join their team. Tetsu introduced himself enthusiastically and welcomed Izuku, praising his earlier performance. Yosetsu always introduced himself as well. Izuku explained that he was quirkless but had a variety of gadgets that could help, and he retrieved his notebook and began asking about their quirks. This was the best setup they had, Izuku thought as he and his team took their place at the side of the field. He would be the rider, with Tetsu at the front acting as a shield for incoming attacks. Shiozaki stood to Izuku's right and Aways to his left. Izuku had given Aways a few gadgets he did not feel attached to and told him to use them as needed. Izuku fitted his augmentation goggles as Midnight signaled the teams to prepare. Their strategy was simple: observe first, then attack, avoid overcommitting and do not go after the 10 million point target. They needed to protect the points they already had and perhaps pick off a few smaller teams. Tetsu admitted he was getting nervous. Shiozaki told him calmly that nerves and anxiety were like an engine's roar before it soared. Izuku noticed she had closed her eyes in concentration. Nearby, the blonde rider from the adjacent team, Monoma, ignored Izuku and threw a verbal challenge. Tetsu answered in kind, and Izuku realized that was the other rider's name. A loud countdown rang out across the field as Present Mic called for the start. On the signal, the cavalry battle erupted in a flurry of fast, stylized motion. Teams charged and collided with explosive but non-graphic impacts, everyone jostling for position in a kinetic, anime-style scramble. Izuku's team circled wider around the center while he leaned forward and relayed observations in a voice low enough to be heard only by his teammates. He noted that Shoji, the multi-armed student, was concealing at least one person in his arms who likely wore the headband. He kept his words controlled and quiet so only his team could hear. Izuku asked Shiozaki if she could send a strand of hair in to steal a target without them noticing. Shiozaki answered that she would do her very best to assist the team. Izuku nodded and continued, warning that Shinszo, the general education student with purple hair, seemed to be pursuing similar objectives but that his teammates felt off, so they should avoid them. Tetsu affirmed the plan. Aizawa asked if there was anything else, and Izuku noticed his goggles giving a signal. Izuku warned that someone was approaching from the left. He turned to see a blonde girl with a green-haired boy on her back. The girl faltered when she realized they had been spotted. Shizaki identified them as Kamakiri and Pony and explained their quirks. Kamakiri could produce large blades from his body, and Pony could fire horn-like projectiles and control several at once. Izuku took in the information and adjusted the team's positioning. Izuku noted that Kamakiri would be a poor match for Aizawa because his blades could weld, so they kept him to their left or front. When a blade suddenly shot forward, Tetsu hardened and caught it easily before handing it to Aizawa. Two horn-like projectiles followed. Shizaki used her hair to snare them while Izuku grabbed his shock pole from his utility belt. He activated its sparks and threw it toward the competition. Kamakiri caught it, received an electric shock, and dropped it, clutching his hand. A strand of Shizaki's hair reached out, retrieved a headband and the pole, and then she ordered a retreat. The team moved to the other side of the field, and Izuku returned the headband and pole to his possession, slipping the band around his neck as they walked. Izuku observed the other teams. He said that Bakugo's team seemed to be going after Monoma and that Shoji was distracted pursuing the high-value target. He reminded everyone to watch the right, pointing out that Shinszo was in that direction and appeared to be racking up points. Aizawa complimented Izuku on his planning, and Izuku, a little embarrassed, replied that he had been the second choice for support representative because the first was sick. Tetsu praised Izuku's speech about sportsmanship. Shinszo's team moved in on another group. Izuku warned everyone not to respond to Shinszo under any circumstances. The teammates nodded, and Shizaki slipped in and stole a headband from Shoji's side without drawing attention. The timekeeper announced that 1 minute remained. With 1,205 points, Izuku judged they should have enough to advance and urged the team to avoid unnecessary engagements. As they tried to leave, a wall of ice blocked their exit. Todoroki and Bakugo's teams were dueling across the field. Izuku suggested they stick to the side and observe. Bakugo's intensity was obvious. The clash between explosive and ice-based techniques made for a chaotic and spectacular showdown. Izuku used the pause to study team tactics. On Bakugo's team, Kirishima took the front to absorb attacks, Mina covered short range, and Siro handled long-distance support. Todoroki's team had Ida in front as a mobility anchor, though the icy surface limited his effectiveness. Mei covered one side, and Todoroki used a jetpack while Mei and Momo wore booster boots for extra maneuverability. When time expired, they had not captured the 10 million point target. The announcer then revealed the top 4 teams. Present Mike called the results and Izuku listened with bated breath. First place was Team Todoroki. Izuku glanced at Todoroki, who looked composed, and noticed a childhood friend nearby behaving childishly in celebration. Second place was Team Midoriya. Tetsu slapped Izuku on the back with a grin. Third place went to Team Bakugo. Izuku approached Bakugo and told him he should be pleased to have advanced. Bakugo snapped at him to be quiet. Fourth place, unexpectedly, was Team Shinszo. Izuku looked toward Ojiro, who appeared confused, then to Shinszo, who seemed satisfied. The announcer declared an hour break for lunch and the afternoon events. Izuku and his teammates filed into the hallway, and Mei joined them, excited that they both had advanced and joking about testing her inventions on future opponents. Izuku laughed as they walked. Uraraka hurried up to praise their performance. Izuku stammered a grateful response. Lady Violet arrived, and Izuku brightened at the sight of the hero. She congratulated him on advancing to the next round, and introduced her old teacher, Ms. Joke, who greeted him warmly. Izuku introduced his friends, explaining that Hatsum was in his class and Uraraka was in class 1. Uraraka admired Lady Violet's costume, and they exchanged friendly conversation in which Violet teased Izuku about his past costume competition placement. Violet and her companions waved that they would be cheering them on as they left. Izuku thanked them and continued down the hall with his friends. Izuku announced that his mom had packed cookies for everyone and that he was going to grab them, promising he would be right back. Mei called back that he should not take too long as he made his way toward the 1H prep room. Near the prep rooms, Izuku began to hear voices. He ignored them until one voice raised a yell ordering Shoto not to disgrace him. Izuku glanced toward the side hallway where the voices came from, resisting the urge to see who it was. Another voice urged Shoto to use his fire. Shoto replied in a monotone that he would never use that fire. Izuku realized the other voice must be Endeavor and heard the hero continuing to criticize his son. Izuku went to grab the cookies and then deliberately stomped his feet a little louder to make his presence known as he walked toward the hall where the conversation was happening. Turning into the hall, he pretended to be surprised and smiled, praising Todoroki for his performance in the first 2 rounds and offering to head to the cafeteria together. Todoroki agreed and began to follow him, but Endeavor called to his son. Todoroki said that the conversation was over and that he could not win on an empty stomach. The 2 teenagers continued down the hall in silence. Izuku stole a few glances at Todoroki. Though his face seemed emotionless, his brisk pace suggested otherwise. Izuku did his best to keep up with the red and white-haired boy. Once they were a good distance away from the hero, their pace slowed. Izuku offered a cookie to the other boy, raising the container toward his face. Todoroki reacted with confusion at the offer of a cookie. Izuku explained that Todoroki seemed upset and that his mom had told him to share the treats with friends. Todoroki asked skeptically if they were friends. Izuku admitted they were not friends yet but said he would like to be, if Todoroki wanted, and felt a small blush rise to his own face. Todoroki accepted and reached for a cookie. Todoroki asked what the cookies tasted like. Izuku was surprised that Todoroki had never had many sweets and reached into his bag to pull out macaroons. He encouraged Todoroki to try one, asking if he had ever had a macaroon before. Todoroki shook his head, and Izuku smiled, saying that today was his lucky day because his mom had sent macaroons as well and that she made the best ones. The 2 continued on to the cafeteria and joined Mei, Uraraka, and Ida at a small table in the corner. Uraraka gasped that the tournament bracket had been posted. Izuku looked up from offering cookies to Sato and Koda and noticed 2 empty spots on the bracket. Ojiro and Shota from Class 1B explained that they had decided to drop out. The group reacted with surprise and confusion. Ojiro defended himself, saying he did not even remember what had happened. Izuku checked his phone and saw that he would be facing Shinszo. He admitted that it did not feel right to have advanced by doing nothing. Shota spoke shyly to the larger group and agreed, saying that he wanted to earn his place. The conversation continued as everyone processed the new bracket. Ida declared that it was very honorable of them both and that he supported their decision, his hand moving in a precise, mechanical way. Izuku turned his head and noticed Ojiro approaching. Ojiro indicated he wanted to talk to Midoriya, but Izuku interrupted, raising his hands and explaining that he had seen Ojiro use his quirk and thought he knew how it worked. Ojiro asked if that meant Izuku would not respond, and when Izuku nodded, Ojiro exhaled in relief and approved. Izuku admitted that he did not think he would win, and the entire group turned to him. A deep blush spread across his face as he stammered that Bakugo seemed serious about getting into the hero course and that he himself was not that interested in winning. He scratched the back of his neck nervously while the others stared. Bakugo asked sharply whether Izuku planned to give up. Izuku replied that of course he would not. It would be rude not to try. He added that Bakugo had a lot more on the line and probably more motivation to beat him. The others seemed satisfied and returned to studying the bracket and finishing their food. Shota left to join classmates on the other side of the cafeteria, and several of Izuku's and Mei's classmates, including Takahashi and Abiko, stopped by to wish them luck. Uraraka sat down between Mei and Izuku and asked whether he planned to take part in the afternoon activities. Izuku smiled and admitted he was unsure, explaining that his match was first and he felt nervous. He looked down at the empty bento in front of him and decided he would probably just watch. Uraraka said she was in the same situation and that they had announced Tokoyami and herself as replacements for Ojiro and Shota. Izuku congratulated her, and Uraraka flushed hard before offering him an extra bento. Izuku then noticed Mei handing Ida a variety of support gear, and Ida thanked Hatsum seriously for the equipment. Turning back to Uraraka, Izuku asked who she would be facing. Uraraka answered in a whisper, fear clear in her voice, that it would be Bakugo. Izuku took a breath and listed essential information about Katsuki Bakugo. He was 16 years old, his quirk was Explosion, which allowed him to ignite the sweat on his hands, and his personality was angry, highly competitive, and unwilling to accept defeat. Uraraka looked puzzled, and Izuku calmly reminded her that heroes regularly faced powerful opponents and suggested that treating him like a target on a planning sheet might help calm her nerves. Mei likened it to a pre-raid meeting, and Izuku agreed. Izuku added that Bakugo was not an alien monster but a 16-year-old with weaknesses like anyone else, and he expressed confidence that Uraraka would find Bakugo's weakness on her own. Uraraka's blush deepened until her face was completely flushed. Izuku let the moment settle and then steered the conversation back to the afternoon's activities. The group cleaned up their area before leaving and made their way down to the field. Izuku practiced the breathing exercise Hound Dog had taught him while he waited to be called onto the field. He had decided not to bring any of his gadgets for this round, and Mei had shouted that he should be showing them off instead of hiding them. Izuku had answered honestly that Shinszo did not have a quirk that helped him in combat and that he wanted the match to be fair. Mei settled down, though Izuku knew she would have preferred he take something with him. The crowd grew louder as Present Mike began announcing that the matches were about to begin. Looking across the field past the raised battle zone, Izuku saw Shinszo in his tunnel and wondered if he was as nervous. Present Mike introduced Hitoshi Shinszo as the first fighter and the crowd cheered when Shinszo walked toward the center. Present Mike then introduced Izuku as the support course representative and the crowd reaction included a stuttered praise on the broadcast, which Izuku mentally noted he would rewatch later. Izuku stood about 5 feet in front of Shinszo, with Midnight and Cementos to his left. Shinszo studied him with an odd look, scanning him as if searching for hidden devices. Present Mike explained that the rules were simple. A competitor could win by forcing the opponent out of bounds, immobilizing them, or making them say they gave up. Shinszo repeated the surrender condition and asked what the match was supposed to prove, framing it as a test of spirit and asking why Izuku was even there. Izuku silently told himself not to answer. Midnight signaled the beginning of the match and urged them to put on a good show. Izuku moved forward quickly and attempted to adopt a battle stance. Izuku remembered the other students' talk about pride and, feeling a surge of anger, wondered if that student had been foolish to throw his chance away. He decided the man had been honorable. Izuku leapt forward, catching Shinszo off guard and pushing him back. Shinszo fell and then got back up, moving away cautiously. Shinszo complained about the lack of response and Izuku silently urged himself to bait the other boy into coming closer. When Shinszo came within 2 feet of the boundary line, he lunged forward and landed a solid, though not powerful, punch to Izuku's cheek. Izuku staggered, then regained his footing and struck Shinszo's jaw. Shinszo shouted that he needed to win, and Izuku answered that he should earn it. Shinszo then lunged, shoving Izuku's shoulders. Izuku grabbed Shinszo's hands and used his grip to counter the shove. Shinszo accused another student of not earning their place, calling him a spoiled brat. Izuku's eyes glazed over as Shinszo's quirk activated and took hold of his body. Shinszo commanded Izuku to walk out of bounds, and Izuku felt his limbs move on their own, carrying him past the line. The crowd watched in a mixture of awe and confusion. Once he was outside the boundary, Izuku regained control and heard the crowd roar. He turned back, smiled at Shinszo, and sprinted toward him, praising the match and offering his hand. Shinszo hesitated, then shook it. Midnight pushed them toward one of the hallways and told them to keep moving so the schedule could continue. As they entered the main hall, Izuku grabbed Shinszo's arm and pulled him in a different direction. Shinszo protested at being pulled aside. Izuku told Shinszo that he could not rely on his quirk alone and that he was disappointed Shinszo had not realized that. When Shinszo began to protest, Izuku explained that he was quirkless and that, if the match had continued, he would have beaten Shinszo. He added that people with quirks like Shinszo's needed support and help, and that seeking that help was not a weakness. Shinszo asked, surprised, whether Izuku was offering help and how that would work. Izuku, amused, said that he was a support student and that helping others was his purpose. He admitted he was sad Shinszo had not visited his class before the festival, because they might have been able to create a support device tailored for him. Shinszo stood stunned by the offer. Shinszo explained, with bitterness, that he felt his quirk marked him as villainous. Izuku realized, with a flash of frustration, how much quirk discrimination Shinszo had faced. He pressed a simpler point. If Shinszo wanted to be a hero, his quirk was not inherently villainous, it belonged to him, and he could choose how to use it. Izuku led Shinszo to the room where Principal Nizu and a small form All Might were watching the matches. He knocked and entered when Nizu invited them in. Izuku greeted Nizu and All Might, then asked Nizu for permission for Shinszo to use one of his creations in an upcoming match. Nizu smiled at the request, and Izuku heard Shinszo take a small, surprised breath. Nizu began to point out that all support gear required prior approval, and Izuku replied that the gear had already been approved by Nizu and Hound Dog before the festival and that he also knew Nizu was allowing Ida to use some of Mei's equipment during their match. Nizu rose from his chair, a proud smile replacing his previous expression, and told them there should be no reason to refuse. He then walked up to Izuku and added that only one item would be allowed and he would have to be there to approve it. Izuku bent down as the small mammal climbed onto his shoulders and then led them toward Class 1H's prep room, saying he had some good options. Once they arrived, Izuku opened a duffel bag full of gadgets and laid the items out on the table. He asked Shinszo if there was anything specific he wanted, offering possibilities such as help with strength, agility, or speed. Shinszo walked up to the table to look over the options and asked if there was anything that could keep an opponent from moving. Izuku suggested a capture-type restraint that would require getting close to the opponent. Shinszo, speaking in a monotone, explained that he might be facing Todoroki next and needed something he could use from a distance. Izuku considered the gadgets and mentioned that the only item that shot was the electric hook, then offered an alternative to help with dodging and asked Shinszo for his shoe size. It was a small miracle they shared the same size. Izuku, with abnormally large feet for his height, recalled his doctor predicting he would likely grow to about 180 centimeters. He was still hoping for that growth spurt. Izuku sat next to Takahashi in the Class 1H spectator section with his notebook, taking notes on all the fighters in the first round. Present Mike announced the first battle of the second round, introducing Todoroki from Class 1A and Shinszo from Class 1C. Loud cheers erupted as Todoroki exited the tunnel and Shinszo followed. Shinszo's bright red shoes looked out of place and drew attention when others noticed. Izuku glanced down at the black Converse Shinszo had switched with him and noted they were comfortable, if a bit plain. The match began. Todoroki quickly unleashed an ice attack, but Shinszo dodged with help from the booster shoes and smirked provocatively at Todoroki. Izuku observed Shinszo taunting him, and Todoroki's next attack grew larger. Shinszo barely managed to evade. Izuku inhaled sharply when a shard of ice struck Shinszo's shoulder. Takahashi muttered that Todoroki was brutal and compared him to his father, Endeavor. Izuku advised against judging him that way and told the class he had overheard a private conversation between Todoroki and his father after the cavalry round. Izuku noted that Todoroki seemed under a great deal of pressure and was usually kinder off the field. Abiko reacted with surprise and realized that being Endeavor's son likely added extra expectations for Todoroki. As the match continued, Izuku worried aloud in his head that Todoroki was not using his fire because of his father and that his temperature was dropping. He feared Todoroki might be at risk of exhaustion before the tournament was over. Todoroki appeared to recognize this too and finally trapped Shinszo in a large block of ice. Izuku felt both pride for Todoroki and sympathy for Shinszo when Todoroki helped him out of the ice. Shinszo showed visible frustration as he walked back toward his tunnel just beneath Class 1C and adjacent to 1H. Shinszo received cheers from his classmates in 1C and seemed surprised, looking up at them. Izuku leaned over the barrier to applaud and called encouragement for Shinszo. His classmates joined in, and soon the entire stadium followed. A small smile appeared on Shinszo's face before he disappeared into the tunnel. Izuku returned to his seat, retrieved his notebook, and wrote down concerns about Todoroki as well as a new page of support items he could suggest for Shinszo. Later, after the festival, Izuku walked home with Bakugo, trying to get him to appear less hostile despite his victory. Bakugo remained visibly upset about his match with Todoroki, complaining that Todoroki had only used half his power. Izuku suggested that Todoroki might not be comfortable using his fire, and when Bakugo questioned why, Izuku asked whether Todoroki had ever used his fire in class. Bakugo admitted he had not, and Izuku urged caution, advising his friend not to confront Todoroki directly since Bakugo tended not to be gentle. Bakugo softened slightly when Izuku pointed out that the teachers, like Mr. Aizawa, had probably seen similar situations and might handle them appropriately. The two continued toward the Bakugo home, trading observations about other students while Bakugo used teasing nicknames. They arrived to be greeted warmly by Mitsuki, Masaru, and Inko. Masaru was covered in icing and Inko held her arms open, proud and emotional. Inko embraced the boys and expressed how proud she was of them. She released them, and Bakugo clicked his tongue as he headed to the kitchen to tell his father to clean the icing off his face. Inko asked why he was upset, and he shook his head. Katsuki said he was upset because Todoroki had only used half his quirk in their battle. Inko seemed to understand and followed him to the kitchen. Inko called for Katsuki and asked if he had done his best out there. He nodded. She asked if he had given it his all. He nodded again. Inko told him that if he had given his all then he had won, whether Todoroki had been at his strongest or not. She explained that he had won because he had not held back and because he cared enough to try as hard as he could, and that there was nothing more to it. Mitsuki commented that if Todoroki had been fully committed he would have beaten him, which set off a loud exchange between mother and son. Masaru returned from the bathroom with a face clean of frosting and stepped between them to calm things down. Izuku followed his mother and helped set the table. Eventually everyone joined, and Inko served her spicy curry. Izuku warned Katsuki to slow down or he might choke, concerned as Katsuki was eating faster than his mother. Katsuki mumbled through a full mouth. Mitsuki tapped him on the head and scolded him for talking with his mouth full. Masaru observed the lively scene and remarked on how odd yet loving the mother and son relationships were, which made Inko and Izuku laugh. When everyone finished, Izuku and Katsuki took on dish duty, with Katsuki washing and Izuku drying and putting things away. Katsuki yelled at Izuku to hurry as he sped through the dishes. Izuku tried to dry quickly and move things before more were added, and Katsuki complained that Izuku was too slow. Izuku retorted that he was average and suggested Katsuki try that pace sometime. Mitsuki called from the living room for Katsuki not to yell at Izuku, and Katsuki pointed out that Izuku had been yelling back. Izuku then called out in a sweet tone that he could handle him and that there was no need for Mitsuki to intervene. Mitsuki said she trusted him. Katsuki grumbled but slowed his pace, and when Izuku giggled, Katsuki jabbed him in the ribs with an elbow. Inko told them she would bring out the cake once they finished. Katsuki said the dishes were nearly done and grabbed a towel to help Izuku with the drying. Inko left the room to fetch the cake. Katsuki asked what the cake theme might be. Izuku predicted confidently that it would be All Might, insisting the rest of them had been tricked. When Inko returned carrying an All Might-themed cake with the words "Congratulations Katsuki" on top, Izuku smiled brightly and Katsuki gave him a small glare that Inko did not notice. Masaru and Mitsuki joined them, and everyone enjoyed a slice. Katsuki's piece was noticeably larger than the others, and he wore a small smirk that made Inko's smile even warmer. Izuku and Mitsuki shared a great bond, but Inko's relationship with Katsuki was even closer. Both had grown up with a second mother figure. Mitsuki often sneaked Izuku extra sweets and bought him the same All Might merchandise she got for Katsuki when his father had left, while Inko had smothered Katsuki with affection, sometimes making it hard for Mitsuki when she was stressed with work. Their renewed friendship had created a balance they all appreciated. Masaru leaned close to Izuku while the group was distracted and praised Izuku for his performance. He reminded Izuku that he had entered the prelims with no quirk and little training, managed to place fourth among many Hero Corps students, and then acted as the brains and eyes of his team in the next round. Izuku blushed at the praise and admitted he had not done too badly. Masaru told him he had done wonderfully, and for the rest of the evening Izuku's smile shone brighter than anyone else's. When it was time for Inko and Izuku to go home, They said their goodbyes and promised to host the next gathering. The 3 days after the sports festival gave Izuku time to think more about Shinszo's quirk and what support items might help him. He still needed more information about activation requirements. Speech could activate it, but he wondered whether laughter or grumbles could count, or whether a whisper he could not hear would still trigger it. He also questioned what Shinszo could make people do, whether he could force answers to any question, whether he could make someone perform a move they could not normally do, and how long he could maintain control. By the time Izuku arrived at school, he had decided to ask Shinszo these questions directly and show him some of his support item ideas. He went to Class 1C after dropping his bag off in his own room. One of Shinszo's classmates was at the door and called him over. Shinszo asked what Izuku wanted. Izuku explained that he had been brainstorming support items to help Shinszo and opened his notebook to show his ideas, asking if they could go over them and run some tests. Shinszo responded that he was not even in the hero course and hesitated. Shinszo looked over the pages with a mixture of shock and excitement and asked if Izuku should be focusing on the others before doing all this for him. Izuku smiled and replied that after Shinszo's performance, everyone had likely noticed him, and mentioned there had been an open slot in Class 1A since the first day of school. Bakugo had said a recommended student had turned UA down. They both turned when Mr. Aizawa approached, carrying a yellow sleeping bag. Shinszo murmured the nickname Eraserhead under his breath in recognition. Aizawa explained that training would start that day after school and expected both of them to meet him at Gym Gamma 20 minutes after the final bell, wearing their gym uniforms and on time. He left them with many unanswered questions. Izuku asked about the training, and Shinszo shrugged, saying they would find out later. Shinszo handed Izuku his notebook and went into his classroom. Izuku walked to his own classroom, murmuring possibilities as other students glanced at him. Mr. Higuri motioned for him to join his desk, and Izuku hesitated before approaching. Mr. Higuri asked if Aizawa had found him yet while sorting through papers and then handed Izuku a copy of his new schedule, explaining that self-defense classes had been added as part of the new plan. The schedule listed homeroom, math, intro to investigations, English, study PRD, lunch, engineering, modern art, and self-defense. Izuku asked who would be teaching math and investigations. Mr. Higuri replied that Ectoplasm would teach math and Gran Torino would teach investigations, both held in the conference room next to Nezu's office so Nezu could join from time to time. Izuku smiled at the thought and returned to pack his things. Mei protested that he was leaving already, flopping her head on the desk and pouting that she would be bored. Izuku reassured her he would only be gone for 2 periods and that he would be with her for the rest of the day. Takahashi teased that he had not said anything, and the three of them laughed. Mei relented and asked what his new classes were. Izuku explained it was math and intro to investigations, with self-defense after school. He admitted he was excited to meet his investigations teacher, assuming the teacher must be an experienced hero. Mr. Higuri then called the class's attention to explain upcoming internships. He described how first-year students at UA would intern for 1 week in their respective fields, hero core students at hero agencies, business students at government or hero promotion businesses, and support students at the support industry. The class erupted with excitement. Mr. Higuri handed around a list of industries to choose from and advised everyone to pick what best matched their aspirations. He added that Nezu had already decided Izuku's internship to align with his new course plan and that Nezu would speak to him that day. Izuku sat back a little disappointed at not choosing for himself, but trusted Nezu's judgment. When the bell rang, Izuku picked up his bag. A few classmates watched him with curiosity, but Mei, Takahashi, and Abiko were supportive as he waved and left for Nezu's office. He walked down the hall to the conference room and found Ectoplasm writing questions on the board. Ectoplasm greeted him and asked to see where Izuku stood, prompting him to try the problems. Izuku dropped his bag on a chair, picked up a marker, and worked through questions ranging from calculus to vectors and long division. Ectoplasm followed and erased problems as Izuku solved them. After about 20 minutes, Ectoplasm praised his work and suggested they start with calculus, then moved on to retrieve some papers from his bag. Izuku nodded and sat down to work with the hero. Ectoplasm proved to be a good teacher. Izuku found himself focused in the one-on-one setting, Ectoplasm guided him through a set of new problems and then let him attempt similar ones independently before marking them. Izuku enjoyed the challenge and had even finished the homework Ectoplasm assigned by the end of the session. As Ectoplasm prepared to leave to teach Class 1A, he noted that Gran Torino should arrive any minute, and Izuku smiled and asked if Class 1A was truly as rowdy as the rumors suggested. It was not the first time Izuku had heard a teacher mention Class 1A in that tone. Ectoplasm remarked that they had a few students who studied too much, a few who did not study at all, and a handful with interesting personalities, careful not to name anyone. Izuku guessed that Bakugo was one of the people Ectoplasm had in mind and laughed. The door opened and a short elderly man in a white and yellow hero costume entered, wearing a black mask over his eyes. The man scanned the room until he found Izuku and welcomed him, saying he would take over from Ectoplasm. Ectoplasm answered that he would leave, and Izuku turned to his new teacher with a shy smile. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. Gran Torino said he already knew who Izuku was and mentioned that many teachers had emailed him to convince him to teach the boy, even Detective Tsukachi. Izuku flushed, suddenly thinking of which teachers might have reached out. He suspected All Might and Nizu had sent messages, and he wondered why Detective Tsukachi would be involved. Gran Torino leaned on the table and asked what Izuku wanted to become. Izuku replied that he wanted to be a quirk and battle analyst, and a small lump formed in his throat from nerves. Gran Torino considered for a moment and explained that Nizu had asked him to work on investigations with Izuku. He asked if Izuku had any prior knowledge he should know about. Izuku shook his head and confessed to having only a little experience analyzing quirks and battle tactics, with no detective training. Gran Torino said they would start with what to do when arriving at the scene of a battle or crime. He explained that by the end of the year Izuku would be capable of tasks ranging from interrogating suspects to hacking. Then Gran Torino stood and announced that they would go to the teacher's lounge. Izuku wondered why they needed to go to the teacher's lounge, and Gran Torino answered that it was for a fish-shaped pastry, bouncing on his feet with enthusiasm. Izuku found the reaction odd but followed him down the hall. When they reached the teacher's lounge, Gran Torino swung the door open loudly. Multiple teachers gasped as the old man strode in with an air of ownership and Izuku trailed behind. Gran Torino called out for Tashinori, and All Might appeared in his muscular form, looking uneasy and slightly trembling. Gran Torino told him to get the fish-shaped pastries and invited Izuku to sit on the couch. All Might busied himself heating the pastries in the microwave. Midnight waved from her desk. Izuku returned a small wave and blushed before settling beside Gran Torino. Gran Torino asked Izuku what the first action should be upon arriving at a scene. Izuku thought for a moment and suggested that, if police or heroes were already present, one should gather the information they had to save time. Gran Torino praised the answer but emphasized that the first priority was to quickly check whether anyone still needed assistance. Paramedics might not have arrived yet and first aid could be required. Once safety was confirmed, information gathering could begin. Izuku absorbed the lesson, noting that people's safety should come first, especially since his role would be more of an assistant than a full detective. All Might returned with the pastries and placed them in front of the couch. Gran Torino quickly took one and began eating, and Izuku hesitated before taking one himself, nibbling slowly and glancing around the room. The teachers each had their own desks. Izuku recognized a bright yellow sleeping bag in the corner as belonging to Aizawa. Currently, Midnight, Snipe, and All Might were the only ones in the lounge. All Might hovered a short distance from the couch, seeming torn between staying and leaving. Quietly, Izuku asked Gran Torino why All Might appeared to be afraid of him. Gran Torino answered that All Might had been an awful student, and the remark made Izuku more anxious about making mistakes. Izuku observed why All Might seemed wary. Gran Torino often tapped All Might on the head with his cane when All Might answered a question incorrectly. Izuku could not be sure why All Might stayed. Perhaps he tolerated the rough treatment to avoid further scolding, but he remained present. The three of them stayed in the teacher's lounge for the rest of the PRD. Gran Torino reviewed the steps to take when arriving at a scene, adjusting the approach depending on whether others were already there. He used Snipe, Midnight, and All Might to bounce questions off of. All Might missed a few and Gran Torino also posed simpler questions to Izuku. Gran Torino scolded All Might loudly for not knowing how far away from a burning building civilians should be escorted and then turned his attention to Izuku, warning him not to follow All Might's example and calling All Might an idiot. Izuku responded respectfully and called him sensei. He had considered asking for Gran Torino's civilian name but chose not to overstep. Gran Torino glanced at the time and said that it was 10. Gran told him that he might as well get a head start on his way to his next class and praised him for a good job that day. Gran added that they would see each other tomorrow and that they would stay in the conference room to go over how to investigate a crime scene. Izuku watched Gran leave before turning to watch All Might relax, but his calmness was short-lived. Gran then popped his head into the lounge and scolded Toshinori for not escorting his old teacher out. All Might immediately straightened, hurried over, and apologized profusely while escorting Gran. Once they were finally gone, Izuku laughed with Midnight and Snipe, who were also trying to hide their amusement. Midnight, still giggling from her seat, remarked that he was quite a character and wished him fun in English, reminding him that they would be drawing heroes in action later that day. Izuku, excited, asked if they were allowed to draw quirks this time. Midnight shook her head with a large smile and gently shooed him away. When the bell rang, Izuku walked down the hall to class. Present Mike greeted him energetically at the door and asked how his new classes had been as he led Izuku in. Ectoplasm smiled at Izuku from where he was packing and returned the wave. Izuku said that it had gone really well and that he thought he was going to like his new schedule. May sent him a small smile while Present Mike began writing the 3 different versions of the word there. Izuku thought it was frustrating that one word could be spelled 3 different ways depending on meaning, and he figured some people had similar issues when learning a language. After school, Izuku went to the first-year boys' changing room and noticed Shinszo already changing. He joined him, keeping a comfortable distance at the lockers, and quickly grabbed his uniform, struggling with the tie at his neck. Shinszo teased about who had tied it, and Izuku winced, remembering how he had rushed to tie it that morning. Izuku admitted that he did not know how to tie one properly. Shinszo suggested that he ask a teacher for help, and Izuku said he might do that. Once they were changed, they headed to Gym Gamma. The gym was quiet and Shinszo seemed comfortable in the silence, so Izuku did not press for conversation. Aizawa instructed them to get on the mat and explained that he would show them a basic fighting stance that their muscles should have memorized by the end of the week. Izuku took off his shoes and stepped onto the mat with Shinszo. Aizawa demonstrated a stance and Izuku did his best to mimic it. Aizawa corrected their posture, adjusting Izuku's foot and making him lower his stance, then made similar adjustments for Shinszo. He ordered 50 jumping jacks and had them return to the stance. As they tired and their form slipped, Aizawa added 15 more and insisted on proper technique. He corrected their leg positions again, noting that Izuku needed to bend his legs more and that Shinszo was too low for sustainable posture, then sent them on 10 laps around the gym. By the end of the session, Aizawa had them do a rigorous set of exercises. Izuku felt sore but found that Aizawa's guidance on stretching helped his tense muscles. Shinszo struggled more with the physical work, clearly not as accustomed to frequent training. Shinszo muttered that his legs felt like they would fall off if they had to do the same routine again tomorrow. Izuku replied that one got used to it and recommended gradually making the shower water colder to help with recovery. Shinszo, surprised, asked if Izuku worked out regularly. Izuku admitted shyly that he did a little morning runs and a few dumbbells every other day but said he did not do anything to bulk up like Bakugo. Shinszo considered starting to run to catch up with the other hero students. Aizawa cautioned them not to overexert themselves outside of the training, saying that morning runs were fine but they should avoid extra strenuous activities since they would be doing plenty at school. The 2 boys acknowledged his warning. The gym door opened and Principal Nizu walked in with a cheerful smile. He asked Izuku how his day had gone, and Izuku said it had gone well, mentioning that he expected to enjoy investigations and that math had been a good challenge. Nizu asked Shinszo how he liked the pre-heroics training. Shinszo sounded surprised at the term, and Nizu explained that they thought it best to help him catch up a little before fully integrating him, especially given the particular demands of his quirk type, and that Aizawa would be the perfect person to help him. Izuku noted to himself that Shinszo admired Aizawa and that Aizawa would now be his mentor, an idea he tucked away while already thinking of something special to do later. Nizu continued to speak with Aizawa about the students' progress, and Aizawa explained that there would be no dramatic, telltale signs of improvement for at least a week. Shinszo still seemed to be in shock as they both headed to the change room. Izuku considered waiting until he went home to shower but decided to get it over with. Shinszo appeared to think the same and chose the stall next to him. Once they were finished and fully dressed, the two made their way to the school gates in the same comfortable silence as before. Aizawa and Principal Nizu were waiting for them when they exited, and Izuku could not hide the slight confusion on his face. Aizawa explained that they needed to talk to the two about the internships before they left. Nizu informed Izuku that he had convinced Detective Tsukachi to take him as a day intern. Nizu then addressed Shinszo and indicated that the school wanted him to intern with Aizawa, noting that his quirk suggested an interest in underground hero work and offering alternatives if Shinszo preferred another mentor such as Present Mic or Ectoplasm. Izuku looked over at Shinszo, curious about his reaction. Shinszo looked like he did when trying not to show excitement about a new hero figurine release. He acknowledged that the arrangement would work. Nizu, pleased, said he would set everything in motion, and then climbed up Aizawa's arm until he settled into the scarf around Aizawa's neck. He reminded them to rest their muscles that night and to eat a big dinner. Izuku watched Nizu and Aizawa re-enter the school before continuing on his way. The two boys separated before the station, and Izuku inferred that Shinszo lived in Nizudafu. He was grateful the station was not as crowded as he expected and took a seat near the door, watching the scenery pass on his way home. His mother was waiting with dinner on the table when he arrived, a large smile on her face. Izuku was glad Principal Nizu had already called to explain that he would be staying late. Inko piled his plate more than usual with vegetables, rice, and fried chicken, reasoning that he needed the nutrients if he was going to be exercising so much. Inko mentioned that Nizu had said another student would be training with him. Izuku brightened and began talking about Shinszo and his quirk. He explained that Shinszo was the purple-haired student who had beaten him in the sports festival and that Shinszo wanted to transfer into the hero course. Izuku described some support ideas he had and admitted he needed to research them further before implementing them. Inko suggested inviting Shinszo over for dinner the next day, mentioning a hamburger and fries recipe she had received and thought would be fun to try. Izuku agreed to ask Shinszo before training and to text his mother to let her know. He liked the idea of having Shinszo over. Izuku sensed Shinszo needed a friend who understood discrimination around quirks. After supper, Izuku helped his mother clean up and then finished the English homework assigned by Present Mic. By 8 o'clock he was ready for bed earlier than usual, crawling under the covers and glancing at the Lady Violet poster above his desk as he drifted into a deep sleep. Mei watched Izuku scribble furiously into his notebook and mumble to himself about technical details, and she wondered if he was losing his mind or competing with her for the title of most invention-obsessed student in Class 1H. The whole class noticed his fixation, but nobody wanted to distract him when his expression made it clear he was deeply absorbed. When Power Loader arrived, ready to apologize for being late, he also faltered at Izuku's intensity and exchanged a concerned look with Mei. When homeroom ended and it was time for Izuku to leave, Mei tried to get his attention. She lightly shoved his shoulder, but he kept mumbling. Mei, both confused and exasperated, told him to stop mumbling about the zoo and to get to class. Izuku started in surprise, glanced at the clock, and then packed up in a hurry. Before leaving, he informed her that what he had said was hippocampus. Tadahashi, overhearing, asked what a hippocampus was and joked that it sounded like a reserved area for hippos. Abiko explained that the hippocampus is the part of the brain responsible for holding memories and noted that he only knew because of a middle school project on the temporal lobe. Mei, excited about Izuku's new idea, said she hoped he would tell her about his new creation soon. Izuku nearly ran down the hallway, thrilled by the brainstorming he had done about Shinszo's quirk and how it might interact with the brain. He was eager to speak with Shinszo later and to plan support items. In class, Ectoplasm gave him a concerned look before going over the day's lesson plan. Math passed quickly as Izuku became absorbed in a new equation Ectoplasm was teaching. When Gran Torino arrived, Izuku was finishing up his homework, and Ectoplasm watched with a resigned expression. Izuku had likely been given extra problems so he would have something constructive to do, but Izuku wanted to invite Shinszo over and did not want distractions. Ectoplasm told him he had a stubborn streak as he packed his bag, and Izuku returned a guilty smile. Izuku had always bothered his middle school teachers, but none of them had ever taken extra trouble to challenge him. Gran Torino laughed and plopped down next to Izuku, who quickly handed his finished homework to Ectoplasm. After Ectoplasm left, Gran immediately began quizzing Izuku on yesterday's lesson. The retired hero looked impressed at how well Izuku recalled the information. Izuku felt relieved he did not want to be on the receiving end of Gran's cane and knew the notes he had taken during his free PRD had helped. As Gran had mentioned the day before, the lesson that day was crime scene investigations. Gran emphasized the need for careful observation to catch evidence of quirk use, and Izuku dutifully recorded every point in his notebook. The hero seemed pleased by the note-taking, especially when Izuku asked questions. The lesson flew by, and Izuku felt disappointed when the warning bell rang. He had wanted to learn more from the retired hero, who answered all of his questions without hesitation. The rest of his classes passed quickly as well. During lunch and his study PRD, Izuku continued brainstorming until Abiko had to take his notebook away to make him eat. When the final bell rang at the end of Modern Arts, Izuku was the first to leave and headed toward Class 1A. He ran past Hitoshi Shinszo, who was walking toward the change rooms with a look of mild confusion. Izuku ignored him and knocked on the classroom door. Aizawa opened it with the same expression Shinszo had been wearing. Izuku greeted Aizawa, trying to catch his breath without making it obvious. Aizawa told him that he was supposed to meet at the gym. Izuku shook his head rapidly and explained that he needed a favor. He retrieved his notebook and handed it to Aizawa along with his All Might pen, asking for the name and number of the person who designed Aizawa's capture weapon. Aizawa studied the paper and the pen, a faint annoyance flickering across his face at the pen, and then asked what Izuku was up to. Izuku declared it was a surprise. Aizawa wrote a name, an agency, and a number in the notebook with his own pen and returned it, sending Izuku on his way. Izuku hurried to the change rooms where Shinszo was still changing and offered him a curious glance. Shinszo observed that Izuku had been in a rush. Izuku replied that he had needed to ask a teacher a question, thinking proudly to himself that he had not had to lie. They finished dressing into their gym uniforms in a quiet routine. Izuku looked forward to next semester when he would have his first real gym class. As they walked to the gym, Izuku turned to Shinszo and asked if Shinszo would like to join him and his mother for supper that evening. Izuku explained that he had told his mother about their training and that she had wanted to meet Shinszo. Shinszo stopped in surprise and asked if Izuku had told his mother about his quirk. Izuku reassured him that his mother was kind and would not judge someone for a quirk. He told Shinszo that he understood what it felt like to be discriminated against. Shinszo reacted with skepticism at first, and then recognition when Izuku reminded him that he was quirkless. Shinszo apologized, and Izuku brushed it off, noting that many people at UA often forgot. He had no quirk. Izuku offered a warm smile and confirmed the invitation. Shinszo hesitated before nodding, and Izuku brightened, saying he would text his mother. Izuku then told Shinszo that if he ever needed someone to talk to about discrimination, bullying, or anything else he would be there for him. Shinszo's expression showed relief at the offer. Aizawa appeared behind them and told them they were late, ordering them to the gym. They hurried past him and began the same routine as the previous day, with more running and push-ups this time. Shinszo and Izuku favored different exercises. Shinszo demonstrated stronger upper body endurance, while Izuku's lower body strength stood out. Aizawa noticed and made Izuku do 50 extra push-ups while Shinszo ran 5 more laps around the gym. Exhausted, Shinszo flopped to the floor and told Izuku he felt as if he was dying. Izuku, sitting against the wall with his arms limp, teased that Shinszo might be exaggerating, adding that 50 extra push-ups would have left his own arms feeling like they had fallen off. Shinszo laughed quietly and Aizawa watched from the bench. Aizawa told them to head to the showers so their parents would not start calling the school to ask where they were. The two boys lifted themselves up and walked back to the change room, Shinszo leaning on Izuku as they made their way. They headed into the showers to finish cleaning up. Shinszo asked what Izuku's mother was making for dinner as the two got dressed. Izuku replied that his mother planned to make homemade hamburgers and he was excited. Shinszo mentioned the last time he had a burger was in America and that he hoped there would be pickles. Izuku blinked, astonished that Shinszo was talking. He felt like they might be friends now. Izuku said they probably had pickles and that it was cool Shinszo had visited America, which made Shinszo blush slightly. Shinszo explained that his aunt and uncle had taken him and his cousin to Disney World, and that it was interesting there because performers were allowed to use quirks. He showed Izuku a photo on his phone, himself with purple Mickey ears and a churro, a small girl with dark blue hair tugging his sleeve, and two adults behind them, his aunt with purple hair and his uncle with light blue hair. After Izuku handed the phone back and commented that it was nice his family had taken him, Shinszo clarified that he actually lived with them and that they had raised him. He looked both happy and sad, and Izuku considered asking more but chose not to press. Izuku nodded and led Shinszo out of the change room, remarking that it must be nice to have a little cousin since Izuku had never had younger siblings or cousins. On the walk down the hall, Izuku talked about the Island competition, Melissa and Samuel, his mother, and his internship. By the time they reached Izuku's apartment building, Shinszo knew more about Izuku than many of his classmates. Shinszo did not complain about the rambling, and Izuku watched him occasionally to make sure he was not being annoying. Izuku wondered whether Shinszo appreciated company precisely because he did not have to speak much. At the apartment door, Izuku asked if Shinszo was ready. When they opened it, Izuku's mother, Inko, greeted them. She offered Shinszo guest slippers, took his coat, and checked whether the apartment was too chilly. She fussed over him with warm hospitality, guiding him to the couch and handing him the remote while warning that pre-Quirk horror films made her uneasy. Shinszo looked surprised by the attention, and Izuku felt both embarrassed and pleased. They sat in the living room and turned on the television but paid little attention to the show. Shinszo commented that Izuku's mother was very nice, and Izuku explained that she enjoyed having friends over. When Shinszo asked whether Izuku had friends visit often, Izuku admitted he did not. Only the Bakugos came by occasionally. Shinszo said he did not expect any friends to come to his home either. Izuku shared that when he had been diagnosed quirkless as a child, other kids had avoided him, and Shinszo confirmed that people had once suspected he might brainwash them. The two realized they understood each other better than most. Inko called that supper was ready and stood at the kitchen island as the boys came to see the meal. Izuku insisted that Shinszo go first as the guest. Shinszo hesitated but then took a plate and assembled a burger with cheese, onion, lettuce, ketchup, and pickles. Izuku made his with mustard, and Inko added a slice of tomato to hers. Inko also prepared homemade French fries. The boys ate quietly and clearly enjoyed the food, returning for seconds. After they finished, Inko washed the dishes and asked Izuku to put the leftovers into containers. While they cleaned up, Inko asked Shinszo if he was trying to enter the hero course, speaking kindly and noting his cautious posture. Shinszo confirmed that he was. Inko said he did not have to call her ma'am and that she preferred to be called Inko, then praised the idea of training and asked what kind of hero he wanted to be. Shinszo replied that he wanted to be an underground hero because his quirk was not flashy. Inko remarked that underground heroes were truly remarkable and gently avoided probing the more sensitive details, not wanting to make him uncomfortable. Inko told Izuku that he had rambled on and on to her about how unappreciated they were considering how much they did. The remark brought a tinge of excitement to Shinszo's expression. Shinszo added that most of them fought quirkless sometimes too. Inko smiled brightly and recalled that Izuku had never gotten over finding a video of an underground hero with a quirk that erased quirks. She turned to Izuku and asked him the name of the scarf-wearing hero he had been obsessed with and wrote about in his journal. Shinszo immediately perked up and looked toward Izuku, feeling a little betrayed that Izuku liked the same hero. Izuku felt embarrassed and admitted that he had once yelled at the hero that he was one of his favorites while the hero lay in a hospital bed. Shinszo froze, then burst into laughter. Izuku laughed as well. Inko smiled and finished putting everything away, then steered the boys toward the living room. Izuku confessed it had been a little embarrassing once he realized what he had done. The two sat and talked about why Eraserhead was one of their favorites and how they thought it was cool that he was training them. Inko watched amusedly and joined their conversation occasionally, asking about classwork, which teachers handled what, and whether lunches lived up to the praise. She brought over some mochi for them to nibble on as they talked. When Shinszo received a message from his uncle saying he was parked outside, the conversation wound down. Izuku and Inko walked him to the door, helping him gather his bag and the homework Izuku had helped him finish. Inko suggested making the visits a weekly thing and asked him to let them know what day worked. Shinszo blushed, corrected his earlier formality, and agreed before going downstairs to meet his uncle. After Shinszo left, Inko commented that he was nice. Izuku gave her a look that asked really, then flopped onto the couch and returned to his notebook. He opened it to the page where Aizawa had written the contact for a capture weapon designer, Shoyo Genji, Team Ida 10 Agency, followed by a string of numbers. He admired Aizawa's neat, steady handwriting. Izuku dialed the number and waited through a few rings. A man identified himself as Shoyo Genji when he answered. Izuku introduced himself and explained that he was in the support course at UA and had a fellow student who really admired Eraserhead and had a mental quirk. He asked if Genji had a few minutes to talk about making another capture weapon. Izuku stuttered a little and cursed himself privately for it, but managed to get his point across. Genji was pleased that a UA student was involved and said he would love to help. Izuku thanked him and mentioned he had a few suggestions for improvements based on recent advances in technology. Genji offered to make some calls and see if they could meet at UA. He noted he had been a prize student there and did not foresee any issues. Izuku asked if Genji could keep the meeting a surprise from Aizawa. Genji thought the idea made everything more fun and promised to text Izuku once plans were arranged. Feeling accomplished, Izuku hung up, put his phone down, and continued reviewing his notes. He did not get a chance to talk to Shinszo about his quirk that night, but he expected that would happen eventually when Shinszo felt more comfortable. Inko leaned on the doorframe, asked what he was up to, and Izuku blushed before saying it was a surprise for Shinszo and Aizawa. Inko asked if it was a good surprise. Izuku said it was a very good surprise. Inko smiled and told him to carry on. Later, as Izuku entered the lab, Mr. Higuri called him over. Izuku approached the teacher's bench and Mr. Higuri explained that Nizu wanted to see him. Since Izuku was so far ahead of the class, Mr. Higuri said Nizu had decided to take him for the time being. Izuku reminded him their weekly meeting was supposed to be tomorrow, but Mr. Higuri explained that Nizu had a board meeting the next day and had insisted on seeing him today. He handed Izuku a hall pass out of habit. When Izuku arrived at Nizu's office, he did not bother to knock. He knew Nizu was already watching. He opened the door to find Nizu pouring tea with a wide grin. Nizu welcomed him cheerfully and said they had some very interesting things to discuss. Nizu mentioned that a UA alumnus had called to say he had accepted a proposed project with Izuku, and Izuku's confusion resolved into recognition as he realized the alumnus was Shoyo Genji. His face lit up at the confirmation. Izuku admitted that he had called him the other night. Nizu accepted this, took a sip of his tea, and then turned serious. Nizu made it clear he would not leave until he had seen Izuku's notes. Izuku slowly retrieved his notebook from his bag, opened to the correct page, and slid it across the desk. Nizu took it immediately and read through the pages, a pleased expression crossing his face. Nizu said the work was wonderful and informed Izuku that next week all of his classes would be spent working with Mr. Genji on the project. Izuku stared in shock, mouth hanging open, and expressed concern about preparing for internships the following week and whether Gran Torino should be involved. Nizu reassured him that Gran Torino could still come in to speak while Izuku worked if he wished, but he preferred the project to be completed sooner rather than later. Nizu added that if Shinszo trained with support items before Class 1A's practical exam at the end of the semester, he would have a better chance of entering the hero course. Izuku reacted with excitement to the news that Shinszo had that opportunity, but Nizu warned him not to tell Shinszo. Izuku slumped slightly. Nizu then mentioned that he had arranged a surprise course for some classes that week. Izuku made a face of disgust and Nizu laughed. Izuku asked if he had to participate, hoping for a negative answer. Nizu explained that the course was only for second and third years and that students Izuku's age would have their health course next semester. He added that he had planned for a few third years to visit each first-year class to talk about internships on the first day, and the rest of the PRD would be filled with presentations from agencies and companies where students commonly interned. Izuku asked if he would need to take part in those sessions, and Nizu assured him that he would learn more by working with Genji. Nizu warned that he would be checking in on Izuku's progress, and Izuku acknowledged that he would expect nothing less. Izuku told himself to breathe. He had tried to hide his nerves from his mother that morning by talking at length about the properties of carbon fiber. It had only temporarily distracted him, but it had helped a little. Now he was on his way to the lab to meet Shoyo Genji, an award-winning support engineer and UA alumnus. When Izuku opened the lab door, he saw a man around Aizawa-sensei's height unpacking a bag of tools. The man's teal skin and long blue hair tied in a bun stood out beneath a white lab coat with Team Ida 10 and the agency logo on the back. Before Izuku could study him further, the man turned around and greeted him enthusiastically. Izuku returned the greeting, shaking the man's outstretched hand and setting his bag on a chair. He noticed that several lab benches had been pushed together to form a larger workspace. Genji welcomed him and suggested they start with Izuku explaining his ideas. Genji took a seat and pulled out an old notebook. Izuku, modest at first, produced his own notebook and began to explain. Genji told him not to be modest, reminding him that as a UA student with multiple teachers' attention he had reason to be confident. Izuku opened his notebook to a drawing of Aizawa's capture weapon and began. With his most confident suggestion, he recommended adding a fire-retardant inner layer to the carbon fiber to reduce the risk of the weapon catching fire. He acknowledged that Aizawa could cancel the quirks of people with fire abilities but pointed out that Shinszo lacked that ability. Genji agreed, noting a time when Aizawa had missed an important detail and Genji had to replace a weapon, and he smiled as he recalled teasing Aizawa about it. He recalled that there had been an incident when Aizawa was so focused on nullifying one person's quirk that he missed someone approaching from behind. Izuku laughed and said he could not imagine Aizawa making that mistake. Genji reminded him that Aizawa had not always been so skilled. It had taken years of practice to master his capture weapon. Genji then handed his phone to Izuku. The photo showed a younger Aizawa tangled in his own capture weapon, quirk activated, glaring toward the camera. Izuku assumed the glare was directed at Yamada-sensei. They refocused on the task. Izuku described his second idea, a spare roll of capture weapon attached to Shinszo's utility belt. He explained that when Aizawa used his capture weapon to restrain villains, he could be pinned down near them, so having a backup would be useful. Carbon fiber would be stronger and more reliable than regular rope, and if anything happened to the original capture weapon, Shinszo could simply unroll the spare. Genji approved of the backup. Izuku added that he had other ideas for Shinszo's costume and additional support items, and Genji encouraged him to continue. Izuku felt a warm sense of encouragement from the engineer, who reminded him in manner and humor of his teachers and who listened patiently to his ideas. He could see why he would be the perfect neutral friend for Yamada and Aizawa, and he was beginning to suspect there was a deeper bond between them. Izuku proudly explained to Genji that he and his friend Mei had designed a voice modifier that could take in sound waves and mimic them, allowing Shinszo to trick villains who already knew his quirk into talking. Out of all the ideas he and Mei had collaborated on, this one felt like the best. Genji looked impressed and asked if Mei would be coming by in the afternoons to help. Izuku confirmed that she would, and then outlined another item they had made. A pair of boots that combined Izuku's anti-gravity design with Mei's electromagnetic soles to let Shinszo jump higher and improve his footwork. Beyond that, he said, it was mostly common support items for a utility belt. Genji, smiling, asked if Izuku and Mei were both first years. Izuku beamed and confirmed they were. Genji laughed at how much smarter kids seemed now and admitted that when he had started he had been more interested in blowing things up than in careful engineering, though he had only done so under his father's supervision as a kind of bonding activity. Izuku compared that to how Bakugo and Uncle Masaru had bonded over cooking and offered a hesitant agreement. When Izuku offered to show the costume design, Genji got excited. Izuku opened his notebook to reveal a simple, functional outfit inspired by Eraserhead's look, black pants and a long-sleeved black shirt with dark purple strips running down the sides of the legs and sleeves, a black utility belt with purple lines flowing across it, purple boots with black laces and soles, black fingerless gloves, and of course the capture weapon and voice modifier. Genji complimented Izuku's artistic talent, noting he had started with stick figures himself. Izuku admitted that costume design was his main focus. Genji checked the timeline and reminded him they only had a week to finish, then gathered the main supplies for the capture weapon and suggested they find or prepare some fire retardant. Izuku put on overalls, searched the cupboards for a suitable fire retardant that wouldn't damage the carbon fibers, and brought it to Genji. Genji approved the choice, handed Izuku gloves and goggles, and guided him through weaving the fibers together using a machine that was part sewing machine, part welding gun. Izuku was fascinated by the tool. Once Izuku had the hang of the process and felt satisfied with the fibers, Genji took over so Izuku could work on other necessities. Izuku decided to start on the shoes since Mei had claimed the voice modifier. He gathered electromagnetic plates for the soles and other materials he would need. By lunchtime he was confident in the 2 soles he had made, having only shocked himself once, and Genji had completed the first inner layer of carbon fiber, coated in fire retardant. Genji praised Izuku's speed and learned that Izuku's former teacher had taught him to weld in middle school. Suddenly the lab door burst open and Mei rushed in with boundless energy while Present Mike followed, carrying trays. They apologized for being late and explained there had been a line at the cafeteria, but they had brought food for everyone. Present Mike offered a tray to Genji and Mei handed him a pork cutlet rice bowl. Genji, caught off guard, spluttered juice and the 3 of them laughed at the awkward moment. Present Mike clarified that Mei's exuberant way of speaking was just her enthusiasm about inventions. He also mentioned that Shota was not there because he insisted on taking his noon nap. Genji laughed and said he suspected Shota might nap during classes as well. After lunch, Mei joined Izuku and Genji at their workbench. She squealed with excitement about making their inventions together, and Izuku, slightly embarrassed by her enthusiasm, blushed and stepped back before they all returned to their tasks. His response to Izuku explaining that she meant babies as inventions was relieved. He said he did not want to get into legal trouble. Once that was settled, they worked hard. Izuku began the testing process on the soles while Mei started on the voice modifier. Genji took breaks from the scarf work to check on both of them, likely because Higuri had warned him about Mei's tendency to let projects get a little explosive. By the end of the day, they were all satisfied with what they had accomplished. Izuku was slightly disappointed he did not get a visit from Gran Torino or Nizu, but he did not let it bother him. The extra time let him finish more than he had planned, and that made him happy. The next day, Izuku arrived to find Nizu already waiting with Genji in the lab. Genji was explaining the baseline of the capture weapon to Nizu, and Izuku hurried to put on his overalls so he could join the conversation. Genji explained that the metal alloy mostly served to strengthen the fabric and that cutting something like this required a custom-made knife. He told Izuku that Shoyuta already had one and that he would make another with Midoriya the next day. Nizu toyed with what they had so far of the scarf while Genji spoke. When Izuku asked what the knife would be made from, Genji teased that Izuku was a stealthy one and said it would remain a surprise until tomorrow. Izuku's excitement did not waver and he returned to his work. After a few quick tests and adjustments to the soles, he brought out a pair of combat boots he had asked Higuri to buy for him. Finding Shinszo's shoe size had been easier than expected. Izuku had discreetly checked Shinszo's running shoes after one of their sessions with Aizawa. The boots were plain black, and Izuku planned to spray paint them after testing. He carefully removed the soles so as not to cause too much damage. Nizu stayed nearby, sipping tea, and asked what Izuku had there. Izuku handed over the sketch he and Mei had put together and explained that they had decided to call the design mobility boots. He described them as a combination of his anti-gravity shoes and Mei's electromagnetic soles, intended to help Shinszo with the parkour he would need as an underground hero. Nizu noticed the addition of steel reinforcements in the toes and heels, and Izuku confirmed he had prepared the pieces to reduce the force Shinszo would need to make his kicks effective. Izuku brought the first shoe, the metal pieces, and some fabric to the sewing machine. He preferred to do the sewing himself rather than risk one of Mei's mishaps with a needle. By lunch, the shoes were finished. The sewing was not pretty, but it held everything together. Now Izuku needed someone to test them. He considered testing them himself but wanted feedback from someone who had never used similar footwear. Genji laughed and warned him not to overthink it. Izuku admitted he needed someone who wore a size 29 shoe but did not know who that might be. Genji suggested that either Shoyuta or Hisashi might wear size 29 and stood to go ask. He reminded Izuku that he was supposed to come along, so Izuku grabbed the boots and followed him down the hall. They headed to the staff room, hoping to find one of the teachers who might fit. Genji led the way and opened the door. 3 teachers were on break, and 2 of them were likely candidates. Genji bluntly asked the teachers what shoe size they wore. Ms. Koyama bristled at the question and protested that such a personal question was inappropriate. Mr. Yamada laughed at the exchange, and Genji defended himself by saying he had been referring to Aizawa and Yamada. Izuku tried to suppress a giggle, but Koyama's reaction made her double over and voice her outrage at being likened to a cockatoo. Aizawa responded that his size was 29 and asked why. Izuku approached and asked Aizawa if he would help test the boots. Izuku thought of his aunt's advice that all he had to do was send a smile with his big green eyes to get what he needed, and that seemed to work on Aizawa, who nodded and stood to help. Mr. Yamada, Genji, and Ms. Koyama were surprised by Aizawa's quick agreement. Genji protested that Aizawa rarely helped test prototypes without compensation, but Izuku explained that his aunt called it the Midori effect and that both he and his mother seemed to have it. Izuku offered his most charming smile, which elicited a soft reaction from Ms. Koyama. Mr. Yamada then slipped an arm around Izuku and began to lead him out of the room, lowering his glasses, leaning in, and whispering something as they left. Yamada-sensei asked how much they would be talking, and Izuku replied immediately that he was not doing anything illegal. Yamada-sensei burst into laughter and continued to lead Izuku outside. Aizawa, Koyama, and Genji followed as Izuku kept Yamada amused. When they reached an open area, Izuku turned and handed the shoes to Aizawa. Aizawa asked what the shoes were supposed to do as he tied the laces. Izuku explained that they were meant to help with the wearer's footwork and overall mobility, and that a short jog around the fountain would help the boots store energy before the real tests. Aizawa nodded and set off on a light jog while his friends shouted encouraging words that Izuku knew were meant to annoy him. When Izuku felt enough energy had been stored, he signaled for Aizawa to return. He leaned toward Yamada and asked him to try to knock Aizawa over. Yamada's eyes lit up and he dashed toward Aizawa, who was surprised and tried to dodge the shove. Yamada managed to get a good hand on Aizawa, causing him to stumble briefly before regaining his footing. Yamada continued to attempt another shove while Aizawa dodged with ease. Izuku noted that most of Aizawa's successes came from experience, but there were moments where the boots clearly helped him stay upright. Satisfied, Izuku whistled and the 2 heroes returned, Aizawa wearing a not-so-pleased expression. Aizawa asked, arching a brow, whether there had been any warning, and Izuku smiled. He admitted that he had needed Yamada to land at least one good shove to see how the boots would assist with footing, and a deep blush rose to his cheeks. Aizawa scoffed and the others laughed. Izuku asked what was next and instructed Aizawa to jump up and down while he took a few steps back. Yamada, Koyama, and Genji followed quickly. A small concerned look crossed Aizawa's face before he began jumping in place. As the Sauls recognized the motion, they released energy and Aizawa found himself jumping higher and higher. Startled, he stopped and looked at Izuku, who smiled happily. Izuku declared the test perfect and told Aizawa he could take the boots off now. Aizawa complied and the group dispersed. Back in the lab, Izuku was pleasantly surprised to find Mei already working on the voice modifier, with 2 bentos left on the bench for him and Genji. Mei asked what the 2 of them had been doing while she tightened something with a wrench. Izuku answered that they had just finished testing the boots and that they worked well. He thought Shinszo would like them. Izuku opened his bento and began eating the cold soba Mei had prepared. Genji joined him, and the 2 listened as Mei chatted excitedly about the upcoming internships. After finishing his meal, Izuku set to work spray painting the boots. He used a booth in the corner that vented the chemicals and wore a mask as he applied careful, even strokes. He had removed the laces and taped the bottoms to keep them black. Fortunately, the leather accepted the paint well and only needed 2 layers. Mei asked what he would work on next as he placed the boots somewhere safe to dry. Izuku said he would start on the actual costume and went to grab the fabric Higuri had left for him. Mei expressed surprise that it would be handmade. Izuku explained that he wanted it to be durable and that it was hard to find black apparel with purple accents ready-made. He held up the black shirt and pants Higuri had prepared, noting that Higuri had already done the hard work by reinforcing them with the carbon alloy he had requested. Izuku only needed to add the purple accents. Genji asked from his workstation whether that would be tough and whether Izuku could handle it. Izuku nodded determinedly and noted that with 3 days to finish the costume, the belt, and to help Genji with the knife, there should be plenty of time for trial and error. There was indeed a lot of trial and error, but Izuku was not alone. Higuri came to help with the design, Genji handled most of the difficult work on the knife, and Mei assisted with flash bombs and the grappling hook. Izuku also received a quick lesson from Gran Torino. On Monday morning the costume was packed neatly in a silver case marked HS. Izuku was supposed to meet Shinszo and Aizawa at the train station where Class 1A was gathering. Nizu had hinted that Detective Tsukachi might pick him up there or that Aizawa might escort him to the police station, but Izuku was not certain which. When he arrived, Aizawa was addressing the class about how to behave and represent UA. Shinszo stood a few feet behind Aizawa, clearly uncomfortable with the curious looks from Class 1A. Once Aizawa dismissed the students, Izuku approached Shinszo and called out his name. Shinszo turned and gave him an odd look as Izuku approached. Izuku explained that Shinszo had forgotten his hero costume and held out the case. Shinszo stared at the case, then at Izuku, confusion and awe briefly visible on his usually impassive face. Izuku noticed Aizawa hiding a small smile and beamed a little brighter. Shinszo accepted the case and asked if it was his hero costume. Izuku said that he and Mei had worked on it with help from UA alumni because Shinszo would soon be entering the hero course, and added that if Shinszo did not like anything or wanted changes, they would be happy to help. Shinszo thanked him with a slight stutter. Aizawa informed them that Tsukachi would arrive in 5 minutes and that they would be leaving in the meantime, reminding them not to get into trouble. Izuku nodded and watched Aizawa and Shinszo leave before finding a seat on a nearby bench. It did not take long before Izuku saw the familiar detective round the corner. He stood and walked over, and the detective greeted him with a kind smile. Tsukachi introduced himself to Midoriya and mentioned that this was his first time having an intern, asking Izuku to be patient if he was not a perfect teacher. Izuku responded with confidence that Tsukachi would do great. Tsukachi smiled even brighter, waving his hands shyly and telling Izuku not to call him sir. Tsukachi would work fine. He led Izuku to his car and warned that he handled many cases he could not discuss, so the week might not be as exciting as Izuku imagined. Izuku explained that Principal Nizu had already warned him and admitted he was still excited. He asked if, provided he did well during the first half of the week, they might look at a cold case together. He knew the odds were low, but Nizu had said it would not hurt to ask, especially given the so-called Midoriya effect. When Tsukachi met Izuku's eyes, Izuku felt certain he had asked the right thing. Tsukachi looked thoughtful and a little hesitant as he considered the request. Izuku reassured him that he did not need to answer immediately and acknowledged that Tsukachi might be concerned for his safety, which was why a cold case seemed more appropriate. Tsukachi agreed that a cold case would be safer but wondered whether he had one suitable for Izuku's level. He unlocked his plain black car and noted that Nizu had chosen Izuku for his quick mind, so they might give it a try. Izuku smiled and climbed into the car, even more excited for the week. He checked his phone and saw a message from Mei confirming her arrival at her internship, and he replied that he was with the detective before turning the phone off, remembering his mother's advice to offer conversation when traveling with someone. On the drive to the precinct, Tsukachi asked what Izuku's grandfather had taught him. Izuku described lessons from Recovery Girl on basic first aid and from his grandfather on helping someone through a panic attack. He also recounted the basic steps for searching a crime scene, proper procedures, and some mock cases his grandfather had given as homework. Izuku admitted that he especially enjoyed those homework cases, where he sifted through seemingly random information to find what mattered. Tsukachi chuckled and listened with interest, encouraging Izuku to continue as they walked through the precinct. Officers they passed were busy with paperwork or interviews, and a few offered Izuku encouraging smiles. Tsukachi led Izuku to the back corner of the precinct where a row of rooms served as offices. He introduced Izuku to Asahi, the secretary seated at a cluttered desk who rose to welcome him with a kind smile. Asahi encouraged him to call her Asahi and explained that she handled secretarial duties for the detectives. She offered a warm welcome and extended a hand for a brief shake. Izuku introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku and expressed excitement about working at the precinct, proud that he had not stuttered. Tsukachi recommended Asahi's corner coffee and mentioned that Asahi had offered her space if Tsukachi had meetings Izuku could not attend. Asahi had also offered to find tasks for him if needed. They left Asahi's office and walked down the hall past plaques with the names of detectives and higher-ups until they reached Tsukachi's office near the chief's. Tsukachi described his office as plain but functional. It contained a large desk, a bookcase for file cabinets, and a smaller desk placed for Izuku. Tsukachi told Izuku to drop off his backpack at the small desk and then gave him a tour of the precinct, showing the break room, the temporary holding cells, the main entrance, and even the evidence locker, though Izuku could not enter it. Before returning to the office, Tsukachi introduced Izuku to an officer named Sansa who had a visible feline quirk. Sansa was typing when they arrived, and Izuku greeted him politely and shook Sansa's paw. Sansa teased that it was nice to see him awake, which startled Izuku and made him blush. Tsukachi laughed and told Sansa not to scare the kid, explaining that Sansa had been one of the responding officers at the USJ and had visited before Izuku woke up. Back in the office, Izuku sat at the small desk Tsukachi had set up and turned to Tsukachi, ready to receive instructions. Tsukachi retrieved a pile of papers from one of the cabinets and laid them out in front of Izuku. Izuku examined them and realized they were witness statements regarding an incident that had happened the previous day. A 6-year-old boy's quirk had activated while he and his mother were out grocery shopping. It was a strong emitter-type quirk that caused anyone within an uncertain range to relive their worst fears. The boy could not control it, and he inadvertently triggered it on more than 20 people before his mother calmed him. Many of those affected had panic attacks or went into shock afterward. Tsukachi noted that Izuku likely already understood what the papers were about. He explained that Nizu had mentioned Izuku's analysis and suggested these statements as a starting point. He instructed Izuku to read through the witness statements, file them in a folder dated with the incident and labeled Sakai 052, and to develop an opinion on what might help the boy learn to control his quirk. Izuku lit up at the last request. He had heard reporters imply the quirk was villainous, and the comparison to other misunderstood abilities had angered him. If he could help the boy get the right guidance, it would be a significant victory. He set to work reading. Some statements came from the victims themselves, describing what it felt like to live through their nightmares and then suddenly return to the store. Others were from bystanders who had watched people blank out and then wake up screaming or crying. Izuku paused over the first victim's statement because its tone differed from the others. The officer in the transcript had asked the witness what he remembered. The witness said he had been standing near the boy and had seen a small flash. Before he could focus on it, he found himself somewhere else, at the scene of a villain attack involving All Might. He remembered that All Might was the one in danger, that the villain seemed to be getting the upper hand, and that he awoke just as it looked like All Might be overwhelmed. At that moment, another flash returned him to the store, and he had seen the boy with bluish-white eyes, crying. The witness said he was upset by what he had seen and that the experience had felt like a few minutes, though comparing other accounts suggested it might have been only seconds. Izuku approached Tsukachi with the statement and explained his concern. While most victims described reliving their own worst nightmares, this witness had not expressed personal fear for his own life. He had been affected but had watched a heroic scene unfold rather than enduring his own terror. Izuku suggested this might indicate they had misunderstood the nature of the boy's ability. Tsukachi read the statement again, then agreed that Izuku might be right and said he would follow up with that witness. In the meantime, he asked Izuku to call the boy's mother to ask any questions and to inform her that the first court counseling appointment would be at the precinct the next day. He handed Izuku a small slip with the number and encouraged him to trust his instincts. Izuku, surprised and nervous, accepted the responsibility. Tsukachi suggested he borrow a phone, so Izuku went to Officer Sansa's cubicle. Sansa stood to offer his seat and jokingly called Izuku kitten as he made room. Izuku asked politely for a pad of paper and a pen, which Sansa provided, and then dialed the number. A woman answered. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, an intern with the Mizudafu Police Department, and explained he had a few questions about the previous day's incident. She identified herself as Ms. Sakai and agreed to speak. Izuku asked how her son, Shoyo, was doing. Ms. Sakai said he had not slept well and that she and her husband had been trying to comfort him, but even his All Might action figure no longer drew his smile. Izuku asked if All Might was his favorite hero, and she confirmed that he had always admired All Might for his strength. Izuku then asked whether Shoyo had seemed upset about anything before the incident, especially anything having to do with heroes or villains. Ms. Sakai recalled that he had been disturbed after seeing a talk show host mention that All Might was slowing down. She explained that Shoyo had not liked that and had become upset. A short pause followed while Izuku prepared his next questions. Izuku had told Sakai that All Might was human and likely to retire, and that news seemed to upset her even more. He acknowledged the truth and said that learning a hero might not always be a hero forever was never easy. Sakai agreed, and Izuku thought a trip to the store might distract her son, Shoyo, give him something else to think about. The thought went unspoken between them. A detective reassured Sakai that this was not the first time a child's quirk had arrived strongly, and it would not be the last. The detective believed Shoyo could learn control with proper counseling and could do great things in the future. Sakai asked if the detective truly meant that, and the detective confirmed, citing Shoyo's apologetic behavior and the courage he had shown despite his youth. Izuku heard sobs on the other end of the line and felt a small smile. He knew how helpless a parent could feel when faced with a future they could not protect their child from. His own mother had felt the same when he had been diagnosed quirkless. If his words could help Sakai stay strong for Shoyo, he would repeat them as many times as necessary. Izuku asked if he could speak to Shoyo, and Sakai agreed, putting the call on speaker. A small voice came through the phone. Izuku introduced himself as 15 and asked Shoyo how old he was. Shoyo answered that he was 6. Izuku told him that he was almost a big kid then and that his mother must be proud to have someone brave with her. When Shoyo protested that he was not brave, Izuku insisted that others had called him brave and kind, and that police officers and heroes had praised him. Compared Shoyo to a young All Might and said he himself had met All Might, who taught at his school. Shoyo reacted with surprise at the mention of UA. Izuku explained that he was part of the support department at UA, which meant he helped make things to assist heroes like All Might when they faced villains or rescued people. He then asked if Shoyo would like him to attend the boys' first quirk counseling session, saying he knew a lot about quirks and suspected people might be misunderstanding Shoyo's ability. Izuku asked if Shoyo had watched the first-year UA sports festival and then referenced a boy with purple hair whose quirk could control others. He suggested that Shoyo's quirk might be similar, allowing people to see or live through intensely imagined lives rather than causing nightmares. Shoyo insisted that people had said he gave them nightmares because he had seen them himself. Izuku gently proposed that the first nightmare Shoyo had seen had been his own, and that someone else had witnessed it with him, the person closest to him. He waited as the idea sank in. Izuku reassured Shoyo that regardless of the quirk's nature, it would not change who he was. He explained that incidents like the one the boy had experienced had happened before with other children when their quirks emerged uncontrollably, which was why quirk counselors existed. He offered to help Shoyo learn more about his ability, and Shoyo accepted. Izuku told him that an excellent counselor would be at the precinct the next morning around 8 and hinted that there might be a small surprise, which Shoyo asked about but was told would remain a secret. Izuku wished him a good rest and reminded him to sleep well for the counseling session. Shoyo said goodbye, and Izuku felt proud. Detective Tsukachi later confirmed with a witness that what they had seen had not been their own nightmare. Shoyo's admission supported Izuku's theory that Shoyo's quirk forced others to experience whatever event he was thinking about. Izuku surmised that Shoyo had envisioned his own worst nightmare when the quirk activated, causing another man to live through it with him. Afterward, Shoyo could not stop thinking about bad things or nightmares, which caused the quirk to affect more people. Tsukachi agreed that Izuku's theory was likely and welcomed Izuku's presence at the counselor's meeting. Izuku spent the rest of the day assisting Tsukachi with paperwork, jotting down thoughts about Shoyo's quirk whenever they occurred before returning to other tasks. He was finally sent home at 5 o'clock and, upon entering the apartment, smelled his mother's cooking. He slid into his seat at the kitchen table and smiled warmly as Inko set his plate in front of him. They ate together, and Izuku described his day, including the phone call and his plans to help Shoyo. Inko spoke about a patient who reminded her of their neighbor, and after dinner Izuku completed his usual chores before going to his room. Before bed he placed a call. All Might answered cheerfully and mentioned that he had been watching an old American movie, then asked how he could help. Izuku asked if All Might could stop by the precinct the next day. He explained that he had been helping Tsukachi with a case involving a young boy whose quirk had manifested as an emitter-type ability that forced him and others to experience his worst nightmare, and that the phenomenon had affected multiple people. The explanation trailed into the urgent concern that made Izuku hope All Might would come to the precinct. All Might told the other hero that the boy was clearly terrified of his quirk, and the other hero reacted with concern. All Might explained his theory that there might be more to the quirk and that he planned to sit in on the boy's counseling session the next day. He also mentioned that the boy's nightmare had been about that hero, who expressed surprise but agreed to come and help cheer the boy up, arranging to meet at the precinct. When Izuku looked down at his phone, he realized All Might had ended the call. A small smile came to his face as he returned to the living room to spend the rest of the evening with his mother. All Might, also known as Yagi, arrived at the precinct right on time and walked in with Izuku. The secretaries greeted them as they made their way to Tsukachi's office. Izuku hesitated at Asahi's door and told Yagi to go on without him. He knocked 3 times, heard a small invitation to enter, and opened the door. Asahi, gathered at her desk, greeted him warmly and asked how she could help. Izuku shyly requested hot chocolate, explaining that there would be a kid coming to the precinct and a treat might be nice. Asahi found him adorable and said she had hot chocolate, asking if the boy was the Sakai child and offering to bring it over before the counseling session started. Izuku gratefully accepted. Asahi asked what everyone else liked. Izuku asked for hot chocolate for himself, an extra cup of chai for Ms. Sakai, and ginger tea for Yagi. Asahi teased him about knowing Yagi's favorite and began gathering cups and tea bags, while Izuku, blushing, explained that he had private lessons with the UA principal and had overheard the principal mention Yagi's preference. Asahi laughed, placed a hand on his head, and told him to leave the drinks to her and head to Tsukachi's office before the principal came looking for him. Izuku thanked Asahi, bowed, and made his way to Tsukachi's office. He knocked, was invited in, and placed his bag by his temporary desk. Tsukachi greeted him and introduced the woman seated across from him as Sano, the court counselor who would be working with Sakai. Sano stood and extended her hand. Izuku shook it. Sano introduced herself warmly and said that Tsukachi had mentioned Izuku had thoughts about Shoyo's quirk that might be relevant. Izuku explained his theory. He believed the quirk did not only produce nightmares but could make people experience anything they or the viewer could imagine. He admitted he hoped he was right, because otherwise his suggestion might be embarrassing. Sano asked how he thought it worked and began taking notes. Izuku outlined his observations. The boy did not need direct contact with the person to affect them, he did not need to see them, and there seemed to be some kind of telepathic connection, though the boy probably did not understand it. He noted that the boy's eyes glowed a bluish-white color when the quirk was in use, which might indicate he was viewing whatever the other person was seeing. He emphasized that these were theories rather than confirmed facts. Sano commented that the theory made sense, given that the boy's father had a telepathy quirk and that his maternal grandmother had an emotion-based quirk capable of influencing feelings. A combination of those traits could plausibly produce the quirk Izuku described, she said, but they would need to observe more. Sano outlined the plan for the session: focus on helping Shoyo feel comfortable with his quirk and, if successful, begin encouraging him to reach out to it. Izuku agreed, and Tsukachi suggested they move to the conference room where the session would take place. They reached the room and settled in just as one of the secretaries arrived with the Sakai family. Shoyo bounced on the ball of his feet as he entered. The second he saw Izuku, his face brightened and he rushed over. Shoyo enthusiastically told Izuku that he and his mother had rewatched the sports festival and that Izuku was very cool. Izuku was taken aback by the praise, a blush rising to his cheeks as he tried not to react too strongly. Izuku asked how Shoyo had slept the previous night and whether he had had any nightmares. Shoyo proudly reported that he had slept all night with no nightmares. Izuku beamed down at him and praised his accomplishment, feeling relief and hope for the session ahead. Izuku told Shoyo that he was proud of him. The small boy blushed in a way that reminded Izuku of his own earlier reaction, but the smile on Shoyo's face did not fade. Asahi entered the room carrying hot chocolate and announced that she had brought drinks. Shoyo brightened even more when he saw her at the doorway. Shoyo thanked Izuku enthusiastically as he took the cup from Asahi's hands. Asahi moved around the table, handing out drinks to everyone before leaving. Izuku smiled privately, letting Shoyo believe this was the surprise he had arranged. Ms. Sakai warned Shoyo to drink the hot chocolate slowly so he would not burn his tongue. Shoyo answered his mother sweetly that he would be careful. Izuku introduced his guest to Shoyo by name, pointing out Detective Tsukachi as the man he had been spending the week interning with and explaining that interning was when someone young learned about a job by spending time with a professional. Shoyo asked what interning meant, and Izuku explained patiently that he wanted to learn more about being a detective, so he was spending the week learning from Detective Tsukachi. Shoyo murmured that it sounded cool. Izuku suggested that Ms. Sano, a quirk counselor present in the room, was also very knowledgeable about quirks, and Shoyo agreed that was cool. Izuku noticed movement at the doorway and the bright colors of All Might's costume. He leaned closer to Shoyo and asked if he could introduce one more person. Shoyo nodded, slightly puzzled, just before the door burst open and All Might arrived in an exuberant entrance. All Might announced that he had come because Midoriya had told him about Shoyo and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. He then asked Shoyo what he wanted to be when he grew up. Shoyo hesitated briefly, looked at Izuku, and then smiled proudly as he declared that he wanted to be a detective. All Might praised the choice, noting that detectives did important work even if they did not always get noticed, and explained that he had another appointment but would be happy to take a photo before he left. Ms. Sakai produced her phone, and Shoyo jumped from his chair. He ran to All Might and then tugged Izuku along for the picture as his mother took the photo. A warm feeling filled Izuku's chest at the sight of Shoyo's excitement. Once everyone had settled and All Might had departed, Ms. Sano steered the conversation toward Shoyo's quirk. She acknowledged that the recent events had been surprising and scary and reassured Shoyo that she would do her best to help him understand and control his ability. Shoyo nodded and gripped his mother's hand. Miss Sano asked whether Shoyo had tried using his quirk yet. Shoyo shook his head, and when she asked if he would be willing to try, he took a moment but then said he could try. Ms. Sakai and Ms. Sano exchanged looks of pleasant surprise. Shoyo explained that Izuku had told him the quirk did not make him bad and might even do good, and that his mother wanted him to come to the session to find out more. Ms. Sano inquired whether Shoyo had noticed anything strange when his quirk manifested, such as a thread-like feeling or a presence in his mind. Shoyo struggled at first to describe it but then said that when he thought about his quirk it felt like many strings, each different from the others. He explained that some were smaller, one felt warmer, and one was shorter than the rest. Izuku encouraged him to try to focus on the sensation and describe it. Miss Sano took notes and glanced at Izuku with what looked like approval. She said that Izuku's suggestion made sense. Izuku believed the quirk created a small mental connection between Shoyo and the people around him. Shoyo brightened and compared the sensation to his father. Miss Sakai smiled and gently patted her son's head. Izuku asked whether Shoyo could feel the connection only when he thought about using his quirk, and Shoyo nodded. Izuku observed that this meant Shoyo might have better control over his ability than they had initially expected. The joy on the boy's face tightened something in Izuku's chest. He felt a strong desire to do whatever it took to keep Shoyo smiling. Miss Sano concluded by saying that she believed Shoyo would likely need a minimum of 5 appointments to make good progress, and she continued to make notes about the plan for his next sessions. Sano reassured everyone that this might change as things went on, but from their conversation that day it seemed clear that Shoyo would be fine. As Sano, Tsukachi, and Shoyo's mother discussed the next appointment, Izuku turned to Shoyo and smiled kindly, telling him how proud he was and that he knew Shoyo was brave. Shoyo beamed back, thanking Izuku enthusiastically and saying he hoped to be as smart and cool when he grew up. Izuku froze for a moment before composing himself and reached out to ruffle Shoyo's hair, the same affectionate gesture his aunt used when she was proud. When the adults finished their conversation, Izuku guided Sakai and her son to the exit, with Shoyo holding both Izuku's hand and his mother's the whole way. Sakai thanked Izuku for his help while she helped her son zip his jacket, and Izuku blushed modestly as he told her there was no need for thanks and that he was just glad he could help. He then bent to the child's level and told him that if they ever needed to find him, they could tell Tsukachi and he would call the boy's mother. The boy nodded and followed his mother outside, waving goodbye to Izuku as he left. A soft snicker and a comment about how cute the scene was came from behind Izuku as he returned toward Tsukachi's office. Izuku knocked before entering so the adults would know he was there. Yagi was seated in front of Tsukachi's desk, and the two men nodded in greeting as he came in. Tsukachi praised Izuku, saying his analysis had been spot on and that he had managed to make the child feel much better about his quirk. Izuku replied shyly that it really had not been much and continued organizing the rest of the witness statements from the case into a new folder. Yagi, hand on his chin, mused that he wasn't sure who had been more excited about the photo, Izuku or himself, which sent Izuku's blush intensifying. Tsukachi laughed at his red face and teased about a strawberry before handing Izuku another file to review. Izuku spent the rest of the morning reading witness statements from a minor robbery and filing them away. All Might stayed a while and then said he would return later for a meeting with Tsukachi and others. Asahi brought a box of pizza for the two, and Izuku thanked her profusely. She laughed and called him adorable before leaving them to eat. After the lunch break, Tsukachi gave Izuku additional files to go over while he continued his own work. Izuku pointed out a few odd details in the reports, and Tsukachi listened and later asked him to add sticky note reminders when he reviewed the case. Izuku gladly complied, placing a few notes in each file as he organized them. When Tsukachi announced it was time for his meeting, he told Izuku that he could bring the case to Asahi's office or simply hang out, noting that Izuku had done more than he expected and could use a break. Izuku chose to take the files to Asahi's office and knocked politely before entering. Asahi gestured to the chair across from her and invited him to sit. He placed the statements carefully to take up as little space as possible. They worked quietly until Izuku realized he had finished reading all the statements, and Asahi noticed the lost look on his face. She closed the tab on her computer, leaned back, and asked why he was interning there, mentioning that Tsukachi had said he was in the support course. Izuku explained that he wanted to be both a support engineer and a quirk analyst, and that having investigative knowledge would help him in the future. He mentioned a previous internship at a support company during middle school and that he preferred not to go to university because Principal Nizu had said he could learn what he needed at UA. He apologized for talking too much, and Asahi reassured him with a warm smile that he was not saying too much and that it was admirable he wanted to pursue two paths. Izuku complimented Asahi on her work ethic and how well she got along with people, and Asahi teased that he looked like a strawberry when he blushed. The blush deepened across Izuku's face, and Asahi giggled at how bright it became, which made Izuku try to divert attention away from himself. When Izuku asked why Asahi had chosen to work in the police department, she explained that her uncle Daichi had been a police officer there and had helped her get the job when she was unsure of her plans. He had retired and moved back to his hometown the previous year. Asahi was about to say more when there was a knock at the door and Tsukachi entered, looking tired. Asahi remarked that Tsukachi's expression screamed coffee. He gave Izuku a grateful look and then told him he had done well that day and could head home to have dinner with his mother. He took the file from Izuku. Izuku thanked both Tsukachi and Asahi and went to Tsukachi's office to collect his things. As Izuku walked out of the department, he noticed All Might finishing a phone call and looking up to see him standing there. Immediately a smile found the man's face, matching Izuku's own. Izuku asked Mr. Yagi if the meeting had gone well as the man approached. Tashinori replied that it had gone as expected and nothing too interesting had happened. Izuku nodded when offered a ride home, and Tashinori insisted that it was no trouble, so Izuku relented and followed the hero to his car, a very nice and very expensive maroon Bentley Continental. Throughout the ride, Izuku chatted with Tashinori about school, how his internship was going, and Tashinori's lingering worry about Izuku's former teacher. Tashinori reacted in disbelief at the thought of the teacher hitting with a cane, asking if that had ever happened to Izuku. Izuku explained that he had avoided getting questions wrong in ways that mattered and hoped it would stay that way. Tashinori reached over to ruffle Izuku's hair, saying they had to keep his smart brain protected and praising Izuku's mother for raising him so well. Izuku froze at the contact, then leaned into it happily. Tashinori turned down Izuku's street. At the mention of his mother, Izuku remembered how well she, Tashinori, and the Shields had gotten along. After his father had left, his mother had kept little time for herself, with Aunt Mitsuki and her co-workers being the people she talked about most. As Tashinori parked in the lot next to Izuku's building, Izuku used his most innocent smile and invited the hero to join him and his mother for dinner. Tashinori sat in shock, thinking about how long it had been since he had been invited to a family dinner. He was about to accept when Izuku suddenly realized Tashinori's smaller civilian form and hurried to apologize, explaining that he should have understood Tashinori would want his secret kept. Izuku assured him that his mother would never say anything and insisted Tashinori could decline if he preferred. Tashinori called the boy to attention and warmly said he would love to have dinner but suggested Izuku should ask his mother first. Izuku messaged his mother, who quickly replied that she would be happy to have Tashinori and that she had made extra for lunches. Izuku led Tashinori to his apartment, explaining to his mother that the hero was in his civilian form. His mother responded with confusion but quickly apologized when she saw how different Tashinori looked and offered him a coat hook, guest shoes and tea. Tashinori asked to be called by his given name, Tashinori, and Izuku faltered at the request. Izuku's mother, Inko, offered that Tashinori could call her Inko, and Tashinori smiled at the warmth of the home as he sat at the kitchen island with Izuku beside him. Inko set up the kettle and said she had made grilled chicken skewers for dinner, hoping they would like them. Tashinori remarked that Izuku should be very proud of helping a young boy at his internship, and Izuku happily explained that Shoyo already felt more comfortable with his ability and had been willing to experiment a little. Inko retrieved the cooked dinner from the oven and asked Izuku to set the table while she brought the food over. They ate together, talking about the Shield family, Tashinori's position at the school, Izuku's internship, and Inko's shifts at the hospital. After dinner, Inko took the dishes and told the two to sit in the living room while she finished up and prepared some cookies for dessert. Seated on the couch, Izuku noticed Tashinori's neat tie and remembered something he had wanted to learn. He asked Tashinori if he could teach him how to tie a tie. Tashinori admitted he was not sure how good a teacher he would be but agreed to try. Tashinori undid his tie and Izuku did the same. For the next 10 minutes they went over the steps together, with Inko joining them with a plate of cookies for company. By the end, Izuku had tied a tie that no longer looked like a child's attempt, and they enjoyed the simple contentment of the moment. It was not as polished as Yagi's, but it was still pretty good. His mother put on a random movie about a girl with a telepathic quirk being held by a group of villains. Throughout the film she used her quirk to give a police officer updates about what was happening inside, including the quirks and possible names of the villains based on what she heard. His mother was in tears at the end when the officer was injured trying to save the girl. Izuku thought it was predictable that the two would grow close by the end, but he said nothing. His mother quickly wiped her tears when she realized they still had a guest, and to their surprise Yagi also had a tear on his cheek. Yagi apologized that those kinds of movies always affected him as Izuku passed them a box of tissues. Inko said she felt the same and that she did not know what it was about chivalry as she took the empty plate back to the kitchen. Yagi stood to leave and thanked them for dinner before saying he needed to head home. Izuku and his mother walked him to the door. To their surprise, Yagi hugged both of them goodbye. Once their guest had left, Izuku and his mother got ready for bed. Izuku changed clothes and then checked his phone. The headline on a news alert read that pro-hero Ingenium and his brother had been attacked by the hero killer and that the hero killer was still at large. Izuku's thoughts went immediately to Ida. He did not sleep well. After seeing the news, he messaged Uraraka, Mei, and his international friends to tell them what had happened. Their responses helped him relax a little. He eventually fell asleep after receiving a message from Ida saying that he and his brother were in the hospital but expected to recover. His lack of sleep was apparent the next morning when his mother noticed how awful he looked. Izuku tried to joke to ease her worry and she swatted his arm, but a small smile appeared on her face. He asked whether his tie looked okay and his mother adjusted it, saying he looked professional and that it had been kind of Toshinori to teach him. Inko suggested inviting Toshinori over again to thank him. Izuku left the apartment and said goodbye to his mother. When he arrived at the police department, Detective Tsukachi stood in the entrance waiting for him with Sansa at his side. Both looked ready to leave. Tsukachi asked if Izuku had seen the news about Ingenium and then informed him that because a UA student had been involved, he had been asked to join the case. Tsukachi explained that Izuku would be coming with him and Sansa and asked if that was okay. Izuku agreed immediately. Tsukachi said he had spoken to Nizu and that they were confident in Izuku's abilities, and he added that Izuku would need to sign a few confidentiality forms about keeping case details private. Tsukachi said that having some fresh young eyes could help the investigation. Sansa warned that it was a big deal and mentioned that the chief in Hosu had even signed off on Izuku joining. Sansa noted Izuku would be the youngest intern at a police department to help investigate a serial killer. Tsukachi reassured Izuku that they were not asking him to catch the hero killer alone and told him to take deep breaths as he unlocked the car, opening the back door for Izuku. During the first part of the trip, Izuku filled out the forms, which were straightforward. Do not share anything about the case beyond what the public already knew. He learned he was not supposed to tell anyone about participating until the end of his internship, which bothered him, but his mother already knew he was heading to Hosu with Tsukachi for the week. She had agreed to pack a bag for him for an officer to pick up. When they arrived in Hosu, they stopped at the hospital where Ida and his older brother were being treated. Izuku tugged at his sleeves as he waited for the chief of police to arrive. Tsukachi introduced Izuku to Chief Tsuragami, the chief of police in Hosu. The chief, whose mutation quirk gave him dog-like features, shook Izuku's hand. No one commented on the way Izuku glanced between the chief and Sansa. The chief expressed pleasure at meeting Izuku and said he had heard good things about him, then asked them to follow as both Ida brothers were in the same room. He explained that Ingenium had borne the brunt of the attack while the brothers had pursued the hero killer and the attacker had then turned on them. The chief said Stain did not seem intent on killing, but he had incapacitated Ingenium so he could not use his legs. The other brother had suffered an injury to his right arm that would be treatable with surgery. Izuku felt too many emotions at once. Ingenium had been one of his favorite heroes growing up, and hearing that his career might be over so suddenly was heartbreaking. He was relieved to hear that Ida would be okay and could continue on for both himself and his brother, but he worried about whether Ida would be the same after facing a second villain attack in his first year. They made their way upstairs to the hero ward. Izuku felt a small twinge of disappointment. That the ward looked just like any regular hospital, the only real difference was that the patients were heroes. He told himself he should not have expected much. When they finally stopped at a room, Izuku followed and saw Ida and Ingenium both in their beds. Ida reacted in surprise and called out Midoriya's name, looking between Izuku and his brother while Izuku returned a sheepish look. Izuku greeted Ida warmly and said he was glad to see them both okay, mentioning that they had given everyone a fright when they did not answer. Ida apologized and explained that he had not had his phone with him until his mother brought it and promised to message sooner next time. Izuku reassured Ida that there was no need to worry now and patted Ida's uninjured arm. The chief then entered and said he hoped they would answer some questions for the detective about the previous day's incident, noting that time was of the essence if they were going to catch the hero killer before he left Hosu. Izuku stayed silent as Detective Tsukachi asked their questions. Because the hero killer had injured Ida's hand and knocked him out, Ida had little information to offer. Ingenium, however, provided more detail. Tsukachi confirmed that Ida could not move, and Ingenium nodded, staring at his hands as if trying to recall. Ingenium spoke softly and admitted he did not know how the attacker had activated his quirk. He only remembered being cut and then falling to the ground. He expressed regret, saying he had been sloppy the moment Tenyo was targeted and apologizing for failing to catch him. Izuku found himself distracted, his thoughts circling back to the villain's quirk. The idea that the attacker could paralyze someone after cutting them kept repeating in his mind. When Tsukachi asked if he had something to add, Izuku said the hero killer had told an eyewitness that he intended to stain the streets with the blood of fake heroes, and that Ingenium had become paralyzed after being cut and bleeding. Izuku suggested that the quirk appeared to require blood to activate. Everyone turned to look at Izuku. Tsukachi instructed Sansa to forward the information to every hero on the case or in Hosu. Sansa nodded and left. Tsukachi praised Izuku's observation and said the information would be helpful to any heroes who encountered Stain. A small warmth of pride rose in Izuku at the compliment. He nodded and fiddled with his sleeves while Tsukachi and the chief continued their conversation. Ingenium watched Izuku with a whistle and complimented him, saying it made sense that Tsukachi would keep him close. He asked why a UA student was with the detective, noting that general education students usually got internships in their second year. Izuku explained that he was in the support course and was interning with Detective Tsukachi because he wanted to be both a quirk analyst and a support engineer. Ingenium nodded in understanding. Ingenium mentioned that he had gone to school with some of Izuku's teachers, including the support engineer Izuku had borrowed the previous week. Izuku clarified that Genji had helped him make a new capture weapon for a friend who planned to be an underground hero like Eraserhead, and that he had also designed that friend's hero costume, which the friend would be trying out soon. Ingenium accepted this matter-of-factly, and suddenly connected that he would be the same age as Izuku's teachers Aizawa, Yamada, and Kayama. Izuku smiled at Ingenium's recognition. He then told Ida that he and Mei had come up with some improvements for Ida's costume and invited Ida and Uraraka to join them in the support lab next week to discuss the designs. Ida replied with appreciation and expressed that he would be honored to have Izuku's input, moving his arm in its signature choppy motion. Izuku felt relieved at Ida's warm response and rubbed the back of his head, blushing slightly. Sansa returned and stood with Tsukachi and the chief at the door. Tsukachi told Izuku that they had a meeting at the police department and it was time to go. Izuku nodded, said goodbye to the two brothers, wished them a speedy recovery, and followed the others out of the hospital. The chief drove ahead of them and they were soon at the police department. They were escorted to a meeting room where Izuku was surprised to see Todoroki and his father present. Izuku approached Todoroki and noted that he had not expected to see anyone else his age. Todoroki said he had not expected to see Izuku either and asked what he was doing there. Izuku explained that he was interning with Detective Tsukachi and indicated the detective, who was shaking hands with the pro-hero manual. Todoroki confirmed that he was interning with his father, and Endeavor's flames flared in response. Endeavor snapped at his son to watch his mouth, and Todoroki shrugged as a woman announced the meeting would begin. Izuku took a seat beside Tsukachi and was pleased when Todoroki sat next to him. The woman at the head of the table said they had new information about the hero killer's quirk and then noticed Izuku, asking if he was Midoriya. Izuku tensed but nodded, and the woman kindly offered him the choice to explain the findings or to have her present them. Remembering his need to improve public speaking, Izuku chose to speak. Izuku explained that after speaking with Ingenium that morning, they had learned the attacker had been able to paralyze Ingenium after cutting him. He added that the pattern suggested the villain's quirk activated through contact with blood, and that this detail aligned with an eyewitness report about the attacker's violent intentions. The room absorbed the information, and preparations began to incorporate the new insight into the ongoing efforts to stop the hero killer. Izuku told them he believed that the villain needed to cut someone and draw blood for his quirk to work. Endeavor dismissed it as a child's guess from the other side of Todoroki. Tsukachi, stopping Endeavor from continuing, defended Izuku, pointing out that this was the first time someone besides a witness had seen the hero killer and lived, and that any information about his quirk was a valuable lead. He acknowledged that Midoriya might be wrong, but reminded them that Ingenium had been unable to move only moments after being cut. Officers and heroes around the table nodded in agreement, and relief washed over Izuku. If he had been unsure about Endeavor's opinion of him before, the reaction in the room made his position clearer. For the rest of the meeting he listened as they planned tonight's patrol. Tsukachi, Sansa, and Izuku would search for the next possible victim while Todoroki and his father would join other heroes on the streets hunting the hero killer directly. As they left the boardroom, Izuku asked Todoroki if he was nervous. Todoroki replied that he was not, noting that his father was too conspicuous to sneak up on anyone, and Izuku gave a small laugh as he glanced back toward Endeavor still speaking with other heroes. Izuku urged Todoroki to stay safe and mentioned that Ida had seemed shaken when he had visited the hospital. Todoroki asked if Ida was all right, revealing a rare note of concern, and Izuku answered that the doctor had said Ida would be able to return to school with the rest of them next week. They separated when Endeavor arrived and pulled Todoroki away. Izuku followed Tsukachi and Sansa to another boardroom on the second floor. Tsukachi observed that there were hundreds of heroes to review and joked that they would need lots of coffee as he looked at 6 boxes on the table. Sansa suggested they begin with the heroes who had been on patrol the previous night, but Tsukachi explained that the killer might not be familiar with patrol rotations and that schedules had been randomized since the first attack. Sansa added the possibility of an accomplice, and Izuku said he doubted it, arguing that the man did not seem like the type to work in a team. He proposed starting with heroes who clashed with the killer's ideology, those who worked for money or fame or who had been accused of wrongdoing. Tsukachi assigned Sansa to run the names from one box to catch anything they missed. They spent the rest of the morning and into the afternoon combing through names of heroes and sidekicks operating in Hosu. Izuku tried to use his detailed knowledge and admiration for heroes to contribute, and by the end of the day they had a list of 12 suspects. Sansa noted that each one had either been accused of something in high school or was known for pursuing money. Tsukachi decided they would find out who was on duty that night and call it in. After a phone call, Tsukachi reported that only Native appeared to be on patrol that night and that another hero would be sent to join him. He was placing his coat on when the room exploded inward as a Nomu crashed through. Izuku barely avoided the initial impact and looked up from the floor as the creature screeched. The Nomu was smaller than the one at the USJ, pale green with large wings, but it remained terrifying. Before Izuku could react, the Nomu seized him and flew out of the building. Tsukachi screamed for Midoriya. Izuku gasped as the Nomu's grip tightened, then clung to the creature's legs to avoid being dropped. From his vantage point he could see the city in chaos, fires burning, people screaming, and other Nomu likely causing havoc elsewhere. A massive ball of fire struck the Nomu, and both it and Izuku began to descend. Izuku let out a sharp exclamation as he hit the ground and rolled to absorb the impact. He scrambled to his feet, sprinted away from the falling Nomu, and ducked into an alley, pressing himself against the wall to catch his breath. A voice urged him to run, and he turned to find the hero killer standing there with a katana pointed at Native. Izuku shouted at the hero killer to put the sword down. The hero killer, Stain, replied calmly that he did not kill children and made a shooing motion with his hand. Izuku moved to stand between Stain and Native, telling Stain to take on the creature that had tried to kill him instead. Stain stared for a moment before a screech announced the Nomu's return to the scene, and Stain muttered in disbelief. Stain wasted no time and leapt into action against the Nomu. Izuku also moved quickly, hoisting Native over his shoulder and thanking in his head the training that had made him strong enough to carry a tall, lanky body. Izuku stayed pressed to the alley wall as Stain fought the Nomu with swift, precise strikes, dodging and countering as the creature's limbs reformed in a relentless, anime-style battle. Spotting an opening, Izuku seized the moment and ran toward the direction of the department he knew. When he heard a scream coming from the alley, he tried to pick up his pace, even though it made his ribs hurt more. Stain caught up to them quickly and stepped in front of Izuku, forcing him to skid to a stop. Stain warned that he had been stopped from his mission once already that week and that he would not allow it again. He demanded that they put down the fake and leave. Izuku stubbornly refused, insisting he would not leave the injured man to die. Stain repeated his order angrily. Izuku countered with a defense of the injured hero, saying the man had started for money but had also cared for his family and had returned to inspire the children of Hosu. Stain dismissed him, holding to his belief that the only true hero was All Might, a person who saved people for their sake alone rather than for money or fame. Izuku agreed about All Might, and, seeing a bright flare of fire down the street from Endeavor, declared that as this man's student he could not allow Stain to kill him. If no one else would save the injured hero, he would try. Izuku carefully set the injured hero down and took the battle stance Aizawa had taught him, trying to ignore the sharp pain in his ribs. Stain looked shocked for a moment before assuming his own fighting posture and warned that Izuku would regret standing in his way. A sudden burst of flame struck Stain's back, sending him forward. Izuku seized the opening and kicked Stain, then moved to get the injured man away from the fight. A hand grabbed Izuku's ankle and pulled him down. Cold metal pressed at his neck as Stain lifted him, using Izuku as a shield between himself and Endeavor. Izuku saw others nearby, Todoroki beside his father, Tsukachi, and Sansa pointing their weapons. Stain threatened them to stay back. Tsukachi ordered Stain to drop the blade and to let the boy go, arguing that there had already been too much violence that night. Stain refused. Izuku felt Stain's heartbeat through his back, calm in contrast to his own racing pulse as he searched for a way out. Knowing Endeavor's dangerous temper and not wanting to become another casualty, Izuku braced himself, gripped Stain's arm, and bit through the clothing to force a reaction. Stain yelped and loosened his grip enough for Izuku to spring forward. He sent strikes at Stain, who blocked them, then rather than attempting to tackle Stain, Izuku leapt onto the injured hero as Endeavor launched another stream of fire. The heat pressed against Izuku, but he kept his head down, shielding the hero from further harm. A battle raged nearby in an anime-like burst of movement and light, with explosions of power and dramatic collisions rather than gore. Izuku focused on moving the injured man away from danger until he heard a thump and footsteps approaching. Turning, he saw Stain on the ground and Tsukachi close by. The adrenaline left him and he slowly stepped away from the injured hero, only to collapse into Tsukachi's arms. Paramedics arrived and Izuku answered their questions as best he could. He was taken to Hosu General Hospital with Tsukachi riding with him. His injuries were limited to minor burns on his back from Endeavor's flames and trauma around his ribs from the earlier attack. There were no catastrophic injuries. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief, thinking how his mother would worry if there had been more. After treatment, Izuku was shown to the room where he would stay for the night. He smiled when he saw the Ida brothers nearby and became excited at the thought that he was in the hero ward. He eagerly searched for his phone to tell his mother, and Tsukachi, who had been near Ingenium's bed, produced the phone from his pocket and handed it to him as his bed was wheeled to the station across from Ida. Izuku messaged his mother and received a quick reply. She was glad he was in the hero ward but planned to give him a stern lecture about challenging dangerous villains. The chief arrived at Izuku's bedside with Sansa and Endeavor in tow. The chief expressed relief that Izuku was all right and apologized for the interruption, acknowledging that Izuku must be tired after the day's events. Izuku said he felt better thanks to a nurse whose Quirk had helped boost his recovery. The chief then explained that a camera crew had captured the encounter with Stain. They had intended to keep Izuku's involvement private, but they had reached an agreement with the news agency to delay posting the footage for a short while. The chief offered a few practical suggestions before leaving, and Endeavor followed him out. Once the room was quiet again, Todoroki entered and sat between Izuku and Ida. Ida immediately began a conversation with his classmate while Izuku continued to compose a message, rubbing the back of his head as he tried to find the right tone to keep his friends informed without causing panic. Finally he smiled, copied the text into each group chat, and sent it. Izuku explained that earlier he had accompanied the detective he was interning with to Hosu to assist with the investigation of the hero killer known as Stain. While at the police department, a group of Nomu had attacked the city and one of them had taken him a short distance away. He was not seriously hurt, but the situation had become chaotic and, by chance, he had ended up in the same place as Stain. Stain quickly neutralized the Nomu, and Izuku had managed to draw Stain's attention away from a pro-hero, which led to a tense exchange between them. He admitted he had done something reckless in the middle of the confrontation that later gave Endeavor an opening. He reassured everyone that he was currently at Hosu Central Hospital in the hero ward. His injuries were not serious, he was not in pain, and doctors expected to release him the next day. He also added that he would be allowed to continue his internship as long as he stayed in the office. The reactions in the International Besties chat ranged from disbelief to frantic concern. Mel expressed that her heart could not handle the news, Sammy reacted with alarm at the mention of a killer who targeted heroes, and others offered a mix of worried jokes and light teasing that characterized their friendship. They quickly renamed the chat a few times, laughing and ribbing each other as they tried to shake the fear with humor. In the Bakugo Midoriya family group, Izuku's relatives sent a flurry of messages. Their mother and the family teased and fussed over him, while Katsuki erupted in an exaggerated, furious outburst that was more bluster than menace. The family traded barbs and jokes about Katsuki's dramatic reaction, and Izuku responded with a mix of embarrassment and defiant humor. The study buddies chat burst into activity when someone pointed out that Todoroki was in the hospital room with Izuku. Uraraka expressed relief and surprise, and Ida confirmed that Izuku had been placed in the same room as him and his brother. In a playful move, Izuku added Todoroki to the chat, and the group spent a few moments joking about hospital sleepovers and teasing each other about usernames and inside jokes. The Hatsum Industry group reacted with frantic but affectionate mockery, suggesting in jest that Izuku should be restrained so he could stop getting into danger. Members teased him about a pattern of getting injured, and Izuku fired back with playful denials. The tone was light and protective. After the messages subsided, Todoroki stayed for another 2 hours before his sister arrived to pick him up. It turned out that Endeavor had left the hospital early, apparently forgetting his son had been with him and declining treatment from the nurses. The next morning Izuku left the hospital with Sansa and returned to Mizudafu. His mother was waiting at the police department with Asahi. Both women scolded him, hugged him, and scolded him again, and Tsukachi admitted they had been rehearsing what they would say before he arrived. The last 2 days of his internship passed without major events. He helped Tsukachi organize witness reports from several cases and observed an interrogation of a local drag dealer. Each evening his mother inspected him for injuries and fussed over him until he calmed her down. Aizawa's irritation boiled over when he and Yamada saw the news headline announcing that a UA support student had helped in the capture of the hero killer, Stain. By Monday morning he was standing in Principal Nizu's office, glaring. Aizawa demanded to know why Midoriya had been in Hosu. Nizu explained that Tsukachi had been added to the Stain investigation and that Midoriya had gone along to assist. Nizu then asked after Shinszo's internship, and Aizawa replied that Shinszo was eager to learn but still had a long way to go before catching up with the other hero students. When Aizawa pressed about why the rest of the teachers had not been notified when Midoriya was taken to the hospital, Nizu said that Higuri had been informed as Midoriya's homeroom teacher. Nizu teased Aizawa about showing unusual concern for a student, and Aizawa bristled, insisting that he did not play favorites and reminding Nizu that Midoriya was also Hisashi's student. Nizu noted that perhaps a mass email would have been beneficial and apologized calmly, then observed that Aizawa seemed to favor Midoriya and Shinszo, pointing out that Aizawa had allowed the two students' training schedule to change from 2 days a week to daily sessions. Aizawa scowled at the suggestion, insisting he did not play favorites as he left the office. He thought to himself that he would scold Midoriya during his training session later and muttered that Midoriya was a problem child. Izuku stood frozen, barely breathing as he stared into the eyes of the most frightening thing he had ever seen. He debated whether to run, but he knew he would not make it. For a moment he even wondered if it was better to accept whatever came next. Abiko stepped forward and told Mei that Midoriya had understood and that the glare could stop now. Mei finally relented and dropped her glare before pouting. Mei told Izuku that she would not have to glare if he would just stop getting into trouble. Izuku slumped and apologized, saying he had never wanted any of it to happen and that he wished he could go back in time. Mei, certain, said that he would have done it again because he was so selfless he would never leave someone in danger. Izuku flushed at the accusation. She was right, and he could not knowingly leave someone in peril even if it put himself at risk. Izuku apologized again, and Abiko interrupted with a tired expression, saying it was not his fault he drew trouble and that his desperate bite on the villain had been unexpectedly funny. The comment drew giggles from Abiko, Mei, and Takahashi. Izuku admitted he had not enjoyed it, grimacing as the memory of dirt and sweat on his tongue returned, which prompted more laughter. He was relieved his friends were amused rather than angry and hoped that would be the end of his scoldings for the day. When they entered Class 1H, Izuku realized how wrong he had been about the mood. Mr. Higuri wore an expression Izuku had never seen before, stern and displeased in a way that even explosions from Mei had never provoked. Mr. Higuri told them not to let the incident happen again, and his tone made it clear he meant it. Izuku responded promptly and took his seat, startled when Mr. Higuri followed and placed a thick envelope on his desk. Mr. Higuri explained that the envelope contained notes from teachers who did not teach Izuku but wanted to admonish him or, in many cases, to acknowledge he had done his best in a bad situation. Mr. Higuri told Izuku that he had done well, but warned that luck could not be relied upon forever. Someday his luck would run out and he would need skill to protect himself. Izuku looked up at his teacher with water gathering in his eyes. Mr. Higuri's words hit home. Izuku had been fortunate that Endeavor and Detective Tsukachi had been nearby. If the confrontation with the villain Stain had been a true fight, the outcome could have been far worse for him. Mr. Higuri continued that was precisely why Izuku needed to train. If he intended to remain involved in dangerous situations, he had to learn to defend himself. Even police officers and detectives received training to detain criminals, Mr. Higuri explained, and they handled a lot on their own when heroes were not present. Takahashi expressed surprise that non-heroes could do so much, and Mr. Higuri confirmed it. Mr. Higuri then shifted to history, explaining that heroes had not always been legal or formalized. In the early days of quirks, many who acted as heroes were essentially vigilantes because the use of quirks was not always legally sanctioned. He asked if the students had learned quirk history in middle school, and a boy named Kudo admitted that his class had covered only the basics: how quirks appeared and how those with quirks had once faced discrimination. The rest of the class nodded, and Izuku felt some relief that he was not the only student lacking deeper knowledge of the dawn of quirks. Mr. Higuri recommended a history course in the second year that focused on the dawn of heroes and encouraged any student interested in the subject to take it. The bell rang before he could say more. Izuku gathered his bag, resolved to enroll in that class to learn more about the origins of quirks and heroes. Izuku then went to the meeting room and took his seat next to his math instructor, Ectoplasm. He listened as Ectoplasm spoke about how worried his partner had been upon seeing a UA student held by a dangerous criminal, and Izuku absorbed the seriousness in the recounting. Izuku listened intently as Ectoplasm told him how proud they had both been when they saw him create an opening for Endeavor. Ectoplasm, slightly flushed, added that his partner had insisted he mention it, then moved on to math. The rest of the PRD passed slowly. There was a lot Izuku needed to learn to get back on track after a week with Genji and another with Tsukachi. Ectoplasm took pity on him and did not assign any homework. When Gran Torino arrived, Izuku expected another discussion about the Stain encounter. Instead, Torino moved quickly and tapped Izuku on the head with his cane. Izuku instinctively held the sore spot and stared at the retired hero, surprised that it had not hurt as much as he had feared. Torino advised him not to be reckless like Toshinori and then began the day's lesson. He explained the importance of time in kidnappings, especially those involving children, and stressed that when someone's life is at stake, a single moment can decide the outcome. Experience and knowledge mattered, Torino said, and if a person lacked either, they needed to support whoever had them. Izuku answered affirmatively and listened closely. Every teacher he encountered that day spoke to him. Some patted his back to praise his bravery, others scolded him briefly before expressing relief that he was unharmed. He began to prepare himself for attention at the start of each class. What worried him most was training with Aizawa. Aizawa had passed him in the hall without speaking, and whenever he did meet Izuku's eyes, there was a look that made Izuku want to run. Izuku worried that Aizawa was angry. Other teachers had said they were worried rather than angry, but Aizawa's expression felt more like anger than concern. Shinszo called his name and startled him. Shinszo, already in gym clothes, asked if he was ready to go. Izuku quickly zipped up his jacket and followed him to the gym. Shinszo apologized for not responding to Izuku's message. Aizawa had kept his phone that week so he could focus on training. Izuku explained that he had only wanted to warn people so they would not worry. They entered the gym to find Aizawa standing before them, his stare more intimidating than Mei's. Izuku squeaked that nothing had worked to ease the tension. Aizawa then insisted that Izuku put Aizawa's number in his phone. Izuku yelped in surprise but handed over the device, and Aizawa typed in his number and said Shinszo should do the same. Aizawa explained that all of his students carried his number for emergencies and made it clear that if they were ever in danger they were to message him. He noted that he was not Izuku's homeroom teacher so he could not punish him for things that occurred during an internship, but he reminded Izuku that it was his job to prepare students to defend themselves. He warned that if he had to accelerate training because Izuku kept getting into trouble, detention would follow for the remainder of their time at UA. Izuku stood ramrod straight and acknowledged the warning. Aizawa then moved to a table at the side of the room. He told them that since Shinszo had his own weapon and would be training with it, it was time Izuku had a weapon too. Izuku jumped in surprise and protested mentally that he was going to be an analyst and not supposed to carry a weapon. Aizawa listened without indulgence as Izuku went through a worried speech about legality and the role of civilians. Aizawa told him to calm down and explained that mastering a weapon could improve overall fighting ability by refining muscle memory and fluidity of movement. While Izuku could do well with hand-to-hand combat, Aizawa said, mastering a single art usually required a teacher who had refined it over time. When Izuku asked if Aizawa had mastered an art himself, Aizawa admitted he had not initially. After joining the hero course he had relied on his quirk and instincts, but his teacher had pushed him to develop technique. Genji later made him a capture weapon, and Aizawa trained to use it and developed a personal fighting style that complemented it. Aizawa added that his fighting style worked with or without his scarf but was more effective with it, which was why he could not teach that exact style. Izuku asked whether a weapon would become useless without itself, and Aizawa replied plainly that it would. Aizawa then said Izuku would keep the weapon and noted that the ones behind him were legal for citizens to purchase. Once Izuku was fully trained and licensed as an analyst, it would be legal for him to carry it. Shinszo then asked why Aizawa did not train with a gun, since most detectives used them. Izuku realized Shinszo had been listening all along. Izuku's eyes lit up at the idea. He imagined all the adjustments he and Mei could make to a gun, the different kinds of ammunition with varied functions, and the thrill of firing one. Aizawa pointed at Izuku and explained that the look on his face was precisely why he would not be getting a gun. He added that a gun would not develop a true fighting style. Snipe had to master both karate and judo in case he ever lost his weapon in battle. Izuku reached the table and asked what options were available. There were several: a bow staff, nunchaku, tonfa, and a rope weapon with a steel end. He picked up the bow staff, then examined the rope weapon and Aizawa's scarf, ultimately setting the staff down and choosing the rope weapon. Aizawa asked if he was sure, and Izuku nodded, looping the rope around his arms so it would not drag on the floor. Aizawa noted that the rope was 3 meters long and that, with practice, one could use a rope up to 5 meters long. Izuku followed Aizawa to the mat where Shinszo was training, set the rope weapon down, and began his stretches. Aizawa instructed them to do a few laps and some spars before working with their chosen weapons. Shinszo would repeat the exercise he had done during his internship. Izuku was told to watch instructional videos online to learn how to hold the weapon and to practice putting it on as part of his battle stance. He felt a renewed excitement for training. Later, Nizu stirred his tea and told Izuku he was glad they could have another session, admitting he had missed their talks over the past couple of weeks. He asked how Izuku's training had been. Izuku put a small spoon of sugar in his tea and said his training had been going well, mentioning he had been researching how to use his rope weapon and found it exciting. Nizu reminded him not to neglect his studies since finals were approaching, and Izuku observed he still had a few weeks left. He added that Shinszo had come a long way and seemed likely to do well in the hero course. Nizu took a file from his drawer and pushed it to Izuku, asking him to take a look as a small test to see how he had improved since the beginning of the semester. Izuku recognized it as the League of Villains file and began to analyze it, looking for oddities. Halfway through the first page, he tore a few pages from his notebook to jot down thoughts, finding that writing helped him think. He noted that the file listed only the USJ attack and the Nomu incident in Hosu as the League's assaults, a detail he found unlikely. To gain a following, the League would have had to prove its strength more broadly. He wrote that the 2 known attacks could not be the whole story and that fear and demonstration could have been used to recruit criminals. Izuku studied the Nomu entry closely. The file indicated the Nomu contained DNA from 4 different people, but that alone could not explain its strength. He considered whether another quirk was involved or whether advanced quirk modifications were responsible. He also lingered on the sparse details about Kurogiri's ability to create warp gates. The lack of descriptive information struck him as deliberate. Kurogiri's appearance should have been recognizable to someone, and the absence of identification suggested there was more than met the eye. Nizu asked to see Izuku's notes, and Izuku handed over his messy scribbles. He expressed concern with the wording around the League's recorded attacks and with the section on Kurogiri. Nizu encouraged him and agreed that no sensible person, even a criminal, would follow someone who simply claimed they could kill the number 1 hero without evidence. Nizu laughed at Izuku's earlier scribble labeling a leader a man-child and asked how he thought the League could have proved itself. Izuku reasoned that the League could not have revealed the Nomu to everyone, or authorities would have connected more dots. Instead, they might have used selected examples to create fear and recruit others. Nizu mentioned that the Nomu had DNA from 4 different people and that a portion of the file had been redacted. Izuku inferred the donors were criminals, which Nizu confirmed, admitting he had blacked out that detail to see if Izuku would deduce it. Izuku smiled, pleased to be right. He continued that if the League used people they thought would be useful to combine quirks into Nomu bodies, they would have had to take many individuals, which should have resulted in numerous missing persons reports. Nizu agreed that there should have been such reports. They both fell silent, considering the implications. Nizu noted that, for anything to happen, someone would need to file the report, and Izuku immediately realized where he was going with that and nodded. Nizu suggested that they had probably used the person's disappearance to intimidate anyone who might tell the police, perhaps targeting people without family or close ties. Izuku agreed that there was a high possibility of that and watched Nizu look back down at his notes while Nizu asked if Izuku wanted to share his thoughts about the Nomu. Izuku explained that he did not see how the Nomu could have been so strong with just those 4 quirks. He reasoned that although those were the quirks the Nomu had, none of them seemed powerful enough individually to account for what the Nomu had shown. He slowed his words to gather his thoughts and proposed that there might have been additional quirks involved or some kind of medicine that enhanced quirk performance. Nizu told him that they had tested the Nomu for drags and had found nothing, then invited Izuku to continue. Izuku turned to Kurogiri, saying he could not understand why nobody had recognized him since his appearance was very unique and should have stood out. Someone from his childhood at least should have come forward. Nizu asked why Izuku did not seem concerned about Kurogiri's quirk not appearing in the system. Izuku suggested that if the League was as powerful as rumored, they might have someone capable of deleting quirks from records, possibly including Shigaraki's. Nizu listened and smiled before asking Izuku to continue with his thoughts on Kurogiri. Izuku admitted that what followed was mostly a theory and not strongly supported, but he shared it anyway. He proposed that Kurogiri might be a Nomu. Izuku observed an expression on Nizu's face he had never seen before. A slight rise of the eyebrows and a small drop of the mouth, an indication of surprise. Nizu picked up his personal device and began typing rapidly, then appeared to exchange messages. When he finished, he asked Izuku to go into full detail about why he believed Kurogiri was a Nomu and not to leave anything out. Izuku did his best and elaborated at length to his principal about possible quirks that could create Kurogiri's abilities, how Kurogiri's behavior resembled that of a loyal follower who followed orders unquestioningly, how no one seemed to recognize him, and how he rarely showed emotion. The 2 of them remained in Nizu's office for an hour, bouncing ideas off each other and compiling evidence that supported Izuku's hypothesis. They also discussed why Kurogiri seemed more intelligent than the Nomu they had seen before, suggesting that having fewer quirks or merged quirks might allow greater cognitive function. By the time they finished, Izuku had missed a class and would be late for his next one. He packed his things quickly, promised Nizu he would bring his analysis of Kurogiri to school the next day, and raced off down the hall. Mei entered the classroom and observed that Abiko had cut her hair. Izuku peered over her shoulder and noticed that Abiko's long black hair had been transformed into a pixie cut. Abiko explained that she had finally come out to her parents a few nights ago and had been wanting to cut her hair for ages. She said she had been afraid of how they would react, but they had not objected. Surprisingly, her mother cared more about the haircut than about her coming out. Abiko ran her hand through her hair and asked if it looked bad. Izuku said enthusiastically that it looked great and noted that she would no longer need to put her hair up when they worked in the lab. Mei appeared confused by the phrase about coming out, and Abiko clarified that she meant she had come out about her sexuality. Takahashi giggled into his palm at the exchange. The conversation shifted as Mei reminded everyone that homeroom was beginning and took her seat. Power Loader, the teacher, asked for a quick poll to see which students planned to focus on hero costume design after graduation. Izuku raised his hand quickly and then looked around. Abiko was the only other person to raise her hand, and she smirked at Izuku when she noticed. Power Loader explained that they would normally accept costume requests, but some students did not yet know what they wanted. He said a third-year student named Isaac Hall would be coming by shortly, and that Izuku and Abiko should accompany him to a meeting room to help hero students decide on the best costume designs. When Isaac Hall arrived, Mei remarked that the name sounded odd. Izuku looked to the door and saw a tall boy with dark brown hair and vibrant blue eyes. Hall introduced himself and asked if Izuku was the same Izuku Midoriya who had represented Japan during the Island contest. Izuku nodded and blushed. Hall said he had been Canada's representative and extended his hand. Izuku shook his hand enthusiastically, expressed that it was an honor to meet Senior Hall, and stated that he looked forward to learning from him before bowing. Hall chuckled lightly and then turned to Abiko, who introduced herself and bowed politely. Hall said he was excited to have both of their inputs and had reviewed some of the original costume designs. Hall remarked that there was lots of room for improvement as they entered the meeting room, and Izuku noticed 5 mannequins dressed in different costumes. He recognized 4 of them as belonging to Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Ojiro, and Hagakure. Abiko reacted with disbelief at the costumes and began listing what she found wrong. She objected that one design was inappropriate, criticized a different outfit for looking like only gloves and shoes, and complained that another was impractically minimal. She also pointed out that a martial arts-style outfit lacked protective gear, and she found the suit with the tie particularly ugly. Hall sat at the end of the table closest to the costumes and explained that, as costume designers, they had to prioritize the client's wants and needs, but they also had to steer clients away from designs that would make them look foolish. Hall identified the first arriving student as Shudo Todoroki and indicated that his mannequin was the one with the block of ice and khakis. He read from Todoroki's request slip and noted that Todoroki had only written that Midoriya had suggested he change his costume. Izuku and Abiko both agreed that was a good starting point. Abiko asked what ideas they had in mind, glaring at the costume as if its existence hurt her. Izuku observed that Todoroki tended toward a minimalist aesthetic and did not care much about fashion. He wanted something simple that clearly read as a hero. Hall suggested they avoid leaning too heavily on Todoroki's red and white hair for the palette, and Abiko proposed using the blue of the UA gym uniform as a base with small red and white accents to avoid overt family associations. Izuku sketched Todoroki's outline while discussing requirements. He and the others agreed the material needed to be fireproof and that Todoroki would need a support item to help regulate his temperature. Hall suggested a support system that could couple the heat from Todoroki's left side with the cold from his right to transfer and balance temperature. They also considered adding a utility belt with temperature-triggered devices and a small med kit for emergencies. Hall held up his page to show a design: a dark blue suit with red and white accents, a utility belt connected to side support items, and a silver vest intended to help regulate body temperature. He had added silver combat boots designed for traction on ice. Izuku was impressed at how quickly Hall had drawn and colored the concept. Abiko complimented Hall on his speed and Hall acknowledged the praise. He then introduced the next student, Momo Yaoyorozu, and noted that her current costume was too revealing for practical purposes. He summarized Yaoyorozu's request for a more discreet costume that would still allow access to her skin so she could use her creation quirk. Hall apologized and asked Abiko, as the only woman present, to take the lead on this design. Abiko suggested that a zipper might be problematic if it broke during battle, and proposed a supportive sports top that would reduce exposure while leaving her stomach and back available for Quirk use. She recommended adding a jacket with arm zippers so that if a zipper failed, the stomach area would still be accessible. Izuku finished Yaoyorozu's outline, sketching a supportive top and a jacket. He asked whether the jacket should be longer or shorter, and Abiko said she personally preferred a longer jacket but that the final decision should be left to Yaoyorozu. Abiko also suggested adding shorts under the skirt for practicality. Hall mentioned a student in the same class who was known for being a nuisance, and the others laughed at the thought of upperclassmen teasing him. Izuku proposed including a large-screen smartwatch to replace the bulky book Yaoyorozu currently carried on her belt, with a smaller durable notebook as backup. He added the shorts under the skirt and kept the original boots in the sketch, and Abiko approved the changes with a smile. Hall then turned the discussion to Mashiaro Ojiro and the karate GI they would design for him. Hall said disappointedly that the request simply stated the student was not exactly sure what he wanted but knew he needed more protection, and it did not clarify whether he wanted to change the look of his costume. Abiko, drawing on her page, asked if the garment was a GI and said it would be fine if he kept it, but she would tighten it and add elbow and knee pads. She explained she had seen him during the festival using a lot of martial arts and that he would need protection if he came into contact with a villain with a durability quirk. Hall added that they could try changing the color because it looked a little plain, or make it fully black if he planned to work underground, and suggested asking whether he wanted to carry a few support items. Hall then moved on to the next student, Toru Hagakure, and observed that whoever had designed her costume before had not kept up with recent advances in design. He proposed that by incorporating some of her hair into the suit, they could create an invisible suit that would be more comfortable and could include protective elements. Izuku and Abiko quickly nodded in agreement. Izuku wondered whether there might be a way to make some support items invisible to help her fight. Hall said they would leave that idea to the gear specialists and that a few classmates would likely enjoy figuring it out. He picked up the last sheet and continued that the final student was Nito Monoma, the only 1B student who had submitted a request. Hall explained that Monoma wanted a costume that could change its size, and that his teacher, Vlad King, had asked Hall to convince him to make the suit more practical because the jacket had been getting caught during training and made it difficult for him to move. Abiko pointed out that there was no reason for 2 belts and suggested combining functions into a single belt to hold both pants and stopwatches. She questioned the need for the long jacket with tight shoulders, removed it from the mannequin, and proposed a vest with expandable plating and fabric that could adapt in the same way. Hall asked with amusement whether they also wanted to remove the tie, and Abiko agreed. Izuku suggested changing Monoma's shoes because his white dress shoes would not be easy to run in, and Hall agreed that they should ask him to choose a running-appropriate style. Hall finished writing the notes just as a knock sounded at the door. Hall introduced himself as Isaac Hall, introduced Abiko, and mentioned to Todoroki that he believed Todoroki knew Midoriya from the sports festival, then asked if Todoroki was ready to hear what they had in mind. Todoroki maintained his usual calm expression and did not seem particularly concerned about the costume's appearance. He seemed content with the blue color and pleased that the proposed vest would help him maintain a steady body temperature. Izuku and Abiko were both pleased. When their names were added along with Hall's as the costume designers on the form. Once they all signed it, Hall placed the form in a folder for Power Loader and Todoroki left to join his class. After a few minutes of the 3 of them talking about their favorite hero costume designs, Izuku being especially flustered to learn Hall's favorite was Lady Violet, another knock sounded and Yaoyorozu entered the room. Hall said honestly that they were all very happy she had decided to change her costume design and that they wanted her to feel as comfortable as possible. Yaoyorozu took a seat next to Izuku and expressed her appreciation for their help. Abiko encouraged Yaoyorozu to request any further changes and admitted they were not entirely sure how much alteration would be appropriate. Yaoyorozu nodded and Izuku slid the revised page in front of her. She gasped softly and smiled as she examined the new design. Yaoyorozu praised the design and noted that she had never considered a digital watch to read the chemical properties of different items. Izuku explained the jacket length options, pointing to short, long, or mid-length choices and saying she could pick whatever she preferred. Yaoyorozu considered the options, indicated a preferred length by placing her hand between her chest and waist, and Hall retrieved a tape measure. Abiko rounded the table, took the measurement, and Izuku wrote it down on the page. They finished the paperwork quickly. Yaoyorozu thanked them again and left. Another knock followed and Hall welcomed Ojiro in. Izuku asked whether Ojiro planned to be an underground or daylight hero as Ojiro took a seat. Ojiro explained that he intended to work underground because he had grown up in a rough neighborhood where underground heroes were common. He mentioned a retired hero who had given free self-defense lessons, blushed, and apologized for offering more information than necessary. Hall smiled warmly and said that this kind of background was useful. Part of their job was to make a hero's costume represent them. From Ojiro's description and the look of his current costume, Hall inferred that the retired hero had been the reason Ojiro had chosen this path. Ojiro nodded and relaxed, indicating the retired hero had been a mentor to many kids in the area. Abiko asked what the mentor's costume had looked like and, apologizing if it sounded rude, suggested that Ojiro's current outfit felt generic and that adding personal details would help it better represent him. Ojiro admitted he had not known he had to submit a costume design and had panicked, so he had simply asked for a GI. He looked at his costume on the mannequin and recalled that the mentor had been an underground hero who told them his costume had been teal. Izuku suggested making the GI black while changing the belt and boots to teal, and Ojiro smiled and agreed that he would like that. Abiko slid the page over after writing down the new colors and noted that they had also added some protection to the costume, asking whether Ojiro would consider the belt a utility belt as he examined it. Ojiro responded that he was fine with that but had no idea what to put on it. Abiko reminded him that they were there to help. After almost 10 minutes of discussion about weapons and emergency support items Ojiro could use, they finished his new costume design and completed the paperwork. Hall praised them for their progress and put the folder with the rest away. When Hagakure arrived, Hall quickly explained their plans. The girl began to cry on the spot. Izuku rose immediately, aware that Abiko did not know how to respond when someone cried, and he comforted her. After a couple of minutes, they finished discussing her costume and completed the paperwork before sending her back to class. She gave each of them a big hug and expressed her thanks before leaving. Hall brought out the last sheet and said that Monoma from 1B was next. Monoma did not take long to arrive. He sat next to Abiko and asked why the meeting was necessary, arguing that he was missing hero training for something he considered straightforward. Hall explained that Monoma's teacher had concerns about the costume and that they had brainstormed adjustments to improve mobility, sliding the paper toward him. Monoma grimaced and replied that he had not asked for changes, sliding the paper back. Hall clarified that the teacher had raised the issue and that their suggestions were recommendations. He added that Monoma could keep his tie if he insisted, but that they recommended the adjustments. Monoma protested loudly that it was a perfectly good tie. Abiko giggled, and her laughter made Izuku struggle to contain a smile before he composed himself and explained their proposed changes. Izuku pointed out that the alterations were minimal: one belt instead of two, a vest instead of a coat, and running-friendly shoes. He noted that the tie could be a safety hazard if a villain grabbed it and offered to make adjustments, suggesting a longer vest if the tail pieces were important and stylish but functional boots for running. He asked Monoma to say what he wanted. Monoma became easier to work with and requested a white vest, black pants, and more formal-looking boots. He also asked for the clocks to be quieter since they revealed when his quirk wore off. They suggested an earpiece connected to the clocks, which he liked. With everything settled, they finished the last of the paperwork in time for Izuku to go join Gran Torino for his lesson. Lady Violet wanted various shades of purple, respect for her larger body shape, and to carry weapons she knew well. Izuku wanted a symbol that represented the contrast between hot and cold.